Today it's time for the entire Flash Rebirth storyline. This is Comicstorian. I create audio dramas of your favorite comic books, leaving out enough stuff that there is something for you to go collect, be it extra plot, context, or artwork. I make alterations to prevent copyright problems, and I act these out as an audio drama because it's just fun for me to do. Now today we're going to be covering the Flash Rebirth storyline that started up in 2016 and ended around 2019-2020. Joshua Williamson wrote this entire storyline, and we've never compiled it into one giant issue 1 through 75 kind of a thing. So that's what you're getting today, an amazing storyline.
Barry Allen is never happy when he shows up on a crime scene, because this stuff shouldn't happen in Central City. It just shouldn't. As he walks away from the crime scene, an odd image appears before him, and a kid in a Flash-styled costume calls out to him, "Barry!" But Barry rubs his head thinking, what a weird headache. Then he sees someone else, someone who is obviously evil, appearing before him, telling him, "I'm gonna kill them all, Flash!" Barry rubs the space between his eyes, and someone reaches out to touch his shoulder. He turns around and he sees the Reverse Flash standing there, so he suits up, grabs Zoom, and he puts him in a chokehold, shouting, "Not again!" Then he snaps out of it. He didn't do any of that. He was still standing right in front of the house. He walks away wondering if these visions are a new power or something else. He thinks about how when he was younger his mother was killed and his father was blamed for that murder. Well, recently he found out that it was actually a man going by the name Professor Zoom. He defeated Zoom and cleared his father's name, and then he cleared his name with the city, making his father and himself a free man. His father was turned into one of the people that Barry Allen can trust, and that is where he goes to ask him what he thinks about these visions. His father doesn't have much to go on, but Barry thinks that maybe the Speed Force is trying to warn him of something. So his father asks, well, that would mean that the Speed Force is having some of its own thoughts. Has anyone researched the Speed Force? Barry tells him no, there's kind of a treaty in place that no one's allowed to research the Speed Force, and with nothing to go on, Barry decides to go for a run to sort out all of his thoughts and figure all of this out. When there's a crack of lightning, and someone is standing in front of him. A kid in a yellow version of his costume. Barry looks at him and he tells him, "I don't understand. I hope one day you will. You were right, Barry. Every second is a gift. That's why I won't die in anguish. I'll go with love in my heart. Goodbye, Barry." Then it dawned on Barry who this was. He knew who it was, and he had to save him. Wally? He reached out and the lightning went crazy, striking the ground in the air, but Barry managed to pull Wally out of everything that he had going on. Wally hit the ground on his knees and he was stunned. I'm back! Wally has been lost in the Speed Force ever since the event Flashpoint, but if you want to know more about where he's been, then check out the DC Rebirth video. Wally looked up at Barry. "You said my name! You brought me back!" And Barry was shocked with himself. "I'm so sorry, Wally. My God, how could I have ever forgotten you?" Wally West, this Wally West, was Barry's old sidekick before the Flashpoint ever happened, and he was forgotten for years. He steps forward and he tells Barry, "This whole thing isn't because of the Flashpoint. Someone else used you running through time as a way to weaken everyone and set things back by a decade. That way they can win against us." "Well, whatever it is, Wally, it won't stand a chance against us now that you're back." Wally puts his hand on Barry's shoulder, and that's a Flash fact. Barry runs off to tell Iris what's going on, but Wally catches up to him and he tells him that he isn't ready to tell everyone that he's back. Things are missing from both of their lives, relationships, friendships, so many things. And in it all, Wally even lost his wife. He isn't ready to tell the other people about this yet, only to realize that they won't know what's going on. So Barry agrees and he tells Wally, "You're going to need a new suit. You aren't Kid Flash anymore. You're a Flash." And that's when they part ways, so that Wally can sort things out. While Wally thinks Barry saved him, Barry knows the truth. Wally saved him by bringing him back. Barry ran off to find Batman and start looking at this whole situation with him, and that's when he finds Batman in his cave looking at a smiley face with a mark of blood on it. He fills Bruce in on everything about Wally West and how time is now missing, and they talk about it for a long time. And in the end, they agree that this needs investigating, but until they have anything concrete to go on, they'll leave it to only Batman and the Flash to work this case. But there is someone else out there now. Someone else who can move at high speeds. Almost at the speeds of a god at a Godspeed. Barry Allen is the fastest man alive, but even being super fast doesn't help you when you don't know where to go. Because of that, he is currently waiting for word from Batman or Wally about the unknown person that currently took 10 years away from the superheroes' lives. Wally has gone off to see the Titans and figure it out from that side, while Batman is doing his own investigations. Barry would love to get on the case himself, but there is plenty to keep him busy in Central City. And this is the problem that Barry is having. With so many crimes going on, he just isn't fast enough. He knows that, so he can't stay in one place long enough to even get a thank you. He runs off to the crime scene where his friend August is waiting for him with the captain of the police force, Singh. He grabs the evidence and then he remembers that he was supposed to meet up with Iris and the other Wally West. If you're confused, there are in fact 2 Wally Wests at this point, both raised by Iris. Classic Wally West is currently off with the Titans, while the newer Wally West that was introduced in the New 52 is still here in the main book. Barry runs over to Jitter's Cafe only to find that he's late as always. He talks to them for a second and then fire trucks go racing by. Wally looks up from his tablet to let Barry know that there's a fire on 4th and a Star Labs transport under attack on 22nd. Before Wally could even continue what he's saying, Barry takes off to the fire, putting on his suit. He tells himself he can do both. The fire is on the way and he's fast enough, so he runs into the building where he grabs a woman and carries her out and she screams, "My children!" He runs back in, dodging the flames in the crumbling building, and while this is going on, August managed to get into the path of the transport and the men who stole it. Members of the Black Hole pull their guns out on August. Flash runs out of the building with a kid in each arm. August, meanwhile, sees the Black Hole symbol and knows it. It was the symbol that was painted near where his brother was killed, and he wants to know who these guys are. They explained that they are Black Hole, and they pull the trigger. Flash knows that it's too late. He knows that he's a second off. He knows that he isn't fast enough, but he tries anyway. He hits top speeds, racing down the city with the rain pouring all around him. But he's already too late. And in a millisecond behind the bullet, he hears a crack! A bolt of lightning hits August, and then Flash sees August move at super speeds, knocking out the guy that tried to shoot him. And he looks at August to see he's now a speedster. And thus, the Flash had someone else with powers, someone else who was morally driven to do the right thing. The first thing that they did was test out the limits of August's new Speed Force powers because he refused to go to Star Labs and get tested there. Once they discovered that he could do everything that the Flash could do, August turned to him. "Thank you for helping me, Barry." I'm not Barry Allen, I'm the Flash. But August explained that Barry's secret was safe with him. He knows the Flash helps people, and he knows Barry was there for him when his brother was murdered. It's okay. He isn't going to tell anyone. Meanwhile, while Barry is teaching his new friend, someone else is testing out their Speed Force powers in secret. Wally West gained them during the last storyline, and he's now testing out his top speeds, but he has a concern. His uncle was Daniel West, the Reverse Flash. What if he turns evil like his uncle? Barry and August head over to the office, where August begins to talk to Barry and ask him, "With these powers, there's so much that we could do. Why don't we do it, Barry? We could be above the law, handling things ourselves. We could save people that deserve it." And Barry tells August, "That sounds like revenge. While doing that sounds like it could be easy, it wouldn't be right. We need to do things by the book, August." And August asks him, "Wouldn't you use these powers to save your mother?" Which throws Barry off guard, because he tried that, breaking the timeline in the first place. Iris then calls up August to discuss the case. But while on the phone, the Black Hole group actually just kidnaps her right there because she's trying to report on them. August tells Barry where she is, and in a flash, she's gone. Just as Iris leaps out of the moving vehicle, Flash runs in catching her, and then he rockets off chasing the van, only to be hit by a weird Speed Force-based beam in his chest. The crooks all leap out of the van asking Flash, "Did you really think you could stop us alone?" And that's when August runs in. Not anymore, he doesn't. The Flash tries to tell him to stop, but August, using the tricks that he was taught, throws the Black Hole gang off their balance. Then, with their combined powers, they take out the gang and they get them arrested. Iris runs over to the new speedster to ask who he is, and after considering it and rubbing his chin, August informs her that he is the Flash's new partner. Flash thinks about it and he decides that he likes the sound of that. A partner? Things could be worse. Maybe this was the Speed Force answering the Flash's wish to be able to live a life and save people, to be in two places at once. But that's when things get a tad bit more interesting, as the Speed Force storm that was around earlier giving August his powers begins to strike people all over Central City, creating dozens of speedsters everywhere. August and Flash begin to run around the city, rounding up as many of these new would-be speedsters who are trying to commit crimes up as they can. They bring them to Iron Heights, and once there, Flash explains to August his weird relationship with Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash. He explains how Eobard killed his mother and has been messing with his life through timeline manipulation, and August is in shock. He had no idea what Eobard had put Barry through. But as they go to leave Iron Heights, they get told about another location that new speedsters are ending up at, and that's Star Labs. The people who got their powers and didn't choose to immediately commit crimes went to Star Labs to try and learn how to control their powers, and that's where Flash meets Mina, a woman who had a boring job at Star Labs but was always interested in the Speed Force and its applications. So she created the Speed Force testing center for all of these new speedsters. Flash gets a little nervous, telling her that she better not be planning to use these new speedsters as lab rats, but after she runs to Keystone City and back, he sees why she wouldn't be interested in turning speedsters into lab rats. August runs back to hold down their jobs at the police station while Mina brings Flash to where he's needed. You see, some people got their powers and they went for help at Star Labs, but some people got their powers and headed out to be a criminal, and still some people couldn't control the power that they gained, and they're very scared. Mina brings Flash to see a woman named Avery who's vibrating so quickly that she can't seem to hold still, so he teaches her how to think slowly to stop it from happening, and he sees the good that he could do by teaching people. Realizing that he needs to help all of these new speedsters, Flash decides that he'll even help the criminals as he returns to Iron Heights with Mina to get them out of lockup, only to hear the alarm blaring. He runs over to the room and the guards tell him that his partner is already inside, and when he gets into the room with the criminal speedsters, he finds them all dead, sapped of their life force, and August on the ground. August explains that he came to check on them, but when he got here, he saw someone vibrating through the walls, and then that person sapped these kids of their speed force before throwing him to the floor. And he said his name was Godspeed. They honestly don't have much to go on, so Flash goes back to the training facility to do just that, train new speedsters. Even Avery, the woman that he helped, is beginning to learn how to control her powers, so Mina brings him into another room to explain something. She has done her research, and the people with the Speed Force, they're all connected through the Speed Force. And the Speed Force itself wants to be brought back together. It's been divided due to the Speed Force storm. So whenever two speedsters use their powers next to each other, their Speed Force will lock together, and it will recombine into one of the speedsters, the fastest one. Basically, the speedsters can race against each other, and one speedster will steal the speed out of the others. And that's how Godspeed stole the speed out of the kids. August then drops in out of uniform so that they can keep their secret identity safe, and he drops off the clues from the Godspeed crime scene. As Barry begins to flip through those reports, Iris arrives with some incredible news that she wanted to give Barry before she releases it to the public 24 hours later. Dr. Joseph Carver was a Star Labs scientist that was fired for experimenting with the Speed Force. He stole the Speed Force sample that Star Labs had, and he found a way to weaponize it. That's what the Flash was shot with, which means the Black Hole group is using the Speed Force against him. Flash runs off with Mina alongside him, leaving August back to heal in case Godspeed arrives, and they arrive at Dr. Carver's lab, which is also Black Hole's base. Flash and Mina run around disabling Dr. Carver's thugs, and the Flash grabs the doctor, asking him if he did this. Did he create the Speed Force storm? And he admits to it, telling the Flash that the storm is only the beginning. And then he activates his new device, the Speed Machine. The Speed Force begins to jump to his machine and place it into his body, but it's too much, and he begins to change into a Speed Force tornado, into something completely different, and he screams out in pain. And then using his newfound powers, he throws the Flash to the ground, and Mina runs over, helping him up, informing him that he can't do this alone. He can't stop Dr. Carver by himself. And that's the moment that August runs in with some of the new Speed Force trainees, telling him that he doesn't need to work alone. August actually came here in his speedster uniform to interrogate Dr. Carver about the death of his brother, because Dr. Carver is linked to Black Hole, and Black Hole is linked to his brother. But it's also a good thing that he brought some of these Speed Force trainees, because it looks like the Flash could use a hand. The Flash asks him if this is Godspeed, and August tells him that he isn't sure. It was all a blur when he was knocked down. So the Flash comes up with a fast plan that requires the help of everyone as they distract him, and then they all begin to race around Dr. Carver. Using the new information that Mina has given him, Flash decides that the group can outrace Dr. Carver and draw the Speed Force out of him, and in a giant crack, that's exactly what happens. Then as Dr. Carver is on the ground in pain, the Flash smiles, realizing that he now has multiple people to help him. Having partners is something that he has missed ever since the original Wally West vanished. Meanwhile, our new Wally West is still trying to get a handle on his new Speed Force powers, and he sees an ad asking if anyone needs help learning their Speed Force, they can visit Star Labs. Flash and the crew head back to Star Labs, where the Flash realizes that he can actually do this. He can actually teach these newcomers how to control their powers, and then he can possibly get a normalish life back. And that's when Mina kisses him. So he decides to take a major leap. He doesn't want his two lives to be separate anymore, and he tells her, "My real name's Barry Allen." The next day, the Flash decides that it's time to finally relax a little, to enjoy his life with Mina. And he even takes some time to actually visit with Iris and have a cup of coffee with her. Wally West, on the other hand, though, has arrived at Star Labs, and he really isn't sure he should be doing this. He really kind of wants to keep his Speed Force powers secret. But Mina sees him trying to walk away, and after talking to him, decides to help him train away from the lab. She shows him what he can do, and she even gets a chance to show him how to be a hero like the Flash. And Wally loves it. So Mina and him agree to meet back every day to continue his training. Mina then heads back to Star Labs to find the doors blown off. And inside is one man sapping the Speed Force out of everyone around him, Godspeed. She runs over trying to stop him by punching him, but he's way beyond her league. So she knocks Avery away from him and tells her to find the Flash. She turns to the other speedster trainees and tells them that he's trying to sap their speed, so they need to run against him. They need to outrace Godspeed. But instantly it doesn't work, as he is so much faster than any of them, and Avery runs off to try and find the Flash. Flash. They need help. The Flash is running through Central City with August by his side as they discuss what Mina could mean to him when Avery shows up telling them what's going on. Godspeed is at Star Labs. The Flash is confused. They stopped the black hole. They stopped Dr. Carver. Wasn't he Godspeed? So he takes off for Star Labs, where he finds a bunch of the trainees drained of their life force and Mina's suit on the ground, and no Mina. Flash and August get to work trying to solve this because the Flash isn't convinced that Mina is dead. There was no body, and her suit had traces of something that happened to him a long time ago. Something like a crisis. August tells him that they should not reach for straws and that they should be out there looking for Godspeed. But Barry tells him that he's looking all over the city. Godspeed isn't there. The news then reports that Godspeed just ran a man across the highway, scraping him at lightning speeds to death. He turns to everyone and asks how the news knew to call him Godspeed, and the trainees explain that they told the press. People needed to know the situation. And the Flash tells him, "You're right. I'm sorry I didn't tell them sooner." So he runs over to talk to Iris about the information that she has on the black hole and get her thoughts on the death of Mina, just as Wally comes home and overhears the discussion of the death of Mina. Barry turns and is confused as to why Wally is so upset as tears begin to stream down his eyes. He then runs out of the room, and as Barry tries to stop him to understand what's going on, he then quickly discovers that Wally is gone, and he begins to wonder, does Wally have powers? As he walks back into Iris's room, he decides to ask her what the latest victim's name was, and Iris informs him of the individual's name. That's when it all clicks. Barry knows who Godspeed is. He takes off as the Flash and he finds August, demanding that he stop so that they can talk. And Flash explains that he was checking into Godspeed's victims. And there's one victim that didn't fit the MO. The victim was dragged to death and he didn't have any Speed Force-based powers. And August smirks. Sounds like it was personal. It was Billy Parks, August. The man you suspected of murdering your brother. Tell me you didn't do this, August. He deserved to die. Billy could have been an innocent. My gut was right, Barry. He did it. We don't know that. Yes, we did. Killing isn't justice. I took a criminal off the streets. What? Did you kill the other speedsters as well? What about Mina? You barely knew her, Barry. Excuse me? You and Mina weren't some great love affair for the ages. Don't turn Mina into another tragedy for you to make into your life story. And the Flash strikes August across the face. So he wipes the blood aside and he lets the lightning flow. You know, I was thinking of calling myself the new and improved Flash because you clearly aren't cutting it anymore. But I realized that with these powers, I am judge, jury, and executioner. So I call myself Godspeed. Then he runs off. Try to catch me, Flash. He begins to run off with the Flash in pursuit. How did you do it, August? Well, Barry, you see, I'm faster than you. So much faster that I can do what you have ever so desperately wanted. I can be in two places at the same time. And that's when a second Godspeed arrives, and with the two of them, they knock the Flash down. One of the Godspeeds grabs Barry while the other one repeatedly pummels him until he's bloody. You have to believe me. I never wanted to kill Mina or the others. I just wanted to be fast. So I could stop anyone from ever having to experience the pain that I felt from losing someone. Think about your mother's killer sitting in Iron Heights. If someone like me was around back then, they could have saved her from Thawne. And then he screams out in pain. The Flash asks him, "Are you okay?" "I can't believe you're still concerned about me. Keeping myself in two places for too long begins to hurt." So the Flash gets up. Good! And he sucker punches August so that he can run for it. He makes it back to Star Labs where he collapses on the floor, but Godspeed isn't done while the Flash is thinking of a plan. The Black Hole Group has now taken some hostages over at the local courthouse where they demand the police listen to them. And realizing that he can do good and find out more about Black Hole and his brother's killers, Godspeed runs to the scene to vibrate two guys into the walls and take out the third before running the leader of this group to a rooftop. He begins to shake him violently at super speeds, demanding to know how some street thug named Billy Parks is connected to Black Hole, and the leader tells him, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Meanwhile, Wally runs over to Star Labs looking for the Flash, and he finds him doing nothing. Not aware that he's trying to recover from his last meeting with Godspeed, Wally flips out on him, telling him that he can't believe that he's standing around doing nothing while Mina's killer is running free. He'll just go find Godspeed himself, and he runs out of the building. Barry catches up to him, and he finds out that since the Flash is friends with his Aunt Iris, that's why Wally didn't want to seek out the Flash for help. But Mina, she was helping him. And now she's gone. But he learned from the Flash that he can also help people. He needs to help people. It's his choice what he does with these powers. And the Flash is shocked. You learned that from me? But it gives him an idea. If he can go faster, he can stop Godspeed, and Mina said that the Speed Force is trying to reconnect. His theory is that the reason that the speedsters died is because they raced against Godspeed, fighting to keep their powers. So what if they were giving them up willingly? He takes Wally with him back to Star Labs, and he explains to everyone that he wants to take their speed so that he can stop Godspeed. They'll get to go back and have normal lives, but they have to willingly give it up. and it works, granting both Barry and Wally more speed than they've ever had before. And that's when Godspeed arrives, kicking everyone.
If you're willing to give up your powers, you don't deserve them.
The Flash chases after Godspeed, and as they exit the lab, he informs Flash.
I'm gonna do you a favor, Barry. I'm going to Iron Heights to kill the man that killed your mother, Eobard Thawne, along with every other crook in Iron Heights. I'll be back in a minute, buddy.
The Flash runs after him as fast as he can, and then he reaches out to August, knowing that he can use the Speed Force feedback to stop him from running. They both hit the ground in pain, and August tells him,
I'm shocked that you would use the Speed Force against a friend.
He stands up and he begins to separate himself into two. And then one begins to run to Iron Heights while the other stays to prevent Barry from stopping him. Because Barry's all alone. He can't stop Godspeed until Wally jumps in. No, he's not. Barry gets back up asking Wally what he's doing, and he tells him that he was thinking about his Aunt Iris and how she would never stand by while other people were in trouble. August looks at the two of them and he tells him,
too bad I'm still faster.
But Flash knows that he actually isn't faster. When August separates, he breaks his Speed Force connection down, making him slower, meaning the Flash and Wally can outrace him. They begin to run circles around the two Godspeeds, and they begin to sap out his Speed Force energy until crack! Wally then stands over the defeated Godspeed and a new Kid Flash outfit granted to him by the Speed Force. August swings at him, throwing him aside, thinking that he still has enough speed to try and finish his mission. So he gets up and he begins to sprint towards Iron Heights until the Flash grabs him and in a swift motion knocks him out. A few days pass and August is restrained in Iron Heights, where Barry comes to visit him to inform him Billy Parks wasn't the killer of his brother. He ran the evidence, and August was wrong the whole time. August doesn't want to believe it, but Barry assures him that he'll track down the real killer, and August scoffs at that. You don't have time, Barry. You're alone again. Plus, you're going to be busy trying to figure out who's behind the black hole and that Speed Force storm that started all of this. Barry looks at him. It was Dr. Carver. We stopped him. No, Barry. There was someone else. Someone over him that supplied him, and I know who it is, but I'm not going to tell you. I think it'll be a nice bargaining chip that I can save for the future. Meanwhile, Wally shows his Aunt Iris his new speedster's suit and begins a very long explanation. And then he tells Iris not to worry. He won't become Daniel. He has a great teacher named the Flash. While the Flash is watching over Wally's training, someone appears behind him to thank him in his ear. Someone that he really shouldn't be hearing. He turns around to see a speedster trail on the ground asking, "Mina?" Barry walks in to see Iris on Halloween, and he notices someone delivered flowers, and he eyeballs them. "Someone gave you flowers?" Wally chimes in from the back. "Aunt Iris has a secret admirer. She explains that they get dropped off every week without a note." And Barry looks at them, and then jokingly states, "Maybe I need to start dusting them for fingerprints." And that's when they all get called away. Wally goes on to explain that ever since the Godspeed incident, he's been training with the Flash to become a better Kid Flash. He wants to be like the Flash so bad, but he feels like the Flash is just hard to talk to sometimes. Then, as they're saving people on a bridge, someone tells him, "Nice suit, kid." And another Flash appears in front of him. Wally watches as this new Flash steals the speed from the explosion, saving Wally from that explosion. And then he calls out, "Flash, there's another speedster from the Speed Force storm." Barry runs over telling Wally it's fine. This is a friend of his. And then this new Flash explains that Wally can call him Flash. But this just confuses Wally. Wait, there are two Flashes? That's confusing. You don't know the half of it, kid. To help make things not super confusing for you, the viewer, at this point, we're going to refer to New 52 Wally West as Wally. We'll refer to Barry Allen as Barry, and the original Wally West will be referred to as Flash, since he doesn't want to reveal his name yet. Barry explains to Wally that he trained this Flash a while ago, and this Flash reaches his hand out to shake Wally's. But that's when something happens, and Barry feels it in his mind. Lightning courses through him, and he screams out in pain.
This has happened before! I was warned!
He hits the ground on his knees, and Wally tries to reach out to him, but the feedback from the Speed Force throws him aside. Flash runs over. "Are you okay?" And Wally tells him that it burned him. Barry begins dwelling on everything.
What's the point? Why do we do this? Dress up and save the lives of people who don't want to be saved? Everything we love is being taken away!
He then gets up, lightning shooting off of him.
Neither of you understand. My parents were taken from me, but you were both abandoned. They left you.
He then turns to Wally.
Your father would rather you call him uncle instead of dad.
And Wally stares at him.
That's right! Daniel West, the Reverse Flash, is your father. He didn't want to admit it, and that's why he became the Reverse Flash.
Flash runs over telling Barry to stop right there, and Barry turns to him.
You? You think you could fill my boots? I have no legacy. I'm the Flash. Do you understand me, punk? Me!
He then begins to absorb into the Speed Force, and he begins to pull him in, and then he sees him. Zoom!
You're destined to run alone forever. I've seen your future.
But Flash has an idea. Barry saved him from the very same thing a short while ago, and he reaches into the Speed Force with the help of Wally. And then with an explosion, the Speed Force is calmed down. Barry looks at Flash and Wally and he tells them that he's sorry. They did it. They stopped the Speed Force from absorbing him. While they all should be happy about this, Wally looks at him scared. Is Uncle Daniel really my dad? Barry turns to him. Wally, I'm sorry. I found out when he was arrested. And Wally takes off confused. He knows that Barry didn't mean what he said, but could it be true? Did Daniel West become the Reverse Flash because of Wally? Barry begins to try and chase after him, but the Flash tells him not to. Sometimes you need to run it off. Later that evening, Flash gets out of costume and he catches up with Wally. They both ask each other if they know who they are since they've only ever met in costume. And Wally tells the Flash, it's kind of easy. The red hair is a giveaway. Wally explains everything, how he used to idolize his Uncle Daniel and why would Daniel leave him? What was wrong with him? So the Flash tells him that when he was a kid, his parents fought all the time, and when they sent him away, he felt rejected as well. He dealt with it with lessons that Barry taught him, that it's all about believing in yourself with your heart. Your powers don't matter. You aren't alone, Kid Flash, no matter what has happened in the past. Wally finally cracks a smile and asks him if he has any advice for working with Barry. So the Flash points at him. One day, you're gonna challenge the Flash to a race, and he's gonna let you win. It's who the Flash is. They both suit up and they run off as Flash tells him, we're family, Kid Flash. I'm here for you. And then he ran to go meet with Barry. He explained that they discovered who had removed him from the timeline and that it had screwed everything up. It was the villain Abracadabra, and he fought him along with the Titans. This is a story that we will be covering shortly, so don't worry, you aren't missing that much. It hasn't concluded yet. Barry then asked him if he was the one delivering the flowers, and the Flash tells him it is him. He wants her to know that someone cares about her. Barry tries to convince him to tell Iris everything, but he tells him it isn't time. Abracadabra hit the Titans hard. Yes, he made the world forget about this version of Wally, but he isn't the one messing with the timelines, and they need to solve that before he'll tell anyone anything. So the two of them suit up and they get ready to run some more. But Barry tells the Flash one thing that he saw while in the Speed Force: an odd-looking helmet with a set of wings on it. He doesn't know what it was, but it filled him with hope. Where we will tell you the story of a man made of darkness. Haunted by his own history, the man learned that one of the real horrors of life is that your life could be affected by the maliciousness of others. At his worst, he turned to misdeeds and mischief. But one day, he was blessed with friends and love. He found hope, and he gave up his wicked ways. And thus, the wicked man lived happily ever after. But that was a long time ago. We are now in Central City, where Barry Allen and Iris West are running through the park getting in shape. Iris brings up the fact that Wally has been ditching school and would like Barry to speak to him for her. Barry pretends to be winded and asks if this is why she invited him to jog with her. And then he notices somebody playing with paper nearby and feels like something is off. That's when Papercut gets up telling everyone to empty their wallets. Before Barry can run in, Iris gets in the way telling him to be careful, and Barry realizes that he can't change into the Flash with her there. He begins to wonder what he's going to do. Does he risk his identity and just save the day? But that's the moment that another speedster arrives on the scene. Kid Flash, aka Wally West. He runs in, hitting Papercut and knocking him down. And then Iris demands to know why Kid Flash isn't in school. You see, no one knows Barry's identity, but Iris does know her nephew is Kid Flash. Before Wally can come up with a good excuse, Papercut gets up telling him that he doesn't just control paper, it's just the easiest. And then he begins to move trees around Wally. As the trees pick up Iris and Wally, Iris calls out for Barry to help them, but she can't seem to find him in the mess. That's probably because he changed into the Flash. He shows back up and makes quick work of Papercut saving everyone. He then turns to Wally. You wait here. I'm taking Papercut to Iron Heights. Flash catches up with Wally and demands to know why he lied to him. Flash and Wally had an arrangement. He would go to school and the Flash would teach him afterwards. He was never to go off on his own. Flash tells him that he knows that he's breaking their deal. He knows that he's been running with the Teen Titans and he shouldn't be. You're not the first partner to try and hide things from me. I thought I could trust you, Wally. And until I can, I don't think I can train you to be Kid Flash. But that ticks off Wally. You talk about trust? I don't even know your name. Why does that other red-haired Flash know your name but I don't? He then storms off, leaving Flash to wonder about that one. Barry goes back to his lab where he goes over the situation and how many people he's lost. Time with his father while he was in prison. That other Wally West, who's now going by the name The Flash. August, who turned out to be Godspeed. And then there's Mina. Barry has been following the sightings of a speedster taken from the rich and giving to the poor, and he's certain that it's Mina. But why hasn't she reached out to him? If you're curious as to who this other speedster is, check out the first video for Flash Rebirth, Godspeed. Meanwhile, Wally heads back home where he gets himself grounded for skipping school and he heads to his room. He then decides, you know what? I'll just go catch a rogue. If I do that, the Flash will have to trust me. So after hearing reports about an evil shadow, Wally decides, how hard can a shadow be? He runs out and finds an odd man in a top hat, and he offers to help him. When he turns around, Wally sees his twisted grin on his face, and he informs Wally,
Hope was taken, and without hope, life is meaningless.
Then shadow creatures begin to leap out from behind the man and they begin to drag Wally down. And before he knows it, he's lost in the shadows. The next day, Barry went to speak with Wally, as Barry and not the Flash, but of course, he finds him gone. Iris assumes that she was too hard on Wally and he ran off, so she goes outside to call for the Flash, and just like that, he appears. Kinda convenient because technically he was right behind her as Barry Allen in his secret identity. As the two of them try to figure out what's going on, Flash's shadow comes to life and Shade pops up telling him,
Hope is lost. I need your help. He needs your help.
Kid Flash, in the shadows. Hearing that, Iris runs into the shadows and leaves Flash behind. Without a second thought, Flash runs for it. Really, Iris? I'm supposed to be the one running into danger. The Flash quickly realizes that he isn't near Iris and he isn't in Central City anymore. He's in Shade's shadow world. The shadow monsters begin to attack him and he tries to outrun them, but that's when Wally shows up telling him that you can't outrace them, but they hate our lightning. And with that, a massive burst of lightning shoots out of Wally and he collapses. The Flash runs over to catch him, asking if he's okay. And Wally explains that he's just exhausted. He's been here for days. And the Flash tells him it's only been a few hours. As they try to figure out what's going on, they hear Shade, the real Shade, not the twisted and demented one, talking to them. He explains that he left this life behind. He had a woman that he loved, and he was spending his life with her. But his own fears of this power overtaking him gave life to the shadows once again. He began to lose control of them as his subconscious began to guide them to do things that would supposedly help him. But it led him to losing hope. Losing the woman that he loved. These creatures took her away from him and brought her to the shadow world. He, of course, had to chase them, but he was overwhelmed and he needed the Flash, so he was reaching out to him. The Flash then asks him, "So you aren't controlling them?" Yes and no. It's my feelings of fear and doubt that are controlling them and twisting this world into an evil place. So Flash agrees to help Shade if Shade gets Kid Flash out of this mess. Even though Kid Flash argues that he wants to save Iris, Shade ends up informing both of them that it doesn't matter. No one can leave until we have regained control of the shadows, and the shadows are preoccupied with something that they are building, the Tower of Darkness. They are hoping to build it to free themselves from this world forever. Flash brings up that if they find Hope, he can bring her back to Shade and they can end this. And Wally then asks, what about Iris? So Shade informs them, you misunderstand. I already found Hope and Iris. They've been infected by the shadows and they are now the queens of them. It's time for Flash versus Iris West. While Flash and Wally run around with Shade fighting the shadows, Hope and Iris stand in their castle. Hope says that she used to be a cop and never understood why people would go to a life of crime, but now she understands how fun it is. And Iris explains that her nephew and Flash have always been the ones with power. They worry and fret over her as if she's some weak damsel in distress. Well, now she has the power. And as they become more certain of themselves, their powers grow. And the battle outside is being lost as they control the shadows. No matter how fast they run and generate light, the darkness creeps back in at the same speed until it finally swallows up both of our speedsters. Flash tells Wally to remember what he taught him about vibrating through objects, becoming intangible. And Wally says he can't remember, and he won't try. So Flash asks him, why won't you at least try to vibrate? And Wally snaps back at him, because Mina was supposed to train me and she's gone. Flash brings Wally close to him and he freezes time, per se. He explains that he locked their speed force together, seemingly freezing time, but they are basically moving at a high speed together, so it only appears like they've frozen time. It allows them to talk for a second. I know you're upset that Mina is gone, I am too, but I need you to trust me, Kid Flash. Why can't you tell me who you are? You don't trust me. It isn't about trust. Knowing my secret identity, it's a burden. Secrets can weigh a person down. I'm protecting you. I didn't get a chance to be a kid. No friends, clubs, or band practice. I was alone, and I don't want that for you. You deserve a real childhood, and that means that some things need to be kept secret. Now trust me. I can't hold this for much longer. Wally looks at him. Can you at least give me a clue to your name? Because you look like a Chad. I was named after my grandfather. Now our frozen moment is wearing off. You need to go intangible with me or they'll tear us to shreds. Can you vibrate with me? Is this really a teachable moment, Flash? Every day is, Kid Flash. Conquering his fears while he vibrates as much as he can. And it works, and he blows the shadows back. Finally free of the shadows attacking them, they both rocket off towards the Tower of Darkness. In the tower, Hope has Shade captive, and in doing so, loses her grip on Iris just a little, so that Iris begins to question what she's doing. Hope turns back to Iris. Isn't letting go of your worries fun? But Iris starts to see the truth and tells her, just because it's easy and fun doesn't mean it's right. Your will is strong, Iris. If you reject the powers of the shadows, I will have them rip you apart. Shade can't take it anymore. Hope, no, it's me you want. I did this. The shadows, they acted out because of me. They knew that the only thing holding me back from returning to my old ways was you. Hope turns to him. It's not about you, Shade. The shadows showed me the better ways of the darkness. Seeing you like this is breaking my heart, Hope. But I guess spending an eternity with this dark version of you is my punishment. And he grabs her, using his powers against her. Wally runs in, grabbing Iris and pulling her aside, while the Flash runs over to Shade, but Shade tells him not to bother, save themselves. Flash tells Shade, not a chance, we're getting out of this together. Wally, now! Both of them begin to charge up their lightning, hitting massive levels of light and electricity. And then they do it. They fist bump. Light begins to hit the entire area, blasting the Shadow Realm away. And that's it. Everyone is now standing in Central City. Wally asks Iris how she stopped the darkness from possessing her, and Iris explains that she's just stubborn. Shade turns to Hope, explaining what happened and how sorry he is. And Hope tells him to trust in himself and her. His past will always be a part of him, but today, they have each other. Flash puts his hand on Shade's shoulder. You know, you're allowed to be happy, right, Shade? You should learn to heed your own advice, Flash. So Shade pulls out a positive shadow and uses it to teleport him and Hope back home. But as he leaves, he tells Flash, let your lovely wife get some rest, Flash. Give her my regards. Flash, of course, is confused. Wife? We're not married, Shade. My mistake. With a crack of light, Shade is gone. Flash just shrugs it off and everyone heads home. With everything working out, Barry heads over to see Iris the next day to ask her out on a date. Because if this timeline is going to fix itself, it's time he started talking to his potential wife, isn't it? Now the rogues consist of Captain Cold, Mirror Master, Weather Wizard, Heatwave, Golden Glider, and Captain Boomerang. Or at least they did until Captain Boomerang left for the Suicide Squad. But the weird thing is that the rogues are currently missing from Central City. You see, they broke out of prison not long ago, and with everything going on for the Flash, he hasn't been able to find them. So many other villains in Central City, and on top of that, he had to deal with Godspeed and his new kid Flash. But as the Warden reminds Flash that the rogues are in fact missing, Flash reminds him that the rogues were pardoned for their recent heroic acts. Is it possible that the rogues have hung up their weapons and quit? The Warden doesn't quite believe that, and as much as Flash wants to believe it, he decides that he should perhaps at least look into it. He begins to follow the trails as Flash and as Barry Allen, asking the various families and known associates of the rogues. His investigation led him to a woman who taught Lisa Snart how to ice skate. Lisa goes by the rogue name Golden Glider. Barry begins to speak with her, and she presents a photograph of both Leonard and Lisa Snart before they were Captain Cold and Golden Glider. In the photo, Barry saw a smiling Leonard with his father in front of the Polar Ice Building. So in a crack of lightning, he arrives at the scene as Flash, and it's there that he eventually finds the rogues' safe house in an underground lair. He does question why everyone has an underground lair and wonders if he should maybe get one, but the big thing that he notices is that the rogues aren't there and they seem to have left in a hurry. So as he begins to gather up evidence, a countdown begins, and Barry is left with 10 seconds to get what he can and get out of the building before it explodes. But he got too greedy and was almost caught in the explosion. Luckily, he vibrated at just the right frequency to allow the explosion to pass through him. While this would have been the end of the investigation for many heroes, Barry moved fast enough to get all of the important information about where the rogues are. And he knows what they're doing and he knows how to stop them, even if they aren't in Central City anymore. Except this time, Barry is wrong. Because as he leaves to investigate what he thinks is going on, Captain Cold is watching with the rest of the rogues and tells them, the Flash has left. It's time. Over in Corto Maltese, there's currently a statue made out of gold and jewels. It's the statue of Mercury, and the rogues are here to steal it as they come flying in through the window. Ice is blasted on the floor as Captain Cold creates a bridge for them, and Trickster lands, putting down a box that blocks all signals exiting the building, leaving it open for Mirror Master to begin the master plan. But just as they get their glass planes around the statue, all of the rogues hear the telltale crack of a speedster arriving. They turn to see a smiling Barry Allen, upset that he made a better entrance than them. He runs right to Trickster, grabbing and throwing him aside before ducking underneath Heatwave's blast and uppercutting him. A bolt of lightning flies past him as he narrowly dodges it, and he runs up to the mirrors to dodge the bolts running off of them. Golden Glider slides out of a mirror, wrapping her ribbons around the Flash, but he uses his own momentum to throw her into Weather Wizard, stopping the both of them. He then tells the rogues, it's over, but Captain Cold grabs a hostage, demanding that Flash stop and let them go. Flash smiles. You won't do it. You told me once the rogues have a code. No killing. Snart snaps at him. There's exceptions to the rule. It's fight or flight, Flash. Do you want to see how cold-blooded I can be? Not really, but there is something I do know. Snart is right-handed. In a whoosh, the Flash grabs the hostage, freeing her from Cold's grasp, and then he comes back with the full speed of a speedster, punching Captain Cold and shattering him. You're a mirror construct. You're not the real Snart. He then looks at Mirror Master. This is your doing. Where are the rogues? None of them were here. He runs over to grab Mirror Master, but Mirror Master begins to fall backwards, smirking. Bravo, Flash. You see, we needed to get you out of the city for every second possible, but that's also why we chose this museum. It has mirrors everywhere. All over the museum, Mirror Master begins to step out of his mirrors as mirror constructs of Flash, and they begin to grab the hostages. He rockets around, breaking apart the constructs of himself, but he did so quickly that all of the mirrors cut up his fist. Then all of the shards of the mirror become a giant mirror Flash, which begins to mirror his very speed. It grabs the Flash, slamming him into a giant mirror with Mirror Master taunting him. So he thinks of only one answer to this problem: turn the mirror shards into dust. So he vibrates at the speed of 10,000 vibrations a second. All of the shards begin to turn to dust, except as he was facing off against himself, Mirror Master grabbed the statue and made a break for it before warning the Flash that the rogues were just getting started. Flash splits back to Central City to see the horrible truth. The rogues have finally won. They split up and hit multiple locations. How can the Flash catch them if he doesn't know where to run? Standing in the crime scene of one of the heists, Iris West walks over asking Flash how he lost to the rogues. He tells her he isn't sure. He honestly doesn't even know what they stole here. She explains that she was hoping that the rogues would finally realize that the city wants them to be heroes, but sadly it looks like they slipped right back into being villains. Flash tells her that he's given them so many chances, hoped for some good in them, but they've always proved him wrong, and that he thinks about what Iris got him thinking about. Wait, what did they steal? He counts up everything stolen, and all of it was big and bold items, from the statue to every jewel in a jewelry store to everything in a bank, including the safety deposit boxes. It was their biggest heist ever. It was their last heist, which means they don't ever intend on coming back to Central City, and if you weren't coming home ever again, where would you go? He runs over to each of their homes and he finds Heatwave standing in front of his childhood home holding flowers. I went to their graves first, Heatwave, but then I remembered your old childhood home. Heatwave doesn't turn around to face the Flash. Instead, he slowly puts on his helmet and he tells him, "I only have one regret, Flash. That's that I didn't burn down the whole neighborhood." And with that, he begins to light up all of the houses around them, setting fires in every single home. Flash quickly runs into each building, rescuing the poor civilians, and then he comes rocketing back to face off against Heatwave, but he gets a full blast of the heat gun. He drops to the ground as Heatwave walks over. "I've never burned you this bad, Flash. After a few months of skin grafts, you'll be okay." He then walks away to meet with the rest of the rogues. They're meeting on a boat offshore, and when Heatwave shows up, he tells them that he got to burn the Flash. Captain Cold knows the truth, doesn't he? The Flash didn't lose to Heatwave. He let himself get burnt so that he can follow him. As he tells them to get ready to roll, the Flash is instantly on the boat, taking out every rogue except for Cold. He then walks over to Cold, and Cold freezes his foot in place. "You see, Flash, I know the truth. The Flash always beats the rogues. So while they were stealing the money, I broke into Star Labs to steal something else. The specs for the black hole weapon that created the Speed Force storm and threw you for a loop." He then pulls out a new weapon. "Say hello to my black ice gun. Let's see how smart you are now." Using his new Speed Force black hole empowered ice gun, he begins to spread ice over everything, blasting the Flash over and over, and he can't outrun it because it's empowered by the black hole, which is slightly empowered by the Speed Force itself. The battle is epic, and the Flash asks him, "Why do this? You took the black hole tech and you were able to reverse engineer it into something like this? You could work for Star Labs. Do good for the city." "You want me to work a desk job, Flash? That's a waste of a life, buddy. I love being a rogue." Flash keeps trying to reach Captain Cold, but again and again he blasts him with the black ice, holding him in place, and the ice combined with the black hole tech begins to literally start to tear apart the Flash. "We like being rogues, just like you like being the Flash. Admit it, you don't play hero for them. You play it because it gets your rocks off. Admit it." Using everything he has, the Flash vibrates at just the right speed, creating a heat wall around his body to keep the cold away from him. Then, super heated up, he charges forward shouting, "Never!" and he punches Captain Cold out. He then tries to dismantle the black ice gun, except the rest of the rogues have woken up, and the Flash is now weakened. Using the last bits of his energy, he begins to battle against them, and he turns to them all. "You claim that Central City is your turf, that what you stole, you only stole while protecting the city. But look at the damage you've caused. It goes deeper than the stuff you steal. The people hide from the rogues, not out of respect, but out of fear." Golden Glider comes out of nowhere, wrapping up the weakened Flash Flash and she puts the black ice gun to his head. You know, maybe that's what's been holding the rogues back. The whole moral code thing. We could just end this now. Captain Cold steps forward, holding his hands out, trying to talk her down. Sis, give me the gun. But she throws the tied up Flash to the ground, hops on his back with the gun pressed to his head. How many times have we done this, Leonard? Even this time, our last heist, the Flash couldn't let us go. Everyone tried to talk her down, but they couldn't. And Lisa Snart pulled the trigger, trying to murder the Flash, except the gun backfired, throwing her back, freeing the Flash, and in an instant, he finished off all of the rogues. When he tried to dismantle the gun, he must have caused a short circuit, and if he hadn't, he would have been dead. Captain Cold told the Flash that what he was doing was for himself, not the people. But the truth is, yes, he does it for himself, because giving the people of Central City an opportunity for justice brings a smile to the Flash's face. The fact that Cold thinks that that is selfish says more about Cold than Flash. For those of you who don't know, over the last year we were introduced to Wally West from the New 52. The man that he thought to be his uncle was actually his father, Daniel West. But to make the situation even more confusing for poor Wally, his father was the Reverse Flash. He was placed into Iron Heights just as Wally was gaining his own speed powers. He is only reminded of this when he wakes up from a dream where he came face to face with Daniel. After a brief breakfast with Barry's father, Iris, and himself, Wally is obviously disturbed, not knowing anything that's going on, and he runs off. Before vanishing, Daniel told Wally that he was trying to pay for his crimes as the Reverse Flash. But Barry and Iris knew that Daniel was the killer, and he wouldn't change. He told them so. So Barry decided once he changed into the Flash costume that maybe it was a good day for Wally to go and see Daniel again at Iron Heights, as no one has seen or heard from Daniel ever since Wally went there the last time. But Wally informs Flash that Daniel was actually moved to Louisiana during that whole situation where the Flash was dealing with the rogues. And Flash knows what this means. Belle Reve. With a crack of lightning and thunder, Flash and Kid Flash make their way out there. All around the grounds in the pouring rain are dozens of guards. And if you're a Flash and you want to get in undetected, that's perfect. With each bolt of lightning, our heroes move into the prison, and they enter deeper still. Wally notices the whole place looks like Guantanamo Bay, not a simple prison. Why would Daniel be here? He begins to panic, which causes him to run more and the guards to find him. Barry hits top speed, running around the guards in their battle suits, dismantling the suits, leaving a bunch of men in their underwear. And as more guards arrive, someone yells, "Stop!" with the commanding voice of a person that you don't want to cross. Barry and Wally see Amanda Waller, and she asks what is he doing there. Barry approaches her asking where Daniel West is, and she sternly tells him that they have no record of a Daniel West. Wally yells out that he has proof, and she tells him that no matter what he has, there's no one here. Also, if they don't leave right away, she'll make room for a breaking and entering speedster. Barry grabs Wally by the arm and they leave the area. Wally demands that they go back and they find Daniel, but Barry explains that he has a better idea. If Daniel was ever in Belle Reve, then he knows someone who might have an answer. And they run off to the Australian outback and Digger Harkness. He's gotten himself into another bar fight, except he quickly cuts apart the men trying to beat him with his razor-sharp boomerangs. Then, as he's about to cut a guy's throat, there's a whoosh, and the boomerang is lifted out of the air. Should have known he'd be in trouble, Digger. And the men then jump on Digger as he tells the Flash, "Hey, Flasher, good to see you, mate." He begins to fight back, asking who the wee bit is. But as Barry debates if he really wants to help Digger, a net is thrown over them and all three of them are captured for entering the Weaver clan's web. Quickly, all three of them are tied to a post to hold them in place. Captain Boomerang asks Flash why he isn't leaving, and he explains that this Weaver's web is weird, as electricity has its own vibration. So Captain Boomerang has another plan, an offer. The leader walks over wanting to know what Boomerang could possibly have for him, and he tells him, why not sell the gun that was able to kill the Flash? The boss thinks about it and then he sucker punches Digger. I like your idea, so the Flash will run with you. And if you don't, Flash, we'll show your little sidekick how sharp Digger's boomerangs can really be. With a whoosh, Flash and Digger hit the ground running as they open fire with their firepower trying to hit the Flash. But while they try to shoot at the fastest man alive, Wally informs them that the webs that held the Flash in place only did so because he was trying to vibrate. But you see, when Wally tries to do that, he blows up. So he blows up the bindings holding him and he begins to drop each one of the thugs shooting at the Flash. Wally grabs a boomerang and throws it, slicing through the guns, and then he bounces it all over, distracting the men with the guns, allowing him to drop each of them. With the mess complete and the night coming upon them, our heroes and one villain stop to talk. And Wally asks the question, what happened to Daniel West? Boomerang shrugs it off. Don't know what you're talking about, kid. He's my dad. And that, right there, causes Digger to stop. No lie, I just want the truth. Oh, bugger. He pulls off his hat and he tells him, here's how it went down. The Suicide Squad was sent on a mission to stop the League of Assassins outside of Turkey when it all went kind of sideways. There was a bomb that could kill a lot of kids. West decided that he couldn't let that stand, and he went back to get the bomb and throw it into the ocean. He saved a lot of people, but he wasn't fast enough. That's the truth. Your old man died a hero. Sorry, kid. Wally runs off and Barry turns to Digger. Digger, I never expected a thanks, Flash. Go after the kid. So Barry chases him back down and Wally shouts to him, You knew, didn't you? I didn't know for sure. When we went to Belle Reve, that's what you were worried about, that he was sent on some Suicide Squad. And Barry tries to tell Wally to come back with him. They can talk about it at home. But Wally is confused. He's angry. He's hurt that his father couldn't just tell him the truth, that he was his father. Did he not want to be Wally's father? So Barry finally decides that it's time and he removes his cowl, telling Wally that there is nothing wrong with him. Wally's eyes light up as he finally sees the truth about the Flash's secret identity, that he is in fact Barry Allen. Barry explains that Eobard Thawne, his own Reverse Flash, went back in time and murdered his mother. He then lets Wally take all of that in, and Wally asks him, Does Iris know? Barry explains that he keeps his identity secret for fear of his enemies finding out and harming those that he loves. Wally turns off to look into the desert. You're a liar. If you cared about Iris, you'd have told her a long time ago, Barry. Just like my dad lied to me. And then he runs off, leaving Barry to think about that. Meanwhile, over in Iron Heights, there is a man. A prisoner, so dangerous that he is left in a full-body suit. A suit that limits his movement, but not in a normal way. This suit doesn't allow him to move even a fraction of an angstorm, the smallest unit of measurement in the world. In this prisoner's cell, there's a crack and a boom, and lightning shoots across the cell and dances across the floor, because someone has just been freed. Someone that has ruined Barry Allen's life. Someone named Eobard Thawne. With the Speed Force swirling around him, he smiles a sinister grin. I remember. The Batman, Thomas Wayne, killed me in Flashpoint. I should teach his son a lesson. Iris West is sitting at a table taking small notes as a woman explains that Godspeed took her son from her. He did such a large amount of damage to the body that they couldn't even have an open casket. She explains that Kyle was a dumb kid. He didn't ask to gain those powers from the Speed Force storm, and now his body is stolen. Iris pauses. Stolen? Yes, the cops didn't tell me anything about it, but they say that it's a part of an ongoing investigation. Iris explains that that is because that's what they say when they're worried that the facts of that case could tip off the guilty party. The woman turns to her. Do you have any kids? I take care of my nephew. If this happened to your nephew, wouldn't you want answers? Iris left the house thinking about that, and it brought her to the grave of Kyle, and then to the other surviving families. Someone's been going around stealing the bodies of the victims of Godspeed. Luckily, she knows someone who works in the CCPD. Barry Allen runs into his office to have a seat just as Iris walks in. In her hands is a cup of coffee, and then she hands it to him and he chuckles. You know, before we were dating, you used to bring me coffee when you wanted a story. Iris smiles. It's the Godspeed victims. The bodies are missing and I was hoping to find out what the CCPD knows. Barry smiles back. I would love to help, but it seems like you know as much as the CCPD. Iris leans against his desk. Well, there's one person unaccounted for who you knew a bit more closely. Mina. She was murdered in the Star Labs Speed Force Training Center by Godspeed. And you two were, well, close. Barry looks away from her, so Iris jumps in quickly. Look, Barry, if I'm crossing the line here, I'm sorry. No, it's okay, Iris. Mina's body was donated to Star Labs along with her speed suit. That's what she wanted. Anything else is confidential. So Iris tells him thank you and leaves after kissing him on the forehead. This isn't the end of the investigation, though. Iris needs to go see if Mina's body is there. So she decides to go to Star Labs secretly. But the moment that she walks into the Speed Force training facility, she sees dust, cobwebs, and everything untouched. Until someone finds her there, telling her that she isn't supposed to be in there. This makes Iris's reporter sense tingle, and she looks around the woman stopping her to see something that she never thought she'd see. Black hole operating again out of Star Labs, and they're moving caskets around with the missing bodies. The woman tries to stop Iris, but she flips her over her shoulder and knocks her out. She then grabs the black hole suit and helmet as the guards walk over from hearing the noise. The doctor who came to check on her is named Dr. Husk, and he asks if she's okay, thinking that Iris is a Dr. Holt, the woman who was over here and was trying to stop Iris. Iris pretends to be her and tells him that she's fine. So he asks if she did the data wipe, because they can't have anyone when accessing Mina's data. They talk about the last situation where the Flash stopped Dr. Carver, so Iris asks if they're going to go free Dr. Carver from Iron Heights. Husk tells her no, but no one really cares about the Godspeed victims, so they can run as many tests on them as they please. It's a good thing that they have a friend in Star Labs to allow for this. And Iris slips, asking, "Who?" Husk turns over to her, looking at her mask closely. "What do you mean, who?" Meanwhile, outside, the Flash is en route because he realized that if you tell Iris where the body is, she's going to investigate. So maybe the Flash should run in and see what's going on. But as the Flash arrives, a bunch of the devices launch out of the ground and into his shin, shocking him with Speed Force energy, dropping him right there. Husk sees his win and he turns to Iris, thinking that she's Holt, with no time to verify that it is actually her, and he tells her, "Be a dear and finish off the Flash with a black hole gun." Well, of course she doesn't shoot the Flash, as she shoots the gun at Husk, blasting his controller in his hand, the one that controls the devices in the Flash's shin. So the Flash removes them and ties up all of the black hole agents and stops Husk. He takes off, allowing the police to arrive on the scene as Iris directs them where they need to be, and then he returns as Barry Allen. But the other police officers comment how it's weird that Barry even showed up. He had the night off, but here he is. Iris begins to wonder, why would Barry lie about that to her? Is there something that he's hiding? And she also wonders, who was the person helping Black Hole from Star Labs? Meanwhile, at the Black Hole's central facility, we see that person. Someone that went missing. Someone that Barry Allen assumed had to be alive because he never found a body. Mina. She's the Black Hole operative. Tale begins with a hockey game. The final minute of a match between the Gotham Blades and the Metropolis Mammoths. In an Arkham Asylum, a blonde-haired inmate starts to put something together in her mind. She cries out, panicking, "They're going to kill him!" She turns to her fellow inmates and she grabs her head. "Stop it! Stop it! I can't stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Can't you see? Superman won't come! Our friends will die! The Legion will die! No one will stop it! No one will save us!" And then we fade away from Saturn Girl. Deep in the Batcave, Batman stares at an enormous series of monitors, each with a view of the button, and he watches the hockey game. He twirls it between his fingers as he watches the puck hit the ground, and two of the players begin to fistfight. They have a history, the announcers say. This was in the making, the audience says. But neither man is giving up ground, and they hit each other so hard that one man hits the ground and everyone begs for him to stop. The fight is over. As they pull one man off of another, Batman turns off the television and he throws the button over to the table. The one where he's been keeping the Psycho Pirate's mask ever since he got it from the man himself. The two land next to each other, and there's a slight spark and a faint noise. Batman turns to see what's going on, and the button sends out a current of lightning that hits Batman in the chest, throwing him back. He looks up to see another Batman, a man from another time, a man from the Flashpoint event called Thomas Wayne. Thomas looks down at his son and he calls out, "Bruce?" And in response to that, Bruce reaches out, "Father?" And then Thomas Wayne fades from the vision of the Dark Knight. So he calls up a friend. "Flash, something's happened with the button. Can you come over here?" And Flash tells him that he's a bit caught up with about 37 samurais attacking him. So give him 1 minute and he'll be there. Then Batman hears the telltale crack of a speedster's lightning. "You said 1 minute, Flash. Of all people, I never expected you to be early." "Flash? No." And then the Reverse Flash punches Batman to the ground. Quite the reverse, actually. With 56 seconds until the Flash arrives, Reverse Flash begins to talk. "My name is Eobard Thawne, and I've been dead for quite some time. I should be dead for quite some more time." And then with 53 seconds left, he stomps over at the button on the ground. "But a power, it awoke me. It called out to me, for me, and I am resurrected." Batman leaps at him, but he vibrates, letting Batman hit the floor. "Oh, you want to fight some more?" At second 47, Reverse Flash cracks Batman with a right, and then a left, and then an uppercut. At 46 seconds remaining, he throws another left and then a right. And then at 45 seconds remaining, he hits Batman across the face. With 44 seconds remaining, he grabs him. "You're still alive? How fun!" He begins to run around the Batcave, throwing Batman into the trophies and devices that he has around, until he finally comes to the letter that his father gave him from Flashpoint, with 37 seconds remaining. He tears it up with Batman calling out, "No!" And then he throws it in the air like confetti. "Oh yes!" And now we have 29 seconds remaining until the Flash arrives. Reverse Flash begins to vibrate, making it so that Batman can't do anything to him. And Batman tells him, "There's one thing I know about speedsters. To blur, you have to be touching something on the ground." And he drives a batarang into Reverse Flash's foot, pinning him there. At 22 seconds remaining, Batman gets up for round 2, punching with a right and then a left. In Reverse Flash, Sonic claps him into his monitors. You have to know, you can't win! Batman wipes the blood from his face. Oh, I know, but I don't need to win. I just need 11 seconds. At the 10-second mark, Reverse Flash runs in, punching Batman over and over, and Batman even manages to get a shot in himself, so Reverse Flash pins him to the ground, pummeling him, and then he lifts him up. Batman looks him in the eyes. 1. And nothing happens. I guess overtime. Reverse Flash knocks Batman out and stands over him. Pathetic. He slowly walks over to the button and he picks it up and he vanishes. He then returns moments later with a blue fire burning on him. God! He falls to his knees. I saw God! And he dies. That's when the Flash runs in apologizing for being late. He tried to save the hockey player who was beat, but he was too late. And then he looks down to see the dead Reverse Flash and an unconscious Batman. Flash gets Batman up to his bed where Alfred begins to take care of him and he begins to go over the crime scene. The Reverse Flash is there as a skeleton and he's trying to figure out what happened. Eventually he realizes there's only one witness, so he goes to talk to Batman and they decide to figure out what's going on. Batman tells him that Eobard said that he saw God. Flash tells Batman that he knows Thawne's vibrations, and there was something weird about them on his corpse. It's almost as if he traveled throughout space and time. How did he get back to the cave? Batman then explains that he put the button next to Psycho Pirate's mask and he saw something. A ghost of his father. They go over their notes. This all started the night that Wally West returned. Flash has also been seeing things such as Eobard Thawne and the Helmet of Mercury. The helmet apparently gave him hope. Batman asks Flash what he isn't telling him, and Flash tells him that he'll update him when he gets info. Within a short amount of time, Flash has made his way up to the Justice League Watchtower. It is here that they house all of the artifacts that they've come across. He thought back to the day that Wally returned from the Speed Force, and Wally told him that there was somebody watching them. He never saw who it was, but they're out there, and they're waiting to attack. Wally said that whoever this was more powerful than Darkseid. Flash runs over to a sheet, pulling it off, and there sits the Cosmic Treadmill, the tool that the Flash uses to travel through time, the thing that he swore that he would never use after he created the Flashpoint universe. But as he goes to get on it, Batman steps out of the shadows. This is my case too, Barry. Flash tries to tell him no, but of course, that doesn't work as Batman and the Flash get on the treadmill together. And he begins to run faster than light! All around them is a blinding white light as they begin to run through the time stream. Flash notices that things aren't right immediately. Around them are different timelines, separate from the one that they live in. Different outfits, altered histories, even timelines where individuals have died. And behind them is a time storm, which is getting closer and closer, and the Flash knows what this means. They can't get caught up in it or they won't even know where they land. He has to run faster! But he isn't fast enough as he gets hit by the storm with a full Kaboom! Batman and Flash go flying off of the treadmill with Batman holding onto it with a batarang and the Flash zipping around trying to get back on. But the white light of time begins to close around them. It begins to swallow them up. And then the treadmill hits the ground, breaking into pieces. They both get up looking around and Batman sees that this is his cave, but different. And the Flash realizes where they are. Batman sees the gun that killed his parents, and he sees a glass case. He lowers his cowl as he looks at it. How is it here? I never recovered it. And then Batman turns to see another Batman, his father. And Thomas Wayne turns to Bruce. I did this all because of you, son. Thomas continues. Everything I did because I wanted to save you. In the final fight, the Flash gave me hope for you, and I put my faith into him that you would be saved and I would die. And the nightmare of the Flashpoint universe would end. But something put this world on life support. The nightmare didn't stop. The war continued, the fights, the floods, the deaths of millions. I was a fool to think that I could do anything to save my son. And now, my enemies come for me. Wonder Woman and Aquaman finally agreed on something, and they both have sent their soldiers to put me down. I decided to take them with me. But now here you are, and this isn't real! He grabs Flash by the throat, but the Flash vibrates out of it, telling him, Dr. Wayne, please listen to me. Something went wrong. It's been months since I repaired the timeline, since I left and changed it all back. But there's something that has kept this universe around, and we are trying to follow its trail. How is it even possible? The Flash says, kneeling down to feel the vibrations. Flashpoint was never an alternate timeline, but an alternate history. It should no longer exist. It's being held in place like those visions that we saw on the time stream. I don't understand any of this, but I have to rebuild the Cosmic Treadmill. It should only take me a minute. And then Thomas Wayne looks at the stairs. We don't have a minute. Both Batmen drop their cowls and they jump into battle as the Flash rebuilds the treadmill. And as they complete the fight, the entire world begins to shake. It begins to fall apart. It's being let go of, finally. Bruce turns to his father. Your letter. It was the greatest gift that anyone's ever given to me. Bruce, After I read it, I knew I would never get a chance to respond. But if I did, there was one thing that I wanted to tell you above anything else. You're a grandfather. I have a son. Flash turns to them. Batman, the treadmill's at full power without me on it. We have to go, now. Bruce turns back to his father. Come with me, please. And Thomas turns back to him, throwing him onto the treadmill with the Flash. The universe around them begins to fade away into the time stream. Flash, you promised me that you would save my son, now do it! Thomas calls out. Bruce tries to fight against him. Barry, let me go! But Thomas looks at them as they begin to fade away into the time stream. You were my world, son. I delivered you myself, and the moment that I saw you, I know that every choice that I've ever made has been for the right reasons, because they led to you. You're the greatest gift that this life has ever given to me, and there is more that I should have shared with you in that letter. So listen to me. Don't be Batman. Find happiness. Please don't do this. Don't do it for me. Don't do it for your mother. Be a father in the way that I never could for you. Let the Batman die with me. Bruce calls out, we can save you! And then cracoom! They all vanish. Thomas stares at the dust cloud where they once were. You have. He throws the trigger to the bombs in the Batcave aside and he drops his cowl. And then he turns to the white light. Waynes never stay down. We rise! And he fades into oblivion. As Batman and Flash begin to run through the time stream again, Batman tries to convince Flash to turn around, but the Flash turns to him. There's nothing to return to. That world is gone. So Batman asks the next question. The button came to the cave. Why did it bring us to the Flashpoint universe? And behind them is the Reverse Flash running past them. Coming through, Flash! How on earth did you get ahead of me? Let alone find me? Batman and the Flash are shocked, but Batman sees Thawne holding the button and he tells Flash, he's holding the button. This is before he runs off and dies. So Flash calls out, stop! Stop or you'll die, Thawne! And Thawne shouts back, I know where this button comes from, Flash, and they've never faced someone like me! And he continues to barrel on into the time stream. Flash calls out, Thawne, I've seen your future. You're going to die if you keep going. My future, Barry? Like the day that you broke my neck? Or the day that you watched Batman's father slide a sword in my back? Empty threats to a living paradox. There is no future. There is no past. Then a big bolt of lightning hits between them, and as the Flash calls out to Thawne again, he feels another force. Barry, I'm here. Batman asks him, did you hear that? And Flash tells him it's nothing. It's the time stream calling out to you. Thawne turns back to the two of them. I have an idea, Barry. Once I have this power, I'll go back and make you my son. I'll become a social worker and raise you. Make you my acolyte. And at that moment, the treadmill begins to fall apart and fall to pieces. Batman tells Flash, we need to land somewhere, Barry. And the Flash tells him, I have to catch Thawne. And Thawne gives the grin of the psychotic Reverse Flash. Like always, you're too late, Barry. I'm here. Your life is about to be undone. He arrives alone in open space with nothing but the ground and the person in front of him waiting. He looks down at the button, pulsing with power. Hello, you don't have to be shy now. I can feel your presence, like a wave of static electricity. It's powerful. I'll admit to the fact that I've never encountered anything quite like this. You've done such strange things to the timeline, things that I won't begin to question, and you've remained hidden from all of them, but I'm not like them. My existence is the only constant in a sea of possibilities. I cannot be erased by anyone, by you. Show yourself! Thawne looks up, and he sees the blue light, and it begins to swirl around him, and he realizes his mistake. My God, wait, I didn't know! The blue light touches him, and it begins to pull him apart at the seams. Please, I don't want to die! But before he can even finish his sentence, he's pulled apart and turned into the skeleton from the start of our story. Meanwhile, Batman and Flash hear the scream from Thawne, and they're tumbling through the time stream. But Flash hears another voice. Barry, I'm here. Flash and Batman begin to fall out of time and space itself. Flash grabs onto the treadmill for his life, and Batman is clinging on, hoping that the Flash has the answer. And both of them hear that voice again. Barry. Batman looks at him. Barry, listen to that voice. Grab onto it. Bruce, we don't know where it'll take us. We don't have a choice. The voice calls out again. Right here. Say my name. Say Jay. Flash is confused. Jay? And cracoom! A speedster's lightning flies through the time stream as Jay Garrick arrives on the scene. At last, I'm free! He leaps in front of both of our heroes, grabbing them, trying to run them through the time stream. He screams out as the time and space streams around him are trying to absorb him, Flash, and Batman. And when he finally gets his footing, he's off! Hang on! Power enough to get you! And then he throws them out of the time stream. Home! Cracoom! The echoes of a speedster's lightning ring throughout the Batcave as Batman and Flash have arrived. Flash turns to Jay and asks him, who are you? Did you kill Thawne? What do you want with us? Jay struggles because, like Wally, the Speed Force is pulling at him, trying to return him back to where it was hiding him. I didn't kill anyone, Barry. He stands with smoke and lightning flowing off of him. My name is Jay Garrick. I'm your friend, a Flash. Listen to me. I need you to remember. If you remember me like you did Wally. Barry thinks hard and a sad look begins to grow on his face. He told me I forget things. People. Someone did this. Do you know who it was? And then the time stream begins to reabsorb Jay. They took everything from me, Barry. I don't know how and I don't know why. Barry reaches his arm out. What is your name? What was it again? And then Krakoom! A giant bolt of blue lightning reaches out and grabs Jay, removing him from the timeline again. Smoke swirls on the floor of the Batcave, and the Flash helps Batman up. The man said that he knew me, the same way that Wally did, but he's not here. Maybe he's from another timeline. Maybe I wasn't the lightning rod that he needed to stay grounded. The next day, Bruce and Barry stand in front of the grave of Thomas and Martha Wayne. Barry asks him, I wonder if all of this was Thawne's doing. Time rupturing, changing, people fading in and out of reality, like your father and that other Flash. He died. But maybe his death is what triggered all of this. Maybe there's no one else to chase. I appreciate you trying to close the case, Barry, but it's far from closed. So what? Our primary suspect is God? For now, that's all we have. The two of them walk away from this. For now. And off in space, something with blue light is watching over the planet. But back in Wayne Manor, Bruce is looking out the window, thinking about what his father told him. Don't be Batman. Find happiness. The bat signal shines in the sky, and he remembers the next words. Let Batman die with me. Alfred walks over to see Bruce looking into the sky at the signal. Sir, aren't you going to answer that? Bruce looks, and then he hangs his head low. And out in a time and place unknown to us, the button is sitting on the ground as the blue light draws closer to it, and we see the blue hand of Dr. Manhattan reach down and pick it up. Why does my perception of time distress you? Everything is preordained, even my responses. We're all puppets, Laurie. I'm just a puppet who can see the strings. Welcome to the 25th century and the Flash Museum. Around you is the museum featuring many of the Flash's enemies and friends on display for the world to see. On the left, you'll see Godspeed's uniform, and then Kid Flashes, and then multiple Flash suits, along with a montage of the Justice League and the Flash. Normally, the museum is full of Flash's adoring fans, those who yearn to know the Flash in a way that we do. But I felt like you deserved a private tour. And for our first history lesson, let me tell you about a man that I know quite well. Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash, Professor Zoom. He was many things to many people, but to the Flash, he was his ally, his partner, his best friend. And this is his story. Back in our current day, Barry Allen stands over the body of the Reverse Flash. Recently, Barry went on a time-traveling adventure with Batman to discover the mastermind behind all of the DC Rebirth timeline stuff. They failed to find the culprit, but in their adventure, Reverse Flash was murdered. We'll link that story down below. And in front of him, Barry is trying to figure out what happened. How did the Reverse Flash die? The doctors walk into the room and Barry walks out. But there's something funny about the Reverse Flash. You see, he's time-traveled so much that he is a living paradox. To actually kill him, well, it's near impossible. And that's when a spark of life begins to form in his eye socket. But for Barry, he's been so absorbed that he's missing a key moment of his life. His birthday. And as Iris drags him to all of his friends, they shout, "Happy birthday!" Everyone is cheering for Barry, but he can't help but think about everything that is going on. He traveled through time with Batman, and it wasn't exactly just an excellent adventure. There was so much more happening. Like the appearance of another speedster, one that seemingly saved Barry and Bruce. The man with a weird tin helmet, and he knew Barry, but Barry couldn't think of his name. Whoever he was, he had been removed from the timeline. Or Thomas Wayne's final words to Bruce, where he told him to give up being Batman. Those words now haunt Bruce. Barry looks over at Wally and sees that he's still ignoring him because before all of this, he told Wally his identity. But Wally was mad that Barry hadn't told Iris. Barry then glances at Iris and he thinks about it. He told himself that he wouldn't tell her to keep her safe. And that's not really the reason. She's the greatest woman that he knows and he didn't want to lose her. He then pictures Reverse Flash coming in. Lose her to Thawne. Eobard is faster than both Flash and Kid Flash, and in a blink of an eye, Barry would be powerless to watch as Reverse Flash murdered everyone that he knows. But then he snaps out of it. Is his fear of losing everyone what is keeping him from telling Iris everything? Everyone continues talking about new houses, new lives, new jobs. The world is moving around Barry faster than he even realizes, and he seems lost in his own thoughts. Iris walks over smiling at him. don't go doing one of your disappearing acts, Barry Allen. And then, something unexpected happens. Hal Jordan walks over. Looks like I'm right on time, he smiles at his oldest friend. He hands Barry a box with a plane in it, and Barry tells him, "Great gift. I loved it when I gave it to you 2 years ago, Hal." Hal looks around apologetic. "Well, I haven't been home in a while. Are you sure you gave that to me?" "It's been too long, Hal. It's just good to see you." Hal Jordan left the planet a long time ago to go on a crazy space adventure saving the entire galaxy, and I'll link that entire playlist to you down below. Hal smiles at Iris as she walks over. "And who is this lovely lady, Barry?" So Barry introduces his girlfriend, Iris West. But she pulls Barry aside for a moment after shaking Hal's hand. She looks at him. "You aren't off the hook because of Flyboy there. Where are you, Barry? We're all here for you, and you aren't here." Barry tries to talk his way out of it, but Iris goes on. "Look, I know you're hiding something. Why don't you just rip the Band-Aid off and fess up?" Barry's surprised. What? What do you mean?" Just then, people come running by shouting for everyone to get out of there, run away! And Barry sees one of his villains, Danton Black, aka Multiplex. He tells Iris to go and he looks at his oldest friend. "Let's suit up." He runs past Wally telling him to get Iris out of there, and then he runs towards Multiplex with Hal as the red and the green wrap around them, because Flash and Green Lantern are here. Multiplex is surrounding a woman with his multiple clones of himself, his power, telling her that she needs to come back to him. She belongs to him! And Flash runs in with the Green Lantern cracking a joke. "Sounds like you're not the only one with relationship problems, Flash." Was it that obvious? They save everyone and knock out the clones before running over to see an army of more arriving. Hal looks at him. "Think you're fast enough to grab the girl while I clear a path?" And as Hal bulldozes all of the multiplexes, he tells him, "Here I thought your party would be dull," and Flash grabs the woman. This reminds Flash why things don't work for him. People like Multiplex, they don't stop. They go after the people that Barry loves, his friends, his family. And even when those stalkers aren't present, they make it so that every moment of your life is about them, attacking even when you least expect it. Thawne went after Batman and he nearly killed him. And Barry begins to think about how he'll never forget seeing Bruce's broken body on the cave floor. What if Thawne were to attack Hal like that? But while Flash is lost in his own head again, Hal begins to shout, "Barry! Barry!" And Flash looks over to see a literal wave of multiplexes coming at them. But while the Flash and the Green Lantern are trying to resolve this, Wally West carries Iris back to their house. As they walk in, Wally decides that it's time to tell Iris about Daniel. Iris tells him that she knows that he's worried about becoming that monster. But when he was the Reverse Flash, and another voice stops her there. "Actually, I hate to quibble, but..." That's when we see Eobard Thawne sitting on the couch. "There's only one Reverse Flash!" Back at the park, Multiplex is spawning more and more duplicates to lose Hal and Flash in the crowd. But back with Iris. Reverse Flash sees Iris, telling her, "It's so good to see you, young and full of life, Miss West." Wally shouts for her to run for it, and in an instant, Eobard is standing in the doorway. "You know, in my time, I was an expert at all things Flash. But for some reason, all of that has changed." Wally hurls a speedster lightning bolt at Thawne, but he bats it away while yawning. "You know, I've raced against all of the Flash's proteges. But you, young Wallace West, you are new. A clear example of the Flash's history being altered. I was hoping that you can help me fill in some of the blanks." Eobard runs around, throwing Wally and Iris into the air, and as Iris grabs for her phone, he smashes that as well. Wally suits up. "How about the Kid Flash kicks your butt?" And Eobard looks at him. "There he is. Tell me something, what kind of Kid Flash are you? Are you impulsive? Or the kind that'll live in the Flash's shadow forever?" While this is going on, Flash runs so quick that he brings everything down to speedster time, allowing him to see the minor movements of everyone to find Multiplex, slowing everything down. But while he did that for that reason, Reverse Flash did it to beat the tar out of Kid Flash, making him regret fighting him within seconds. In that slowed down time state, Flash notices Multiplex looking around at all of them, looking for something. And he realizes that's the main one. He's looking for the girl. But back with Kid Flash and Reverse Flash, Eobard catches Kid Flash's fist with a boom! And then he throws Kid Flash, stomping on his leg, breaking it. "You aren't even the real Wallace West!" Back in the park, Hal sees Flash grab the main multiplex and they've won again. But back at the house, Eobard stomps on Wally's leg again. "You see, right now the Speed Force is trying to heal your leg. But Wallace reforming her bone and your muscles, lo and happen if I broke it again." Iris gets up running towards Eobard, trying her best to hit him, drop him, stop him somehow. "I'm surprised by you, Miss West. After everything your father and brother put you through, how could you let a man like the Flash into your home?" And she asks him, "What are you talking about?" So he grabs her by the wrist. "Oh, you don't know? Well, that's an interesting twist." Back in the park, Flash and Hal are sitting above everyone on a construct bar, so Barry can tell Hal everything. Barry isn't sure what to do, and Hal tells him, life is short, don't hold back. They say their farewells, and Hal goes back into space to continue on his space adventures. Barry runs back to the West household, determined to do the right thing finally, because life is short, or it can be long, but every second is a gift. He walks up to the door to find it ajar, and already he's unsettled by that. He walks in to find the place torn apart and Kid Flash on the ground groaning. He sees Barry and he tells him, the Speed Force is trying to heal me, but something is wrong. And Barry asks, where is Iris? Wally points to the wall. Thawne, he left you a message. Barry looks up to see, you know where I live. In the far-flung future, Reverse Flash carries Iris there, and he murders someone before her eyes. She tries to run, but he cuts her off. I have to give you a gift. The gift of remembering a past life. One where I murdered you.
Who is the Flash? For centuries, people saw the Flash as a hero. He was their savior. They idolized him. It was deeper than worship. They felt as if he was one of them. They thought he understood them. It's funny, isn't it? How you can watch someone from afar and think you know them. The truth is, only we really know the man behind the mask. And right now, that man is giving everything that he has. Eobard Thawne, aka the Reverse Flash, has arrived in the present day, kidnapping Iris West, and he has run her into the far-flung future. The Flash is now on his cosmic treadmill trying to catch up. But as he is running faster than ever, he begins to think back to when he met Eobard. He ran into the 25th century once before, and as he entered the future, amazed by it, next to him was an individual in his own costume. He reached out, shaking the Flash's hand, and then he removed his cowl to reveal his true face. He explains that his name is Eobard Thawne, and he's a huge fan of the Flash. He harnessed the residual traces of the Speed Force from one of the old suits the Flash wore to gain powers similar to the Flash. Barry removes his cowl and he smiles. A future Flash? I never thought I'd see that. Well, friend, want me to teach you some tricks of the trade? They both suited back up and they began to run, with Barry telling Eobard that he can call him Barry Allen. But Barry quickly discovered that Eobard wasn't a hero. He was putting people into danger so that he could appear to be the hero. Barry beat Eobard, and as Eobard was trying to tell him that he can fix this, that he can become the hero that Barry thought that he was, Barry had him locked up. The next time that they met, Eobard was in the yellow suit of the Reverse Flash, and he took the name as well. His goal was to make the Flash's life a living hell. He did this by going back in time and killing Barry's mother. Barry went back in time to correct it, but that made the Flashpoint timeline, and then Thawne arrived again and again to fight against Barry. And now, Barry has arrived in the future once again, but this particular time to the future, something is wrong. The future has changed. It is darker, more dystopian. The civilians run in fear of the Flash, and the police officer pulls a gun, calling for backup at the Flash Museum. Barry looks around and he realizes that he's at his own memorial. And with a whoosh, he runs into the museum and he looks around. His entire life is before his eyes. Suits of Godspeed, Kid Flash, multiple Flash suits, and at the end of the hallway, he sees the Reverse Flash suit. Iris calls out for the Flash to watch out, and then crack on the left, crack on the right, thunk in his gut. And the Flash hits the ground as there's a twisted, demented voice. Hello! He looks up to see Eobard Thawne without his suit. Welcome to my home. I wanted you to see my masterpiece. Flash gets up and in a whoosh, he runs at Eobard, who easily sidesteps him. You see, after my little run-in with death, I came home. And I found that I was no longer an expert on all things Flash. So I decided to go back in time and see what else had changed within your timeline. The first thing that I found was your new sidekick, Kid Flash. And that's when I discovered that Aunt Iris, just like me, had her history altered. Iris looks at Eobard. She doesn't remember anymore, does she? Flash gets back up, running over to help her, but Eobard catches him, throwing him to the side. It's time that I started with the truth, Flash. While this might be your future, it was my present. A prison where I felt like a man out of time. I was an only child and I lost my parents to a tragic accident, leaving me with no friends, no family, no love. But I had the Flash. I watched every video on you. I studied every single story. In my darkest moments, I was thankful to have you running in my head. Then there was a miracle. A time capsule from the 21st century. The costume wasn't a replica, but it had been yours. And now, it could be mine. But dressing like you wasn't enough. I wanted to be a hero, just like you.
But in this future, there weren't many opportunities, so I created my own, and I became the fastest man of the 25th century. Then you arrived and you showed me things that I never thought were possible. You told me every second was a gift. It was the happiest day of my life, my connection to the Flash, my special moment. But you didn't approve of my methods, and you sent me to prison. I told you I would make myself better. I would improve. And I did that. I dedicated my life to helping others. And eventually, I became the curator of this museum. So I knew that the next thing that I needed to do was show you how much I've improved. I changed my costume to yellow because I was arrogant to think that I could wear yours. And yellow was the color that all of your partners wore. I then hopped on the cosmic treadmill and I ran back in time. I watched you nervously, but I just knew it. You'd accept me again. You're more than just a hero. You're a friend. And then I saw you with that Wally West, and you told him every second is a gift. That was our moment. But it wasn't, was it? It wasn't special at all. It wasn't real. None of it was. You weren't who I thought you were. You were a liar. I ran back to the future with a new goal. My mission was to make you live the pain that I did. But you don't remember any of that, do you? And then Eobard hits him across the face. Do you? All of this, all the deaths, the years of torment, for that? I was treating you like everyone else in your life. I would give you credit for that. You did treat me the same. You hurt me like you hurt everyone else, Flash. It's time for you to learn, to make time for the people who matter. It's time for you. And Eobard begins to suit up as he grabs the Flash by the leg. He drags him across the ground, across the water, across the museum as he suits up, telling him, every second is a gift. He then stops over the Flash, telling him, the real punishment here would be if everyone knew you as I know you. And he grabs the Flash, pressing him against the cell that has Iris in it. Iris and West, it is my honor, no, my pleasure to introduce you to. And Eobard tears off the Flash's mask. Barry Allen. Off. In another future, we see a potential life for Barry Allen and Iris West. One where they have 2 kids, and those kids are not happy. They feel neglected and forgotten, and in response, they've destroyed the city. The entire city is crumbling and destroyed by Barry's battle with his children. And in the distance, Eobard is standing with Barry and Iris looking at what they've created. Eobard explains that Dawn and Don should have been heroes, but due to their absentee father, they became rogues instead. When I returned to the 25th century, I discovered a few new bits to the Flash's history. It was like finding new chapters to my favorite book. Just one of the many stories inside of this museum. Barry looks at Thawne. You must have done this. This is your fault. And Thawne walks back off the history platform that they were standing on in the Flash Museum, the one that was allowing them to relive the events of the past. Time doesn't care if you believe me or not, Barry. The reality is, I'm not Barry Allen's greatest enemy. The Flash is. Think about it. For years, you've been in conflict with yourself. The Flash always took priority in the battle over the Flash versus Barry Allen. The CSI, the friend, the lover. Why should it be any different when it came to Barry Allen, the father? Their first steps, their first words, birthday parties. What did Barry Allen miss so that the Flash could save the day? While Thawne was burying this into Barry's mind, Iris turns her back, telling him, you lied to me, Barry. Barry tries to tell her, try to explain, and she stops him. I know your reasons. You wanted to protect me, right? All of those dates you missed? Wally? Now I get it. You're the Flash. You're in the Justice League, and I'm just Iris West, aren't I? Barry comes over. I was gonna tell you! And Thawne chimes in again. No, Barry, in all of the timelines, you never tell Iris. She finds out herself. You are always the liar. Now, if you want to save everything, run side by side with me to a place where you'll never hurt another soul again. You'll take Iris home and leave my family out of this? On my life! I promise, Barry! And with that, Thawne grabs Barry and in a whoosh, they are off, leaving Iris trying to finish a sentence. I didn't want. We could have found another way. Together. They run faster and faster, and Flash asks Thawne, where are we going, another timeline? And Thawne explains, that is not the case. I am taking you to a place of my own creation, a world you'll never escape, the negative Speed Force. You'll be forever alone, absorbed into the energy that powers my every action. And as he throws Barry into it, he tells him, and then Iris West's future will be over. Surrounded by the negative Speed Force, Barry calls out, you promised! And the negative energy begins to swarm around Barry, take over his body, enter his own Speed Force. The loss of Mina, Wally being upset, calling him a liar, Iris realizing that he lied to her.
He should have said goodbye. There was so much to accomplish still. This can't be the end! And back at the museum, as Thawne is approaching Iris to kill her, there is a crack-a-cacoom! Eobard looks up and he sees the most beautiful thing in the world. Negative Flash, now covered in gray skin and black gloves with boots and a black lightning bolt on his chest. Barry looks at Eobard. I'm going to kill you, Thawne. As Flash belts Thawne into the statues in the museum, Thawne comments that he loves the new Flash. Flash continues punching Thawne over and over, throwing him through the wall, and then they begin to do circles around the world, punching back and forth. Thawne plays with Barry to join him, be his partner. Be my friend! Ditch the sidekicks! They lap around the world repeatedly over and over, wrapping up in a Speed Force ball of yarn. And the Flash grabs the back of Thawne's head and he pulls him close. We are not friends! And then whoosh, zack! The Flash begins to run faster and faster, hitting new speeds of insanity, and he runs so fast that he pushes Thawne through the time stream and they land at the beginning of the world. Black lightning begins to jump off of the Flash as Thawne looks at him. Barry, we've done this before. We've thrown ourselves into the past. But the Flash is done playing. Shut up! I'm gonna stab your neck, Thawne! Thawne gets up, grabbing the sides of Barry's head, sending the negative Speed Force flowing through his mind as he tells him, the way you're talking years ago would have broken my heart, but now it just warms it up. It's hard to imagine I was so mad that you forgot me, Thawne. Barry then leaps into the air, grabbing Thawne by the wrists and holding them up. Do you really want to know why I don't remember all of our history? It isn't because of some big cosmic occurrence or a change in my timeline. It's because you were forgettable. They run back into the time machine, running all the way back to the 20th century, and Barry slams Thawne into the computers, grabbing him, demanding to know, why do you keep invading my life? And Thawne, with a legitimate pain in his eyes, looks up at Barry to tell him the truth. Cuz it's the only time that you'll spend with me. Barry angrily looks at him. You are so pathetic. That's why you've tried to ruin my future. Why you've ruined my past. He then begins to run circles around Thawne. You murdered my mother! And with that, he hits Thawne so hard that he knocks him out of his own Speed Force and onto the ground. He lands on his feet grinning. And I'll do it again. Now it's time for Iris. Thawne looks at her and he begins to run right at her, and as he falls to his side, he realizes that he no longer has the Speed Force inside of him. Barry took it away. Shocked, he looks down, holding his shin. My speed. And Barry tells him it's gone. I tore it from your body. Just face it, Thawne. You're just a sad little nobody that wanted to be me. But no one ever built an Eobard Thawne museum. You and I, this thing, it's over. Thawne smiles. You think this is the end? You think killing your mother was the worst thing that I do to you? Years from now, you're going to look back and wish that I killed you instead. I've lost my powers before, and I'll get them back again. And then I'll just keep coming back over and over and over again and again and again. And that's when Iris blasts him with the black hole gun that was being kept in the museum. It literally tears Eobard apart, revealing his body, muscle, bone, everything, warping him away into a flash lightning bolts. Barry turns back to Iris. What did you do? And she holds the gun up at the terrifying sight of the negative Flash, so he lets the powers drain out of him as he pulls the cowl off. Iris, this is all my fault. For lying to you, for putting you in this position, but I'm telling you, it's me. It's me, Barry Allen. I'll explain everything. I promise, Iris, we can fix the future together. He reaches out to her and the negative Speed Force sparks a zap between them. So she reels back in fear and disgust, telling him, just take me home. Back at home, they both went to Wally's bedside as Eobard had torn him up in our last story. And Iris asks Barry outright, is there anything else that you lied to me about? He thinks back to this Wally West in the old timeline Wally West, the redhead, the original nephew, and how this version really isn't her nephew but a byproduct of a new timeline. He doesn't tell her the truth though, and he walks away. As Barry walks off, he thinks to himself how messed up his life has become. And that's when we get a glimpse of the journal of Eobard Thawne before he went insane, when he was still looking for a hopeful and bright future. You know, it's a shame. I doubt I'll ever meet the Flash and tell him how I feel about him, what he truly means to me. That even though I have known in my life, his sense of hope was a light in the darkness of the future. As long as I have that, as I have his hope to guide me, I'll never be alone. While the firefighters started to put the fire out in the evidence room, Singh asks Barry if he knows just how important that was to the lab. Burns and Morrow, other individuals investigating the internal affairs situation and the missing evidence, warned him about going to the records room alone, but he still went anyway. And as Singh continues to yell at Barry, Barry gets up and he walks out. Singh runs out of his office shouting, "Yeah, do what you always do. Disappear when you're needed, Barry Allen. How did Iris put up with this for so long?" Barry stops and he looks at him. "What?" He turns around yelling, I am so sick of your tough love crap. I've bailed you and this crime lab out so many times. Before I came here, your lab was a joke. If it wasn't for me, the streets would still be crawling with criminals. Forrest walks up telling him, hey now, all of us put in long hours just like you. None of the people here deserve what you're telling them. And Barry yells at him, oh, if it isn't the crime lab mascot just sitting there not contributing to the lab. Singh shouts, I'm giving you one last chance to fix this, Barry. And Barry tells him, don't worry. If you're unhappy with my work, go ahead and fire me already. As he walks out, he thinks to himself that he didn't want to snap like that. He just keeps getting madder and madder. This has to be the negative speed force inside of him, dwelling, building up, just making him so angry. A little while later at Barry's office, Kristen walks in telling him, that was fun. Look, a few years ago, my parents died in a car accident. After the funeral, my sister and I stopped talking. But when my friends caught up to me, I was acting out, and I told everyone that I was fine. And then, there was a call from the station, and I had to go identify my sister's body. Barry remains quiet, and Kristen says, after all of that, I started paying attention to the unsaid things going on. So whatever you're going through, it's okay. And Barry tells her that it's not. He's not okay. Kristen stops him, telling him, don't hide. Don't push people away. You're not alone. We're all your friends here. We can all work with you, okay? Later, Barry and Kristen look at the reports, and Barry says that someone has been stealing the blood samples, and Kristen tells him that's right. After speaking with the guards, they said that they were feeling like they were having a heart attack, so they didn't see who had started the fire. Barry flips through the reports saying that if they wanted to dispose of the blood, they would need to go where it wouldn't stand out, a place where you wouldn't think twice if you saw the blood. Barry thinks of the only place that this would be normal, the morgue. While Kristen was still putting this together, Barry takes a chance to run out of the room, and Kristen shouts, really? Moments later, down in the morgue, Barry tells Ramsey that he won't let him destroy those blood samples. So put the evidence down, no one has to get hurt. Ramsey says someone always gets hurt. And then suddenly Barry starts to shout in pain. He asks, what are you doing to me? And Ramsey says, I could do this job forever. But when you're a coroner, you start to see that it's all just a fantasy. Every body that I cut into in the name of justice makes me painfully aware of how vulnerable life really is. He then takes a scalpel and he presses it against his skin, not cutting it though. And he says, now, I'm invulnerable, never to bleed again. Ramsey then explains, growing up, I found out that I was a hemophiliac. The smallest cut could be a death sentence. So I needed to find a cure. And with my training as a coroner mixed with my medical understanding of my condition, it made me an expert in blood and how it works. A lot of criminals come into here, some being metahumans. So when people started to find out that someone was taking samples, I needed to protect myself. Ramsey kneels down telling him, you know what? It was worth it. I'm beyond cured. However, there were some unforeseen side effects, like being able to control blood and make it burn. Barry struggles, telling him, stop! And Ramsey says, if you know about me, the cops must know too. So I might as well go out with a bang and kill you and everyone at the CCPD. Hearing those words jolts Barry out of his pain and he screams, no! And a black lightning bolt shoots out into Ramsey, throwing him outside of the building. As Ramsey's body crashes into the ground, people begin to shout, it was the Flash! He just killed that man! Barry walks out of the hole. No, I didn't mean to. I think it's all because of the negative speed force. I'm no better than Thawne. Then Ramsey shouts, all I wanted to do was to protect myself, and instead, you just jeopardized it. Now I need a cool name. Flash walks up to him telling him, you're not a criminal. And Ramsey shouts back, get back! As he goes, blood begins to grow out of him and it smacks into Barry and he yells, the Flash is an infection inside of Central City and I'm the antibody. Barry tries to fight back against the blood and Ramsey tells him, I won't be one of your victims. Blood work will make you the victim now. As Barry looks, he sees Ramsey now covered in veins, letting his blood flow. There's no more skin, just muscle, fiber, and blood. As the blood begins to spread, it grabs into the nearby people, and every movement that Barry makes destroys the veins, and more blood appears. While Barry tries to figure out a plan, Ramsey shouts, this is all your fault! All I wanted to do was to protect myself. And Ramsey throws out more veins, and as they get close, Barry releases a shock, popping them. Barry yells, I don't want to fight you, and Ramsey begins to mutate, asking, then why do you keep attacking? Why can't you just let me go free? Barry tells him, because that wouldn't be justice. You've hurt people. And Ramsey spreads more veins out yelling, and I will kill every single person in the city if it means that no one will hurt me again. As the veins spread outwards, going into a spider formation, Ramsey shouts, you don't know me. What could a superhero like you know about pain? Barry notices the more that Ramsey gets upset, the quicker his blood flows, so he has to try something. Barry runs back telling Ramsey, look, we're more alike than you think. Right now, I've let all of the negativity in my life just build up until it exploded. I've lied to so many people who have trusted me, all because I thought it would protect them, but that was wrong. My lies have led to people getting hurt, and ever since then, I've been pushing people away because I don't want anyone to go through that. I'm not the hero that people think I am, so please, believe me when I say I know exactly what you're going through. Blood starts to wrap around Barry, and Ramsey asks, "Why should I trust you?" And Barry looks at the ground, telling him, "Just think about what I just said. I refuse to believe that you would wish to hurt anyone else." Ramsey pulls the Flash closer, asking, "How do we fix this?" And the Flash tells him, "We do it together. I'll do whatever it takes to help you." Ramsey's body begins to revert back to its previous form, and he asks, "Really?" And the Flash says, "Yes, after I stop you." The Flash grabs onto Ramsey's face, and suddenly there's a crack-a-boom, and a lightning strikes down, frying Ramsey. Ramsey is completely reverted to his human form, and he asks, "What did you just do?" The Flash lets the lightning strike down onto his veins, telling Ramsey, "I'm sorry. It was the only way, but I promise I will help you." Ramsey falls to his knees, his nervous system shocked to the point of stopping his blood from flowing, and soon came the end of blood work. Later, as Ramsey is brought into the station, Barry tells him, "We know you stole those samples." And Ramsey grins, telling him, "Well, where's your evidence?" Barry asks, "What?" And Ramsey tells him, "The Flash just destroyed the morgue when he fought that monster. I was just an innocent bystander in that battle, caught up in whatever the Flash was up to." Singh walks out, telling him, "Actually, he's right. Without any evidence to prove it, Barry, we have to let him go." As Ramsey dangles his hands, he says, "Thank you. Now would you kindly remove these cuffs?" Before they can, Kristen runs up telling everyone to wait. Ramsey isn't as smart as he thinks. After some digging, he did burn all of the hard copies, but he left a digital fingerprint all over the records, which is more than enough for arrest. Singh takes the report and asks, "So, did Barry help?" And she tells him, "Yeah. Team effort. Barry Allen was here the whole time." Barry steps up telling them, "No, it wasn't. I'm not going to let you cover for me anymore. I left just as we were cracking the case. It was Kristen who solved it on her own." Singh flips through the pages and then points to his office, telling both Barry and Kristen to get into it. Barry says, "Look, I know I messed up, but from this day forward, I'm going to do better. I'm going to work harder, Singh." Singh sighs. "Actually, we can't keep doing this. I had to transfer you out to Iron Heights Penitentiary. Kristen is going with you, Barry." Kristen shouts, "What? Why?" And Singh looks at her, telling her, "It was an opportunity." Kristen storms out of the office, and though Barry tells her that he's sorry, she doesn't even respond. Later that day, Barry watches Iris as she gets witness statements from people who watched the fight, and he thinks to himself that he needs to take it easy. He needs to be himself again. And then a voice shouts out, "Hey, Iris said she doesn't want to talk to you." The Flash looks over and sees Kid Flash, Wally, telling him, "And neither do I. I thought stalking was Thawne's thing." Barry tells him, "Whoa, I come in peace. The truth is I came to see you, and to give you this." The Flash holds out his Flash ring, and Wally asks why. And Barry tells him, "Because until I can find a way to control these negative Speed Force powers that Thawne possessed me with, I can't be the Flash anymore." And Wally then asks, "What about the other Wally? We ever going to talk about what his deal is?" And Barry says, "We will, but I have to take care of myself first." Wally looks at the ring and he says, "I've been going through some hard times myself. It wasn't until now that I realized that part of it was because I was guilty of the same things that I was mad at you for. So no, I'm not giving up on you, and I will not be taking your ring. Just like when I got my Speed Force powers, you were there to help train me, so now I'm going to be the one helping you to learn your powers. Let's get to training." With Wally's help, Barry learned something about the negative Speed Force that no one seemed to know before. And that was that if two speedsters were close, they could lock their speed forces together and keep it from getting out of hand. Early one morning during training, Barry and Wally responded to a robbery at the local jeweler, where Black Spider and his thugs were in the middle of a firefight with the police. Another thing that Barry had learned after his run-in with Bloodwork was that the negative Speed Force could also be controlled by his emotions. So, with keeping calm and cool, he in ways can use the negative Speed Force to his advantage, even if it's still a little chaotic. After the Flash releases a negative blast at the Black Spider, Wally runs past, catching the momentum from the diamonds that were thrown and the bullets that were fired, launching himself at the gunman. The store owner runs out shouting that his diamonds are all over the streets. There's no way that he could. But before he could even finish, Wally flies by, grabbing all of the diamonds, stating that there were exactly 110 diamonds. Once the two went their separate ways, it was time for Barry to start his first day at work in his newly relocated lab in the Iron Heights Penitentiary. Iron Heights was originally a military hospital in the mid-20th century, but one night there was a terrible fire that ended up trapping hundreds of patients and staff members, and none survived. Since then, the building was converted into one of the most secure prisons in the world, rivaling even that of Belle Reve. As the boat pulls up to the island, Kristen looks up and says the place is hell, and Barry smiles, telling her that it would be worse if they were locked in a cell, wouldn't it? Kristen grabs her bag and walks off the boat, telling Barry that she still has to work with him, and stop smiling, it's annoying. He was the reason that they both got transferred here, and he doesn't get to make jokes about it. Barry tells her, come on, at least we weren't late. And once the two get inside, Warden Wolf tells him that if he wasn't early, then he may as well be late. That is his first strike. 2 more strikes will lead to an automatic termination from the CCPD. Director Singh may have been lenient on the subject, but Iron Heights will not. Being late costs lives. As Wolf leads the two of them to their office, he explains that after Eobard Thawne's escape, they've increased security 1,000-fold. No one is able to breach their walls or enter without his knowing. Kristen asks, what about someone like the Flash? And Wolf says that it would still be impossible, even for him. In fact, one day I hope to hold the Flash in here. After all of the damage that he's done to Central City, the Flash has earned a spot in this cell. The doors to the office open, and just as Kristen begins to speak, Wolf says, yes, this is a cell. An older model that has been refurbished for your lab. But don't read too much into it. This is also for your safety in the event that the prisoners misbehave. Soon a guard steps in telling Wolf that they have a commotion out in the yard, and Wolf tells the two to allow him to show them how they can manage misbehavior around here. Everyone walks outside to see 2 inmates getting ready to fight, one of them being August Hart, Godspeed himself. As August and the other inmate grab onto each other, Kristen asks, isn't he going to stop them? Wolf tells her, no, they aren't hurting anyone but themselves. There is no reason for us to get involved. While the two fight below, August looks up and sees Barry Allen, and the other inmate takes the opportunity gut-punching August. Wolf then tells them, that's enough now. It's time for Pipeline to report to the yard. Fun's over. The doors open below and a group of armed guards walk out, hitting everyone with sonic blasts until they fall to their knees. Wolf says that he named them Pipeline after the wing of the prison that was destroyed during the riot of 2011. Pipeline was particularly hard and brutal, so it was a fitting name. As the guards surround August and the inmate, August punches the inmate one last time and the guards hit him with the sonic disruptors. Wolf laughs, stating that Pipeline's sonic disruptors brings down these animals without even leaving a mark, perfect for keeping them all in line. While the inmates are led back to their cells, Kristen asks why is he keeping them all in their costumes, and Wolf tells her that he has allowed them to continue wearing their costumes as a constant reminder of who they really are. Not only can they never escape Iron Heights, but they cannot escape their past. In Iron Heights, there is no group therapy, no job training, no diaper changing. Kristen asks, isn't that all a bit harsh? What if some want forgiveness or redemption? And Wolf quotes Shakespeare by stating, hell is empty and all of the devils are here. Kristen then turns to Barry for support, but Barry says that Wolf's right. Iron Heights is their justice system at work. They're not talking about minor felonies. This place is the worst of the worst. Most of these people were in and out of Arkham. They don't deserve a second chance. Kristen begins to question Barry, but Wolf says that he may have been wrong about him. Maybe Iron Heights is where you belong after all, Barry Allen. Once the work day is done, Barry runs after Kristen, telling her that he knows that he got him into this mess, but they can. And Kristen stops him, telling him that the day's over. Good night. He sighs and starts to call Wally so that they can talk, but then something runs by grabbing him. And Barry shouts, what the hell, Wally? But a female voice tells him, wrong speedster. Miss me, Barry? As Barry looks up, he sees Mina, the woman that he was about to date and he thought was killed by Godspeed in the first story arc. The link to that is down below. A few months ago, Mina was a scientist working in Star Lab studying the Speed Force when she met the same fate as Barry Allen. She became a speedster and even worked alongside him. But she died when Godspeed had killed her along with 2 other speedsters attempting to steal their Speed Force. The problem with dying is that that person is gone forever, except right now, she's standing before Barry Allen. She says that she knows that this is a lot to take in, but she promises that this will all make sense. And Barry stops her, asking, makes sense? It's not like you just went away and you weren't returning my calls. You died. Godspeed killed you and 2 other speedsters. Mina turns, telling him, I think about them all the time. They were so scared and in so much pain, just knowing that I'm alive and that Barry tries to comfort her, telling her that what happened to them is not their fault. And just then, Wally comes running by shouting to Barry that he got his message, but before he could finish, he sees Mina. And he immediately jumps and hugs her, shouting, you're alive! How? Barry then asks, it was you, wasn't it? When I was training Wally, I thought you were alive somewhere, but I could never catch up. How are you here now? Mina explains that the Speed Force absorbed her. She doesn't understand it completely, but she learned so much. She was trapped, but she never stopped fighting against its pull, and she came back to save him. Barry asks, what is that supposed to mean? And Mina tells him, it's the negative Speed Force. It's killing you, Barry. Barry says that Eobard had the negative Speed Force for years and it wasn't killing him. And Mina stops him, stating that Eobard didn't have the negative Speed Force and the normal Speed Force at the same time. They're clashing against each other and they are tearing you apart. Barry then asks, so you know this because the Speed Force told you? Mina says that she wasn't lying, she was inside of the Speed Force, she saw things. But please, she can explain everything, just come with her. The next morning at the Central City Demolition Derby, Wally asks why exactly are they here. Nothing was really explained. And Mina says that she picked this place because he can really let loose here, go as fast as he wants and crash into anything. The only difference is that he'll be wearing a monitor so that the data on the negative Speed Force can be collected and examined. Barry, in his Flash costume, gets ready to run, and Wally says, wait! If the Flash runs, I'm gonna run with him to make sure that we get what we need. Mina tells him that that's fine, and just as she gets ready to say ready, set, go, the two have already ran a lap around her. Wally asks Barry how he's feeling, but Barry doesn't answer. The negative Speed Force begins to come out, and Barry quickly begins to lose control of it, running through the cars and destroying everything that he touches. Wally tries to catch up, shouting that he needs to stop, but Barry says that he can't! Mina needs a test of what the negative Speed Force can do. And then, before he can finish, Wally tackles him to the ground, stating that he doesn't care what she wants. He cares about him, and what is he going to do about it? Fight me? Suddenly, Barry stops and he fights back the negative Speed Force, shouting, "No! I would never hurt you, Wally." Soon, the Speed Force begins to fade, and Mina yells that was perfect. He might not feel good about it, but with that data, she can get a better understanding and have him cured. Wally then asks Mina what's the deal. She suddenly shows up out of nowhere, and she doesn't really say where she's been, and all she can do is talk about the negative Speed Force. Barry stops him, telling him to give Mina a chance, and tells Mina that it's okay. Wally and him are just having some trust issues lately. As the sun begins to set, Barry and Mina watch, and Barry says that he's so sorry. Everything that happened to her, it was his fault. There's nothing that he can do to make it right. Mina tells him that he needs to stop being so hard on himself. What happened with the negative Speed Force in Godspeed? It wasn't his fault. Mina sighs, stating that she used to center her entire life around things that she could control. It made her feel safe. But then she was struck by the Speed Force lightning and she allowed some chaos into her life. Had to learn to let things go. Maybe he should do the same. Barry tells her that he knows, or at least part of him knows, but the other part is afraid that if he eases up, somebody he cares about will get hurt. The last time that he took a day off was when they watched the sun rise together, and now the sun is setting. Mina turns back to Barry, stating that he is so gullible. Before Barry can understand what she meant, black hole soldiers run out, shooting both Barry and Wally with negative energy. She begins laughing, stating, "You are so predictable. You always let that big heart get the best of you, don't you?" The soldiers begin to wrap Barry up, and he says, "How could you be working with Black Hole?" Wally shouts, "I knew it! This isn't the Mina that we knew, Barry!" Mina pulls back her mask, telling them, "You wanted answers? So let me show you." She begins to run circles around Barry, channeling the negative Speed Force, and Barry yells, "Don't do this! You don't want this!" But Mina doesn't answer, and after a flash of light, everything stops. Wally breaks free, running over asking, "What happened? Your power's gone?" Barry struggles, telling him that he's fine, but Mina, the negative Speed Force, begins to surge and crackle around Mina, and she tells him that she wasn't lying when she said that she was coming back to save him. Now the negative Speed Force is hers! Mina then asks, "Do you really want to know why?" It's because the negative Speed Force is unexplored. You've only scratched the surface of what Eobard created. Helping Black Hole steal the negative Speed Force is just the start. Using the powers of the negative Speed Force, Mina shocks Barry, knocking him to the ground. Wally runs over to check on Barry, but Mina taunts him, so he charges at her. Before he could do anything, Mina grabs him by the throat, slamming him down, shouting, "All the Flash ever talked about was how he could save everyone. How come he couldn't save me?" Barry gets up to chase after her, asking, "What are you gonna do now? Kill us?" And she shouts, "You let me die! I was trapped and you never came for me. It was Black Hole who saved me." Barry tells her to wait. He was trapped in there before too. You can't come back without a lightning rod. Someone to keep you grounded. I could have been that lightning rod for you. Before he could catch up, the negative Speed Force shoots back, tripping him. And Mina tells him, "You're lucky the Black Hole told me to keep you alive. Right now, you have a choice. Follow me or save Kid Flash." The Black Hole soldiers begin loading their guns again, and just as they fire, Barry runs back to share the brunt of the attack. Barry struggles, stating that he knows that it hurts, but we can get out of this. Just connect your Speed Force lightning to mine. Using their combined powers, the Flash and the Kid Flash release enough feedback to short out the energy guns and break free. Before the soldiers have a chance to react, Barry and Wally start taking the soldiers out, and they finish as they punch into the last man standing. A little while later, back at the Black Hole labs, the scientists scan Mina's body, stating that the negative Speed Force has been stabilized. But the problem still stands. The powers are ripping her apart. She shouts that she doesn't care. They have a job to do and nothing will get in their way. They will learn everything about the Speed Force but before she can finish, there's a loud crack-a-boom! And all of the scientists are instantly vaporized. With the lightning, a voice calls out to Mina, asking if she's forgotten her place in their plans. The first storm that they unleashed as Black Hole was merely a test. Next time, with her help, they will have control of it. Once that happens, Rajan, the god of lightning, will rain down on this world. Back with Barry and Wally, the two take their time walking home, trying to make sense of everything that just happened. Barry says they need to find out if Black Hole is controlling Mina, and if they are, they need to help her. As Wally walks up to the porch, he says that at least Mina freed him from the negative speed force, and Barry quietly says, yeah. But before leaving, he asks, do you think? But Wally stops him, stating that Iris needs more time. I'm pretty sure that you do too, Barry. Despite everything, though, I'm glad that we had today together. Barry turns back, telling him, yeah, you're right, and he heads home. As Wally gets back inside, Iris calls out that she's a little offended that he thought he could sneak past her. Wally says that he didn't know that she was up. Is it because of the nightmares? And an image of Eobard flashes before her as she tells him no. Wally tells her that it's okay, he has them too. Whenever he runs, he can feel the pain in his knee from when the reverse flash attacked them. How about he makes them some tea and they get some sleep? But back with Barry, he runs thinking that Mina did at least make him realize something. He can't do this alone. He is much better with another by his side. Before Barry could finish that thought, though, his phone rings, and on the line, Warden Wolf tells him that he needs to get to Iron Heights. Something's happened. There's been a murder. And standing behind Wolf are two Black Hole soldiers. Growing up, Barry loved to read good mystery novels. He wanted to be a detective who solved cases using the evidence and quick thinking to find out who did it. But after becoming the Flash, there was one part of those mysteries that he grew to hate: the beginning. With every step that he takes towards the crime scene, he's afraid of what he'll find. As he rushed into Iron Heights, he pushed past the guards, asking, where is she? Where's Christine? And instead of finding what he dreaded the most, he sees something that was just as confusing: the dead body of one of the rogues, Roscoe Hines, aka Turbine. Christine tells Barry to calm down. She is nearly done with the scene, though they're gonna have to go do an autopsy. Her first guess is the cause of death would be strangulation. Barry thinks back to how Turbine's time trapped in the Speed Force twisted his mind, but his question is, how did Turbine even get out of his cell? Director Singh's voice calls out that is not an investigation for them to figure out. They are no longer CSIs. Their duties are to preserve crime scenes now. Barry tries to reason with Singh, but he just tells him that he would hate for their first interaction to be the two of them not following orders. Again. But before Barry can continue to argue, digging himself deeper into a hole, Warden Wolf shouts, asking, what are you all doing standing here? You need to do your jobs and get out of my prison. Singh begins to state that he's going to need the security footage in the last 24 hours to make sure that there wasn't any foul play. Wolf tells him that they are all his. He's got nothing to hide. While everyone starts to try and piece together the crime scene, another voice calls out, it was me! It was the one-armed man! And now witness my daring escape! Everyone turns back to see Axel Walker, the rogue known as Trickster, running towards everyone. Barry thinks that this would be an easy enough job for the Flash, but security would learn his identity. But that doesn't mean that his secret identity can't do the job. He quickly moves and he cracks Trickster in the jaw, allowing the guards to restrain him. Wolf yells out, there's no way that he could have killed Turbine. He was locked up in his cell, and nobody gets past my security. As Trickster is dragged off, Christine mentions that Trickster kills Turbine and then confesses. Barry thinks she's right. That would be way too easy. The best way to find out what's going on would be to ask the other inmates. There wouldn't be anyone willing to talk to him though, except August Hart, also known as Godspeed. August was one of the first cops that would actually ask for advice on crime scenes. He didn't just write Barry off as some lab rat. Instead, he treated him like an equal. He was hit by lightning during the Speed Force storm, so Barry had to train him to fight alongside the Flash. Except August felt like being a hero meant more than just saving lives. It meant that he could kill criminals, and he became a murderer. He became Godspeed. Barry asks him, what does he know about Turbine's death? And August says that there's something different about him, like he's got some darkness in his eyes. Barry yells, you don't know anything about me. Now what do you know about Turbine? August tells him that Turbine's death is just the tip of the iceberg. The detective in him is seeing all kinds of red flags. His gut is telling him that. Barry shouts, your gut? Last time you trusted your gut and an innocent man was killed, and you had no sign of remorse in doing so. You aren't even a cop anymore. Barry balls up his fist, but a guard walks by telling him that he knows it's against the rules to be speaking to the inmates, right? Best move along. As night comes, Barry and Wally do what they do best, and they help stop a bank robbery as Flash and Kid Flash, with two opposing groups fighting against each other to rob the bank. However, as the two speedsters leave the scene, the crime boss Copperhead watches. She says that her men would have been in and out if their guys didn't show up. The conflict between the two organizations isn't good for business. A voice then asks, now you see why a union between our sides would be beneficial then. Copperhead tells the voice fine and tells his boss that she'll agree with the plan. As she walks away, Mirror Master appears in the window, smiling. Back at Iron Heights, the guards make their rounds on the inmates, but as the guard passes by Captain Cold, he begins to glitch. Below Iron Heights, Captain Cold is sitting on his frozen throne with money spread all around him, asking, what's the word on Copperhead? Mirror Master tells him she's game, and Cold says, told ya. She couldn't resist what we've built up. Safe
and hidden away from the Flash and the CCPD. As Cold goes on about his plans for his underground crime ring, August steps up in front of all of the other criminals asking, "What do I have to do to get this collar off?" Cold's sister, Golden Glider, asks, "Why are they even entertaining this guy? He's not a rogue." And Cold scratches his chin, telling his sister, "You bring up a point. What could you possibly offer the rogues, August?" August's eyes light up and he tells them that he can give them what they've always wanted, the Flash. Later, as Barry and Kristen go through the contents of Turbine's cell, they come across a stack of books. Most of them are just law books, but there's one that Christine finds that stands out, A Christmas Carol. Barry looks at it, stating that this book is about redemption, and Turbine's files said that he was a model inmate who stayed out of trouble. Without any kind of evidence, they're not going to get anywhere. Christine tells them that they both know that evidence was always there. They just have to know where to look. They sneak into their office, and then they make their way to the solitary confinement to check on Trickster. But when they pull the door open, they find Trickster without his prosthetic arm and black eyes. Kristen asks what did the guards do to him, and just as Trickster begins to explain what happened after they took his arm, he stops himself and he asks, "What do you want?" Barry says that if the guards are abusing him, they're going to get him out. And Trickster tells him, "And I thought I was the one with the jokes." Barry then asks, "Why would a rogue kill a rogue? You all used to be thick as thieves. What changed that?" Trickster grips his mask, stating that the rogues are stronger than ever. Turbine was always going on about forgiveness and the error of his ways. He was gonna rat us out. He needed to go away. But before Barry could ask another question, both him and Kristen are grabbed by the guards, and Wolf asks, "What are you doing here?" Barry tells him what any good CSI does, finding the truth. Kristen asks, "What did you do to the kid? What kind of warden are you?" And Wolf asks them, "Are you questioning my authority? That's strike two, and if I catch you investigating this or disobeying my orders again, you are done here." He sends them back to their office, but Barry knows he's just gonna have to investigate this alone, otherwise he's going to get Kristen in trouble. He heads over to Trickster's cell, and when he turns the corner, he sees August standing there, out of his cell. August whispers, "You gotta trust me." But before Barry could ask, August yells, "Why don't you mind your own business and scurry off to your lab?" August then goes back to his cell, and as Barry starts looking through Trickster's things, he finds the book, A Christmas Carol. Barry thinks that August is one of the best detectives in Central City. He would never be dirty. He wouldn't know how to plant evidence, which is why this is such an obvious plant. As Barry searches, he finds a drawing of a map of Central City with a marker and an X stating 6 p.m. sharp. So after work, Barry heads over to Wally because all of this has the markings of being a trap. And what they find out is Copperhead's men are loading up cargo that was given to them. With the two trucks, Barry dismantles one of them before they can escape, and the other starts to drive off. Wally gets ready to chase after it, but Barry tells him to hang on. He kicks open one of the crates to pull out a very large gun, and he says, "Wait, this isn't like any gun. I know this design." He pulls the trigger, releasing a blast, freezing the rest of the crates that were left behind. Wally says that's one of Captain Cold's, and Barry says, "Yeah, boxes of Captain Cold's guns." Cold is the only expert at building these guns. There should be no reason why these guys even have it. Barry grabs the thugs, asking, "Where does this tunnel lead?" And the thug shouts, "Copperhead'll kill us!" Barry then asks the thug, "You do know that normal human eyeballs can burst at certain speeds, right?" And the thug shouts, Okay. Copperhead's been feuding with some new guy over the crime world of Central City. These guns are supposed to be a peace offering from them, so we worked out a truce." Wally says he's gonna follow where the other truck went, and Barry says, "Good, keep a safe distance from them. I'm gonna follow this tunnel and see exactly where it leads." He bolts down it and finds himself in a facility, but on one of the doors he reads the words, Iron Heights Hospital. Suddenly the door slams shut, and a voice tells Barry, "I know that look. That detective mind of yours is working, but you're figuring it all out just a little too late." Barry looks back to see August, and August goes on telling him, "You're right where you belong." Barry says that he should know that a cell can't hold him, he can just vibrate through, but just then a blast of cold air hits him and freezes him in place. Behind August, the rest of the rogues step out to watch, and another voice tells the Flash, "I've gotta say, knowing the Flash is still out and running around just doesn't sit with me. Me and the rogues are happy here. This setup is the best thing that we could have asked for. Safe from the cops, safe from the Flash." As Cold finishes wrapping up his fist, he cracks his knuckles, stating, "You're in my world now." Cold starts punching down into Barry, asking him, "You know, every time my dad would hit either me or my sister, he would always beg for forgiveness. Then he would just do it again and again." The Flash starts fighting back, yelling, "You're not your father!" And Cold tells him, "I know. I would never ask for forgiveness." With one last punch, Cold knocks the Flash down while the other rogues start cheering. Cold then kicks the Flash in the stomach, telling him, "I gotta say, I'm kinda glad the Flash will witness the rogues' big win. Any minute now, those cold guns, the peace offering, they're going to explode, giving Copperhead and anyone around her the worst case of frostbite ever." Copperhead will be dead, and Central City will belong to the rogues. As the rogues outside the cell watch, August smiles, stating that that's just what he was waiting to hear, and he turns back punching Heatwave. Weather Wizard asks if he's insane, and August tells him probably, and he flips the cold switch off in the cell. Just as the Flash's powers begin to return, he makes quick work in knocking everyone out. He then grabs August by the shirt, and August throws his hands up, telling him, whoa, I was on your side! I only joined the rogues to find out what their plan was to kill Copperhead. The Flash says, let's go. We're gonna have a long talk after I save Copperhead. He then realizes that Wally is chasing after those guns, and August tells him, go, I'll keep the rogue secure and get Wolf. As the Flash races out of Iron Heights, he radios over to Wally, frantically asking him if he's there. Wally quietly responds, yeah, I followed the truck with Captain Cold's guns directly to Copperhead. But don't worry about a thing, I'm gonna take care of this. The Flash shouts from him, wait, those guns are bombs! However, of course, Wally doesn't hear the message and he runs up to Copperhead telling her to freeze. And yes, pun intended. Copperhead looks at him asking, what are you doing? Because it looks like you're trespassing and I highly doubt you have a warrant. So you might as well run back to the playground. Just then there's a beep and all of the guns in the crates begin to explode. Wally tells Copperhead to get behind him because just as the explosions are about to take them both out, the Flash runs through grabbing them. Once the police arrive, Barry gives his reports to the detectives, and he says ultimately they have to let Copperhead go. Wally shouts, come on, she's working with Captain Cold! And Copperhead asks, why would he try and kill me then? This is just a case of the wrong place at the wrong time. I have no idea why those cold bombs were sent to me. I'm just an innocent bystander with a terrific lawyer. Copperhead then goes to her car and she sits in the back seat telling the driver that it's done. They have no idea that they run the show now. Back at Iron Heights, Wolf begins wrapping up and clearing out Cold's hideout, stating that their only witness here is a murderer. August tells him that he knows what he is, but this happened on his watch. The rogues used the tech concealed inside of their costumes that he let them wear. Cold laughs, telling him, who's gonna believe the word of a killer? And Barry walks in out of costume, stating, they don't need to, they only need to believe the evidence. Wolf asks, what are you doing here with Singh? And Barry tells him, I'm not allowed to investigate Turbine's murder, but Singh is. He then explains that while examining Turbine's body, there were rare cold residuals left behind. Leonard Snart has been using cold guns for so long that it's left an imprint similar to a gunshot residue. As Barry scans Cold's hands, he says that Captain Cold is responsible for Turbine's death, not Trickster. Cold learned that Turbine was going to report what's going on, so he killed Turbine and had Trickster take the fall. Cold shouts, no one betrays the rogues. It was eye for an eye. What are you going to do? I'm already locked up. Singh says that that's true, but he has an idea of a place that can handle him. But then Singh then goes on to state that this was an impressive screw-up, Wolf, way worse than the inmates running the asylum. I'm gonna have to report this. However, Kristen rushes up telling Singh to hang on. Being warden of Iron Heights is a big job. Wolf's methods might be hard, but they are needed. Singh tells her that he's disappointed to hear her say that. Barry says that he'll go ahead and walk Singh out, and as they leave, Kristen says that everyone deserves a second chance, right? Wolf pulls Kristen to the side, telling her, I may have misjudged you. There's a case you might be able to help me on, something I'd like to keep hush-hush. Before leaving for the day, Barry stops by August's cell, stating that he could have escaped. August tells him that there was a moment where he thought about it, felt the wind on his face as he raced as Godspeed. But nah, stone walls do not a prison make. He goes on stating that even though what he did as Godspeed was terrible, he had to forgive himself. But until he earns the Flash's forgiveness, this is where he belongs. However, you, Barry, you do not belong here in Iron Heights. When your mother passed, you used that grief to build a prison for yourself. So no matter how many times you've tried to move on, you've always held onto a piece of that prison. So trust me when I state that you've served your time. So Barry visits his mother's grave looking for that forgiveness. Trickster is released, Snart goes to Belle Reve, and Kristen is working with Singh to investigate Wolf. Right now, he's trying to do the best that he can, be forgiven for the lies that he told and the mistakes that he made. He knows that forgiveness isn't cut and dry. It's a mystery, and one that he can't solve. And the only person that he wants to try and solve it with is her. And he asks her, Iris, can you just forgive me? Since man's earliest days, they've always been fascinated with power. It gives control over life and death, and it would make sense that man would steal it repeatedly because it's what defines you. It's power that rules the world, and without it, man would be nothing. And now, its rightful owner wants that power back. In the current time, Barry Allen stands in the graveyard of his deceased mother, asking Iris the one thing that he's always wanted: forgiveness. When Red Death attacked Central City, they saw each other, and she said, Iris tells Barry that she knows what she said. She said that she missed him, and she meant it. Ever since he started working with Wally again, he's been happier. It meant a lot that even though they weren't talking, Barry's always been there for Wally. But with everything that's happened, Barry says that he knows and he would never want to rush her. He's sorry for how he acted after Thawne and all of the lies that he told. He just really misses his friends. After a few moments of silence, Iris tells him it's okay. But there's something that she's going to need before anything. She needs to talk to him, to see his life and how he lives. Barry sighs and says, right. Anything you need. In a blink of an eye, Iris is swept off her feet by Barry in his Flash costume, and he says, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Iris tells him, please, I had it figured out the moment Thawne ripped the mask off. The night the lightning hit the crime lab is when you got the Speed Force. You used it and your knowledge of science to make a bright red suit so that you could be a hero in Central City. The real reason you've always been late is because you were out saving the world. Now, show me the chapter of Flash that I haven't read before. Meanwhile, in another part of town, a police escort hits the road transporting Dr. Carver, and Kid Flash is keeping a close eye on it. Carver should be on Kid Flash's hate list, but he was with Black Hole when they unleashed the Speed Force storm that helped turn him into who he is now. Right now, Carver is on his way to stand trial for his crimes, but one would think that Black Hole would try and free him during his transfer to Iron Heights. Just as Kid Flash gets close, there's a purple blur and a female voice asking if he wants to race. As Avery jumps onto Kid Flash trying to hug him, he asks, I thought you were busy with the Justice League of China. Avery tells him that there's no way that she was going to miss Carver's trial. As the two continue to talk, there's a loud screeching coming out of the police escort and a sudden explosion. Kid Flash and Avery work together to try and pull people out of the fire, but then they see Carver, and it's too late for him. As Kid Flash looks at Carver's burning body, he says that this is a crime scene now, but why would Black Hole want to kill Carver? Just then, lightning begins to strike, and Avery looks up, stating, Kid Flash? Back with Barry, he returns to Central City carrying Iris after a visit to the Watchtower. Iris tells him that she needs to know everything before they can continue with this. In the back of Barry's mind, he thinks everything would be telling her about the Flashpoint event and explaining to her that she really has two nephews named Wally. Wally himself said that he wasn't ready to tell her, and if he was to tell Iris everything about being Flash, he would have to reveal that. If you're confused, there are actually two Wally West. When the New 52 started after Flashpoint, we got a new Kid Flash. Once we got to DC Rebirth, the original red-headed Wally came back. To keep things less confusing going forward, we will be referring to the New 52 Wally West as Kid Flash in this story, and we will be referring to DC Rebirth Wally West as Wally. That's when a voice rings out in Barry's head, stating that if he does, then she won't want Barry Allen. Barry suddenly stops putting Iris down, and she asks what's wrong, and Barry says, did you hear that? The voice tells him that being Flash is the only thing that makes him special. Why would a woman like Iris want to know the real Barry Allen if she can have the Flash? Iris begins to say that she doesn't hear anything, but as she says it, her speech begins to slow down until she stops moving. Barry looks around and now can see that not only Iris, but all of Central City is stopping, except for him. The voice then tells Barry, come. And Barry sees the lightning strike across the city. He rushes over to where it hit, and then he sees that it struck the Central City Police Department, and that somebody put a giant lightning rod on top of it. Lightning begins to strike it several more times. Crack-a-ga-crack-a-ga-crack-a-ga-coom! And soon, Barry begins to see something coming out of that light. Something human-shaped. The voice tells Barry that he defeated them once before, but this time, they have speed. Multiplex begins to reach out, grabbing Barry, and another voice asks, didn't your mother ever teach you sharing is caring? Or did she die before that? Barry looks back, asking, Mina? This is who you're working for? This is the leader of Black Hole? The man besides Mina tells him, my name is Rajin, Master of Lightning, and I am merely a soldier in this conflict. My lord and master is the true god of the Speed Force. Now bow to him. The voice from before returns, and it tells Barry, we haven't seen each other in a long time, but I've always been with you. Every time that you would prattle on about your mother, loves, friends, you were confessing. I know all of Barry Allen's secrets, your inner worries, even your fears, and now it's time. A giant arm reaches through the darkness, grabbing Barry, pinning him down, and Barry looks up to see Gorilla Grodd. Grodd shouts, the Speed Force will finally belong to me, because my life depends on it. Barry manages to free himself, yelling, you can't control me! So why don't you just tell me why you're dying instead? Grodd tells him, death stalks me due to a rare degenerative disease that most of my fellow apes avoided. But slowly I am losing my mind to this infection. He begins to cough, telling him, as much as I hate it, sharing Gorilla City technology with Black Hole was necessary. A lightning rod was constructed that will draw forth the Speed Force and save my life. Central City has been drained of all of its speed, and everyone inside is trapped in the moment. If anyone is to enter this field, they too will meet the same fate. Barry begins to fight back against Multiplex, yelling, I can help! This is not the answer! We can work together to find a cure, Grodd. And Grodd shouts, the Speed Force is the only way, and I will tear away what belongs to you now, Rajin! Rajin pulls out a wand and he says, I was just a lowly Star Lab scientist, obsessed with the Speed Force. That was until I heard Lord Grodd's voice. It freed me! And with this lightning wand, I'll be able to control the Speed Force storm and study it. Barry punches into Rajin, asking him, at what cost? And Rajin grabs him by the neck, pinning him to the ground, telling him, Lord Grodd promised me the secrets of the Speed Force. I would die for him. Just then, Kid Flash punches Rajin, telling him, luckily, flashes don't kill. As Rajin falls to the ground, he lets go of the wand, and Avery jumps in, grabbing it, asking, did anyone catch that awesome flip? Barry then asks, what are you doing here? You need to run. Take the lightning wand and get as far away from here as you can. Kid Flash tells him, no way, we can. But Barry yells over him, telling him, Grodd is more dangerous than anything you've encountered. Please, go. Avery grabs Kid Flash by the arms, telling him, you heard the man, it's time for us to go. Grodd then tells Barry, don't pretend you're sending the children away to save them. You just wish to keep them ignorant of what I know about you. The truth about Barry Allen, who you really are. You're a child who couldn't save his mother, a boy unable to prove his father's innocence, a man unloved. But that all changed when you became the Flash. Soon you would have friends, you would catch your mother's killer, and you would prove your father's innocence. You had it all. The Speed Force made you special. But deep down you knew in your heart, without those powers, you would be nothing. Barry finally collapses from Grodd's mental attacks, and Grodd tells Multiplex to prepare him. Mina begins to hook Barry up to a device and tells him, if you want to survive this, don't fight it. Once Barry is in place, Grodd tells Mina to begin, and she connects the generators together. And as the lightning starts to course through Barry and the surrounding area, Mina yells, it's too powerful! Barry tells them to stop. Stop right now, and as the power begins to fade, Grodd tells him, now the world will know who the real hero is, without powers. And just like that, Barry Allen is no longer the Flash. Grodd calls out that the Speed Force burns in his veins. But it is not enough, I need more. He reaches down, grabbing Barry by the head, and he tells Rajin to go ahead and retrieve the wand. Bring me the other speedsters. But first, there is something I must show our fallen hero. He steps up to his throne and it shoots into the air. Grodd holds out Barry's body, telling him, I was wrong about you. You aren't nothing. Grodd spits in his face, telling him, you're less than nothing. You're just human. He lets go of Barry's wrist and Barry begins to feel himself falling back to the ground. He starts to accept his fate as he hears someone telling him, not so fast, and Wally catches him before he hits the ground. Barry asks him how, and Wally says, I saw the lightning from over at Keystone and raced over. But never mind that, why are you falling? Barry doesn't answer him right away, but that's when another voice calls out to Wally. He looks over and Wally asks, is that Kid Flash? And Kid Flash asks, what are you doing here? And Avery asks, what happened to Grodd? Wally then turns back to Barry asking, Grodd? He's as scary as they come. If that ape is here, we're gonna need to come up with a plan and take him down together. Right, Barry? But after a few moments of not responding, Barry finally falls, stating, Grodd may have beat me, but he didn't beat the Flash. And Wally then says, I know, just tell me how to. But Barry stops him, telling him, no, you don't understand. Barry Allen is no longer the Flash of Central City. You are. A short while later, at the Speed Force Training Center, Barry begins running and shouts, come on, come on! And then he trips over his own leg. Avery tells him that he's right. His connection to the Speed Force is gone. Whatever Grodd did, he's once again a powerless member of the human race. The only thing that is not keeping him frozen in place like everyone else is the super small traces of Speed Force that are still in his system. And even that's about to wear off. Avery begins running around the lab, gathering up more tools to test with, but Barry calmly tells her to just relax. Kid Flash asks, how can you be so chill about this? Then Barry says it's because Grodd said that he was dying. And I believe him. Even before this, he always felt the Speed Force belonged to him. He'd even kill for it. We can't let that scare us. Kid Flash then asks, how are we supposed to stop Grodd without you? And Wally's voice says, Grodd is gonna have to go through me first. Wally slides in, stating that he just did a bit of recon around the whole city, and it turns out that everyone is occupied with the lightning rod and not looking for them. If he had to guess, then they're waiting to make a move. Avery says that Black Hole's lightning rod is draining speed from everything in Central City. If it gets to full power and is triggered by Rajin's wand, it would engulf the entire world and steal all of the Speed Force, including their own. Kid Flash says that he loves these powers. He doesn't want to lose them just when he's getting used to them. And Avery sighs, telling him she doesn't want to lose them either. When Godspeed was killing speedsters, she was willing to sacrifice the Speed Force, but now it's a part of who she is.
Barry places his hand on her shoulder, telling her not to worry. We're gonna stop Grodd long before he takes your powers. Barry then says after looking over Mina's computers, the lightning rod isn't just stealing speed, it's slowing everything to a crawl. And if it hits absolute zero, everything dies. Wally says that they're gonna have to evacuate the city, like now! And Barry tells everyone, Wally's right, but we're gonna need Kid Flash and Avery to leave the city. They need to stay on the run, not in Central City. Kid Flash yells, no way! Not this time! I'm not letting you! But Barry talks over him, telling him, now! Kid Flash scoffs. So it's gonna be like that, huh? All the times you told me to run, it's never been to run away from a fight. A second later, both Kid Flash and Avery leave, and Wally says, you know, you could have been a little nicer about it, Barry. Barry walks over to the table, telling him, you don't need me to be nice. What you need from me is to become the Flash again. And with this wand, I'm gonna get my powers back. Wally says that he is the Flash. It's starting to sound like you don't trust me very much. Without even responding to the comment, Barry looks over at the wand, telling him, this is the key. If I can adjust it and plug it into the lightning rod, I could get a jump start. Wally tells him that if it backfires, then you've just given Grodd what he wants. We gotta destroy the wand. Barry says, all I need is time. Evacuate the city and find Iris while Wally reaches out, telling him, it's time you took a step back, Barry. But Barry tells him, I built a treadmill that can travel through time. I can handle a fancy lightning wand. Wally pulls on Barry's shoulder, but Barry shakes him off, shouting, I need this! And after the two of them stare at each other, Wally says, you want time? You got it. And he runs out of the lab. Back out in the city, Avery asks Kid Flash, are they really gonna listen to Barry? And Kid Flash tells her, yeah, no. In fact, I'm already working on a plan. Mina can track speedsters through the Speed Force. That's how we met in the first place. So if she wanted, she would have located us a long time ago, which means Grodd totally has her brainwashed. We're gonna snap her out of it. While Wally starts taking everyone out of the city, Barry continues his work on the wand. And after breaking a component, he gets frustrated and throws it. But for Wally, he finally gets to the person he wanted to avoid, his Aunt Iris. She was always there for him, but since he escaped the Speed Force, he's never there for her like she was for him. But before he could even think further, Rajin calls out, Flash! And as he sees that it's just Wally, he says, oh, it's you, the Pretender. I was told Iris West might be the target to allow us to catch the real Flash. However, Lord Grodd demanded that we collect the sidekicks as well. Wally shouts, you want the Flash? Then you got me. As Wally takes on Rajin, Barry heads out to the only other place that he knows that he might be able to get help. Iron Heights Penitentiary. He holds the broken wand and he heads over to Kirsten's lab, where she's found frozen holding a tablet. Barry says that he's sorry for doing this and he taps the override button on the tablet and he leaves. He walks over to the containment cell stating that Black Hole is back and they've attacked Central City. I believed you when you said you wanted redemption, and right now, Central City needs you. So please, Godspeed. August steps out of his cell in his Godspeed costume, telling him, of course, that's what friends are for, Barry. Back with Wally, he begins to beat into Rajin, asking, where did Multiplex take Iris West? Where? Through Rajin's cracked mask, he laughs, stating, we took her to a real safe place. We need the girl for bait, so we won't hurt her. Yet. Wally asks, what does Grodd want? He already took Barry's speed. And Rajin begins to laugh, stating that Grodd knows Flash better than he knows himself. Stealing his speed is only the beginning of my master's rise to ultimate power. Meanwhile, over in the Heavy, Barry and August are sifting through more Black Hole files when Barry comes through the original schematics for Rajin's lightning wand. As he looks at it, he says that this is what they needed. They should be able to alter the wand enough so that they can steal back the Speed Force. August tells him, wait a second, that's why you broke me out? This isn't about stopping Black Hole, but rather getting your powers back? Barry says that this is about doing what it takes to save Central City. I need the Speed Force back. August takes off his mask, telling him, you're starting to sound real familiar. You're starting to sound just like me. That sound of being obsessed, especially when it comes to the Speed Force, I killed for it. And yet, I was freed from Iron Heights. Why? Barry tells him that he's seen what Grodd's done to the city. This is what will happen to the rest of the world if he doesn't get his powers back. That is why this wand needs to work. August leans in, telling him, there are plenty of other tag-alongs that you could have asked for help. Why did you free me, Barry? And Barry says it's because he knows Black Hole and their secrets. August tells him, no. You just wanted your bad friend to give you a pass. You don't want my help, you want my permission. So when this is all over, you can blame all the hard choices on me. Barry sighs, telling him, Grodd came to Central City because of me. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't stop him, and getting my powers back is my best bet to stop Grodd.
If we can race past Grodd's army, you can get me close to the lightning rod, and then we can lock the speed force within me. It has to work. August says, my guts are telling me that this was a mistake. And Barry says, I broke you out because despite everything that we've been through, I still trust you. So now, can you trust me? Across town, Mina leaves to go make the final calibrations for the lightning rod when she suddenly stops. She looks around for a moment and says, you can show yourselves now. Both Kid Flash and Avery stop, and Mina tells them that they are brave to be entering the lion's den. Now what do you want? Avery says that they looked at her equipment at the Speed Force Training Center. That lightning rod is going to do more than just drain speedsters, it's going to kill everyone. Mina says that they're too young to understand. Grodd getting the Speed Force is a good thing. Kid Flash yells, Grodd is messing with your head! You need to fight back! You're already doing it by not tracking us down! Mina begins to generate power from the negative speed force that she took out of Barry Allen, telling the two of them that she doesn't need their help. She's right where she belongs! The lightning shoots out of her hands, and then there's a white blur that runs past, grabbing Kid Flash and Avery. A voice tells Mina, I am super sorry about the whole killing you thing. Can we be friends? Once the blur stops, Kid Flash looks at August, asking, Godspeed? Also at that moment, Wally runs up shouting to Barry, you gotta get the wand away from, but Barry tells him, no! My powers are the only thing that's going to save us. But while everyone tries to figure out what's going on, because now we have Barry yelling at Wally that he needs the lightning rod, and we have Mina with a negative speed force trying to fight against everyone, and on top of all of this, we have Godspeed, Mina calls to Grodd to listen to her thoughts. Send Multiplex. Seconds later, Multiplex appears to fight everyone, and Barry tells them all to keep him covered while he gets closer to the lightning rod. As Kid Flash, Avery, and Wally all begin to fight, one of them hits the real Multiplex, and suddenly all of the Multiplexes vanish. Kid Flash says, nice, one of us must have gotten the real one, and Avery tells him it was totally her. They all look back to see Mina and August fighting, and Kid Flash asks, which one do we fight? Avery then says they should just watch, hopefully they'll take out each other. And Wally then looks around asking where is Barry, but up ahead, Barry says that he's sorry. Wally tries to run at him, shouting not to do it, and Barry slams the wand into the lightning rod, telling them all, this will save you all! Wally screams, don't, but after Barry pushes the wand all the way down, lightning begins to strike, and Barry Allen turns back into the fastest man alive. But that's when Grodd's voice tells him, you're right where I wanted you. All alone. I took what made you special, and you got what you needed, but both of us did. Bringing the wand back increased my mental connection to the Speed Force. Now I no longer need it to control the storm. I am the Speed Force Storm, and you have given me a gift beyond your wildest nightmares, Barry Allen. Barry begins to run towards Grodd, but as he gets closer, something shoots by, kicking him off his feet. Grodd tells him, you risked all of it because you thought you were the only one to protect this city, and because of that, a new army has been made. And no matter how fast you are, you can't possibly fight it. Barry looks up and he sees Wally and the others, each of them stating, worship Grodd or die. With no other choice, Barry gets up and he begins to run, but in the back of his mind, Grodd continues to taunt him. Barry Allen, you're so obsessed with protecting your life as the Flash that you didn't even think of who you would hurt in the process. Barry hears the voice coming out of Kid Flash, but as he turns, he sees nothing. He shouts, whatever game you're playing at, using my family is unforgivable. Avery runs by asking, is it because you're an expert at hurting your family? And then August runs by telling him, Grodd showed me what you really think of me. You think of me as nothing more than a killer. August then passes by a second time, punching Barry into a nearby truck. And Barry says, it was wrong for me to break you out, but together the four speedsters all yell at him, liar! The only thing that you were thinking about was that you needed your powers to save everyone. Barry tells everyone, you have to fight back, you could win this together. And then Wally runs in telling him, stop lying. You didn't have any faith in us, or you would have trusted us. You thought only you could save the day. Wally begins to chase after Barry, and as Wally gets closer, Barry tells him, you have to remember back to the day we met. Who was with you? Wally begins to slow down, telling him, Aunt Iris. And Barry tells him, I know you're in there, you have to fight it, Wally. Wally stops, struggling to remain in control, and he says, Grodd, whatever the lightning wand did made its connection to the Speed Force even stronger. He wants to see you truly defeated before he takes all the Speed Force for himself, Barry. As Wally goes on, he falls to his knees, shouting out in pain, and Barry tells him, you need to keep fighting, Wally. Wally looks up, and through Wally, Grodd tells him, you are such a fool. Wally grabs Barry by the leg and begins to drag him throughout the city. But as he's thrown back to the ground, Grodd tells him, you have lost. And now, with the Flash's connection to the Speed Force, I am the Lord and Master of the Speed Force. Grodd digs his fist into the ground, going on, telling him,
Mina was the easiest to control. She had real anger.
Barry gets back up, telling him, this is between you and me. But before he can finish, Avery, August, Kid Flash, and Wally all start hitting him, shouting, all you did was push us away. As the four go on, Barry doesn't fight back, and instead he accepts each blow. He falls to the ground and Grodd shouts, demanding to know,
why aren't you fighting back?
Barry sits back up and he tells him, I thought you were inside my head, but no matter what I do, you'll never get into my heart. Because of that, I will never, ever raise a hand to my family. He stands back up, holding his arms out, telling him, you're gonna have to kill me, so go ahead. Grodd begins to growl, asking,
this is how you want to win? A moral victory? Do you ask for death to mock me? Hide what could save you?
Barry tells him, you won't just stop with the Speed Force. You hunger for more power, and you won't stop until you have the world under your fists. Grodd punches into Barry, asking,
you think you know me? You would kill for the family that you're pushing away? If I can't have the love of Gorilla City, then the Speed Force is a worthy substitute. Why use these gifts to run when you could use them to rule? It was a waste of your power.
After knocking Barry away, Grodd begins to charge towards Barry as he stands back up. He looks back and he smiles while holding the lightning wand, and Grodd asks, what are you doing? And Barry tells him that he was collecting the pieces that he needed to adjust the lightning wand to create a very specific frequency in the Speed Force. And he's going to do what he was supposed to do from the start. As Grodd gets closer, Barry charges the wand with the Speed Force, and Grodd grabs onto it, feeling the Speed Force shoot throughout him. Barry then says, I'm doing everything in my power to save you, Grodd. As an explosion goes off, Wally runs over, telling him, Grodd had his teeth firmly clamped into our brains. And Barry pushes some rocks off of him, telling him, not anymore, he doesn't. You're all free. And for that, thank you. Wally asks, what are you talking about? You just saved us all. Wally helps Barry up, and Barry tells him, you were the Flash. I should have trusted you to handle this on your own, and you did. Wally says that he didn't, though. Iris is still missing. And Barry stops him, telling him, we'll find her. August asks, so what did Barry do about the big ugly monkey? Grodd weakly says,
he cured me. The disease is gone, but I am also powerless.
Barry tells him that his mental powers were a part of his heritage. He'll still have those, but whatever connection he had to the Speed Force is gone. Forever. Now it's time to turn that lightning rod off and return to Gorilla City to enjoy your new lease on life, Grodd. Grodd yells as he hits the controls on his throne, and Mina shouts, you can't let him turn it off! The lightning is the only thing keeping the storm in check! The lightning rod begins to build up power, and Wally asks, do you feel it? Barry tells him, yeah. The storm isn't just filled with Speed Force energy anymore. It's the negative Speed Force energy in there as well. The lightning rod begins to rip apart the city, and Grodd yells,
I would rather be dead than live without power, and I will take Central City with me.
Barry quickly jumps up and begins to attack Grodd so that he can give the time to everyone else to evacuate the rest of the city. But while Barry yells to Wally to keep looking for Iris, Grodd slams him into the ground, shouting,
the city is lost. Further proof that you are nothing even with powers.
Grodd begins to punch him over and over again, and just as he delivers the final blow, he feels something. Grodd looks back to see Barry, and Barry starts punching into him, asking,
how? I just saw you.
And Barry asks, saw me beaten to a pulp? Yeah. I used that connection that we made to make you see what you wanted. You killing the Flash. Barry reaches up to help Grodd up, and Grodd tells him,
pull back your hand. I would rather be buried under my final triumph than live another day without the Speed Force.
But just then lightning cracks, and 3 guards from Gorilla City appear, stating that he will not die here. It is their duty as the Gorilla City guards to arrest Grodd. His presence here has been known to them since the attack, but they couldn't enter until the lightning rod fell. Grodd will pay for his crimes, but not by a human's hand. They needn't to worry about Grodd ever again. Before Barry even has a chance to stop them, there's a loud crack, and another bolt of lightning strikes right where Barry is standing. At the last second, Wally pushes him out of the way, stating, you should know better than standing still during a lightning storm. Oh, and don't worry about Iris. I found her. The rest of the speedsters run up, and August asks, did I really just see a bunch of flying monkeys, or am I finally losing it? Avery then says that they got everyone out of the city, but Grodd is right. Central City is gone. Mina takes out her tablet and says that it's worse than that. The negative Speed Force is spreading fast. It'll soon overwhelm Central City and then Keystone. Barry tells her that there's only one choice: race around the city to let the Speed Force lock in with it and steal the speed from it. That should dissipate the storm. Mina says that this is the opposite of the Speed Force storm. That's why it's destroying everything instead of giving everyone powers. Even if they make it out alive, they could lose their powers for good. Barry looks at himself and says, I didn't say we.
I fought hard so I can get my powers back, but I was wrong. I don't need them. All I need is the Flash family. Now all of you run. Make sure that everyone is safe. Wally asks him, are you planning on doing what I think you're gonna do? And Barry stops him and says, there's a letter on my desk addressed to Iris. It's for both of you to read. Give it to her and tell her that I loved her. But as Barry finishes, he begins to run. Wally catches up to him yelling, this world needs Barry Allen. I need Barry Allen. Don't you get that? We need you to be the fastest man alive. If running into the storm is the only way to save the world, then you're not doing it alone. As the other speedsters start to run up, August then runs with them asking, let's take bets as to who's the fastest. And Barry tells him, Green Lantern and Green Arrow used to take bets. But the truth is, we're fastest when we run together. All 6 speedsters begin to run to contain the storm. And as Barry said, the storm slowly begins to dissipate. Once it finally fades, Wally yells, yeah, it worked! Go Team Flash! And Barry says, people call me a dork. As everyone stops, they all begin to use their powers, and everyone says, yep, still got him. And Kid Flash looks around asking, where'd Godspeed go? And Mina says that she saw him disappear into the storm as it was dying. But as she says that, Barry takes off running and Kid Flash asks where he's going. Before Kid Flash could follow, Wally stops him and tells him, hold on, I know exactly where he's going. A few seconds later, Barry pushes himself through the crowd of evacuated people calling out for Iris. Once Iris hears her voice, she runs up hugging him, but in another place, in another time. A man is looking at a statue of Barry and Iris kissing, and he says that the letter that he left was very touching. Glad the museum kept it in their archives. He really believed he was going to die in that storm, huh? That was the only difference between him and Wally. He knew that one day he would lose. But he never knew me as Hunter Zolomon. He was never my Flash. But here, in the 25th century, I've studied the history of the Flash, all of them. I know his profile better than anyone, even Eobard Thawne, and I can see the cracks in his legacy, and how to turn those cracks into the end of the Flash family as I bring them to war! In the garage of Iris West, her and Wallace listen to the radio as she finishes the last bit of repairs to Wallace's dirt bike. The announcer on the radio reports that a tidal wave is coming towards the coast of Bad Henicia, but the residents are being saved by what looks like 2 flashes. Iris tightens the last bolt, asking Wallace if he could turn that off, and as he does, he says maybe he should go. Iris stops him, telling him no, Barry and Wally handle this themselves. Wallace then asks Iris how does she know her way around a bike. She gets on it, telling him that the only way to get around Markovia was on these things. When they broke down, you really only had yourself to get them back up to speed. Iris starts the bike up, stating that luckily, working with things that go fast runs in the West family. Just then, Barry and Wally run in, and Barry says that he only lost a second on him on the way here. Wally tells him it's because he always takes the scenic route. Iris ruffles his hair, telling him, any trouble running on water? And Barry says that he tried to explain the science of the tidal wave, but Wally wouldn't listen. As everyone laughs, Wally screams out in pain as another of his memories comes back. Barry yells that they're taking him to Star Labs right now. He knows they don't want to, but they need to get these visions under control. Wally starts getting up, telling them, no! Something is coming! A second later, there's a flash of light, and the voice of Commander Cold, along with his renegades, calls out to Iris. He tells her, by the order of the temporal courts, you're under arrest for the murder of Eobard Thawne. Barry runs up to Cold, telling him there has to be a misunderstanding. We didn't. And Cold stops him, telling him, Mr. Allen, we know who you are, and frankly, we don't care. We've been ordered by the temporal court's judge to bring Miss West to the 25th century. Everyone begins to put on their costumes, and Wally tells Barry, you heard him, right? They know who you are. And we also know a rogue when we see one. Barry then asks, with a name like the Renegades, how can we trust you? And Cole tells him, I was worried that you wouldn't remember our last encounter. Seems I was right. Wally gets in front of Iris, telling him, she's not going anywhere. And Barry tells everyone, okay, calm down a second. Maybe we should hear them out. If we talk things out, we can. But without a second thought, Wally grabs Iris and starts running, stating, this is not happening. Barry calls out to Wally, and Cold and his team take off right behind him. Down the street, Iris shouts to Wally to stop right there and put her down. She can take care of herself, and they don't ever run from a fight. Just as they stop, Weather Warlock fires lightning down on the two of them, and Iris begins to run with Heatstroke taking off after her. Wallace jumps into the air, punching Heatstroke to stop him, and Barry catches up, telling Cold that they don't need to fight, they need... Cold tells him, it's too late. Golden Guardian, you're up. Golden Guardian smiles and holds up her yellow lantern ring, stating, and the blackest day and the brightest night, beware your fears made into light. Let those who try to stop what's right burn like my power, Sinestro's might. And as she finishes, fear constructs of evil flashes start running out, taking everyone down. As Barry and the others try to fight back, more and more constructs appear, and Cold holds out his gun, stating that he's sorry to do this, but... However, before he can pull the trigger, Iris flies out of the garage on Wallace's dirt bike, running into Cole, telling him no one ever takes aim at her family. Before she can get very far, though, Wally starts to have another vision. And just as the renegades surround him, Cold gets back up, telling everyone, stand down. Wally West is having what we in the 25th century call a temporal seizure. It comes from time travel or changes in the timeline. His memories are being splintered and they're causing damage to his nervous system. Iris asks if he can help him, and Cole tells her, yes, but our orders are for you. If you come with us and answer our questions, your nephew will be cared for. Iris says that even with Thawne's blood on her hands, her family let the fear of that man haunt them. No more. She's not afraid of him. Let's go. Barry yells out for them to wait. Let me come as a witness. I could explain her innocence to the courts. They'll understand that it was self-defense. Cole tells him that he really doesn't care who comes with, as long as Iris is with us. And Wallace says, if you're going, I'm going too. I would run to the ends of the earth for her. No one else is going. I don't trust them. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe the visions are a warning. Barry says, look, Iris is right. This needs to end. If you don't want to go, I understand. Wally tells him, no, I'm going to follow. I'll trust them for now. Cold sighs, stating, great. Happy family, hooray. Next stop, the temporal courts. As a loud and in a flash of light, the group is suddenly in the temporal courts of the 25th century, except Wally West isn't with them. Barry looks around asking where is Wally, and Cold looks at his scanner stating that he should be with us. This is all wrong. Meanwhile, over at the destroyed Flash Museum, Wally appears and frantically looks around, shouting, asking, where is everyone? What is that? A voice tells him, this is your life, your real life. This is everything that was taken from you. Everyone you ever known or loved. Forgotten, but not lost. Barry did nothing to find them, and they're all trapped as out of the Speed Force, just like you were. You can still be the hero that they need. But the only way to save your family is to destroy the Speed Force. Wally spins around asking who's there, and Hunter Zolomon steps out between the glass cases that are for Jai and Ray West, stating, my name is Hunter Zolomon, but you can call me Zoom. And together, we're gonna save your children. Wally walks up to the cases displaying the costumes of his children, and Hunter asks, you felt something was missing, didn't you? When you were trapped in the Speed Force, Barry pulled you out, but deep down, you knew there was something else, your family, your friends, your children. I've never forgotten. All I wanted to do is show you how to be a better Flash, and for you to recognize that potential to be the greatest hero that ever lived. Now the pathway has been revealed. Let me show you the way down the right path. Wally clenches his fist, swinging, yelling, like I would ever follow a person like you. And as he hits Hunter, a flood of memories pour into his mind, and he steps back, stating, you tried to kill Linda to teach me a lesson in tragedy. You took my kids, but I got them back. Did you do something to them again? If you don't tell me where Ray and Jai are, I will drag you across space and time. Hunter pulls down his mask, telling him, just listen, I'm not here to fight. Living in the future has given me some perspective on what I've done in the past. Wally begins to create a whirlwind, knocking Hunter away, asking, perspective? You tormented my family! And Hunter slowly begins to get back up with Wally watching, asking, you don't have powers. And Hunter tells him, that's what I've been trying to say, I've changed. After the cosmic treadmill exploded in the Flash Museum, my thoughts were all mixed up. It corrupted my way of thinking, but in the end, I'm still your friend, Wally. Together we can fix our mistakes. You can continue to hate me and lock me up, or we can be heroes again. Back with the others. Cold looks over his reading, stating, Wally did have a crazy amount of temporal energy, but this isn't right. Someone grabbed him. The time stream is a crime scene. As Barry asks for help, the Golden Guardian runs in yelling that they have a problem, the judge is missing. But they found evidence in his office, and it's a little distressing. Suddenly, a video is played back on the many screens that shows the fight between Iris and Eobard. It shows Iris killing Eobard Thawne in self-defense, and Colt then says, this may not have been about Iris. It's about bringing Wally here too, and I know where he is. Barry yells that if Wally is in danger, we're going after him. And Colt tells his team to lock everyone up until we can sort this out. Barry begins running and punching everyone, stating that when they first showed up, he was holding back. But he won't stand still while his family is in danger. Cold grabs his gun, telling him, that's enough! Barry smacks it out of his hand, telling him, you're being manipulated. If you have any idea where Wally is, you're coming with me. Back at the Flash Museum, Hunter goes on, telling him, I warned you about going back in time and changing it. When Barry went back to save his mother, he created the Flashpoint, and he nearly destroyed the world. Though Barry managed to put things back together, there are things missing. Before I became Zoom, I was selfish. I wanted to go back and fix my life, but now this is bigger than going back in time. There are people trapped in the Speed Force. Wally turns away, telling him that he's just trying to trick him into cutting the connection that him and Barry have to the Speed Force. And Hunter shouts, asking, "Your powers are more important than your children? The temporal energies in your body will allow you to enter the Speed Force at the right speed and break it. It'll be enough to save Ivory and Chai. Be the hero that we all know you are." Just then, Barry runs in with Commander Cold, stating that they never needed a reverse flash to tell them how to be heroes. Cold points his gun at Hunter, telling him, "You're under arrest." And as he fires, Wally runs through yelling, "No!" And he deflects the shot, creating a blast, knocking Barry and Cold away. Seconds later, Wallace and Iris show up, and Wallace asks, "Is that reverse flash?" And Wally tells him, he used to call himself Zoom. He's from before Barry made a mess of things. Barry asks him, "How could you defend someone in that costume?" And Wally says, "I know parts of my life have been taken away. Like my children. I had twins, Barry." Everyone begins to look around, and Iris says that she remembers. She used to babysit them. Who else are they? But before Iris can ask her question, Cold grabs his gun, pointing it at Hunter, stating that everyone is coming with me. The courts will sort this out. Hunter yells to Wally, telling him, "You know that this is too big for them to understand. You have to break the Speed Force." Wally tells Barry that if he runs fast enough, he can re-enter the Speed Force and he can save them. And Barry asks, "Are you really considering this? You were trapped there." Wally takes off running, telling him, "I wasn't asking for your permission." But before Barry could follow, Cold checks his scanner, stating that Wally just jumped into the time stream. There's no point in running. Barry tells Cold, "If you want to redeem yourself, then take care of Iris and Wallace until I catch up. I know there's a cosmic treadmill in this museum." Cold begins pressing buttons on his wrist, stating, "How about a shortcut? I have Wally's Speed Force signatures, so you should be able to get right to him." As Barry disappears, Hunter looks at Cold and tells him, Wally is finally on the right path to becoming the true Flash. And Cold tells him, "You're not going anywhere." And Hunter tells him, "You're here because I created the Renegades." And Cold tells him, "Maybe it's time to go rogue then." Hunter grabs a shiny yellow hammer and slams it on the ground, yelling, "I hate rogues!" And in a flash of light, he disappears. Suddenly, the alarms begin going off, and Iris asks, "What's that?" And Cold says that it's a citywide siren. It's a temporal event. Everyone begins to head outside, and Cold goes on telling them, whatever Hunter did, he changed the timeline in a major way. Time is beginning to erase itself. As the entire city around the three heroes begin to fade to white, Cold grabs Iris and Wallace, telling them, "Don't worry. It may be too late for this, but everything is going to be okay." And as he says this, they fade into white. Meanwhile, in another time, Wally races towards Central City, thinking about the life that he had. And then Barry charges into him, sending the two of them flying down the road. Barry gets up, telling him, "Hunter is lying!" And Wally gets up and starts running, telling him, "And what if he's not?" Barry turns to grab Wally, telling him, "Then we'll find another way!" And Wally pushes Barry off of him, telling him, "You should be helping me in this. And if you won't, I'll make sure that you never run again." Barry steps back, telling him, "I don't want that. Look, Eobard murdered my mother and took my life away. Every day has been about making sure that no one else has to go through what I did, including you. I will not allow you to make the same mistakes that I once did. What if destroying the Speed Force has bigger consequences than losing our powers?" And Wally yells, "I don't care about the consequences." And Barry then says, "If you run, I will catch you." And Wally asks, "Do you remember what happened the first time that we raced?" The two pause for a moment, and as the two generate more power, Wally takes off with Barry shouting, "You have to stop!" Seconds later, as Barry catches up to Wally, they tear through the world, with Amanda Waller watching the two pass, and she tells Steve Trevor, "You might want to call in your friends. Tell them to clean up this mess before Task Force X is involved, because either way, the Flashes must be stopped." Wally shouts, "Hunter was right! My kids are trapped! There isn't another second that I'm going to stand around and do nothing!" Soon the ground around Amanda Waller and Steve Trevor begins to rumble, and Amanda asks, "Are they coming around again?" And Steve tells her, "No. You said to call on my friends, right?" Superman and the rest of the Justice League begin to touch down, with Diana asking, "What is going on? You said the Flash was in danger?" And Amanda tells him, "No, the Flash is the danger. It appears that there are two Flashes and they're racing. It just might bring the end of the world that we're supposed to be protecting." Cyborg taps into the network and says, "Waller's telling the truth for once. The energy that they're generating is playing havoc with every fabric of the multiverse." Superman kneels down, telling them, "If there's even a slight chance that they can hurt someone, I'm gonna catch up and talk some sense into them." In a flash, Superman takes off, following close behind, calling out to Barry and Wally, telling them, "You have to stop!" However, to them, they're running too fast and they're so involved in their own argument that Superman's words don't even reach them. Back with everyone, there's a blue flash with Superman stopping, taking a deep breath, stating, "I couldn't catch them. They're going too fast." Hal Jordan reports in, telling everyone, "Hey, don't worry. If the blue couldn't get their attention, maybe green will." Roy then asks, wouldn't going that speed kill them if they hit the wall? And Hal says, being friends with Barry for this long means that I've been subjected to his flashbacks for years. I'm using all of my will to vibrate this construct at a frequency that if they run through it, it'll slow them down but not kill them. But as Wally runs through it, he plows through the construct, destroying it, forcing Barry to stop and save Hal. Barry tells him, I know you're trying to help, but it's too dangerous for any of you to be here. After setting him down, Hal reports that they nearly broke his ring. The energy that they are giving off demolished his construct. This is bad. Real bad, guys. Barry manages to catch up, shouting, what is wrong with you? Hal is our friend and you nearly killed him. He grabs Wally by the arm, throwing him into a building. But Wally lands feet first and continues running, telling them, I knew that you were going to be there to save him. Wally tells him, if you trust me, now's the time to show it, Barry. And Barry asks, what do you want me to do then? Wally tells him, we need to continue to race into the Speed Force, smashing through the other side. And Barry says, we've both have gotten lost in the Speed Force before, Wally. And Wally tells him, that's because we were alone. This time we could stay grounded. We are each other's lightning rods, Barry. Just then, Wally begins to break through the Speed Force barrier with Barry yelling, telling him, I can't keep up. Something is wrong. There's pain. Barry begins to fall back, shouting, wait! But Wally calls out, telling him, you just have to believe. I can save my children. I have to. There's a loud crack-oom, and both Barry and Wally are thrown out of the Speed Force. Barry gets up stating, I still feel connected to the Speed Force, but something's wrong. And just then there's another loud boom, with the Justice League landing and Diana shouting, what have you done? Barry asks, what is she talking about? And Aquaman tells him, look into the sky! As the two look up, they see lightning storms covering everything, and Barry says, I think we just broke the Speed Force. Wally then asks, but what about Irate and Jai? Hunter said! But before he could finish, Barry and Wally hear the sounds of cracks as somebody is going through hitting all of the heroes, and a voice calls out to them. The voice tells them, you didn't free them. You didn't break the Speed Force. All you did was break the Force barrier and unleash something else that was trapped long ago. Barry shouts to Hunter as he's holding Batman's unconscious body, and Hunter tells him, you always wanted to be like Barry, and now you can be. A selfish man who hurt the world. Wally asks, what are you talking about? And Hunter says, I needed you to break the Force barrier so that I could gain access to what was still inside of the Speed Force. Barry steps forward shouting, you lied! And he begins to create a whirlwind blast, but Hunter holds up Batman's body, letting him take the hit and being sent off across the city. Hunter yells, you did what a hero does. You took the risk. And yes, I do know where Wally's family really is. But I saw the dangers that are coming into our world and what you needed to be a true hero. Like a fool, I hoped it would have been Wally. Hunter holds up a ring, telling them, Eobard used to hang on to Barry's original Flash ring, hoping the same thing for him. As the ring opens up, a red costume comes out and Hunter tells them, no one understands tragedy like I do. My name is Hunter Zolomon, and I am the Flash. I am much, much more than just the fastest man alive. You think that you know everything about the Speed Force, but that's just one of the forces out there. And now you have freed them all. Barry and Wally start rushing towards Hunter, but Hunter holds out his hand and the two stop. Hunter tells them, the history books call these forces the Sage Force and the Strength Force. Hunter telepathically lifts Barry and Wally into the air and then punches them back down, telling them, I saw how these would eventually make your lives a living hell, and I'm going to save you from that future, and use these powers to kill both of you, and finally bring back the life that was taken. As Hunter starts to take the two down, Wally jumps to his feet and takes Hunter away, asking, where are my kids? Where did you hide them? And Hunter grabs Wally by the throat, telling him, no, that's not on me. You never understood, but Barry gets it. Barry knows how tragedy makes a hero. You practically lived the same life. A madman changed your lives forever, and destiny turned you into heroes. These events turned me into Zoom, but that was the path that I needed to run to join you as the new Flash. Together, both Barry and Wally yell that there's never going to be a time when he becomes the Flash. And Hunter punches Barry and mentally stops Wally, telling him, I'm stronger and smarter. You were always blind to the Speed Force, and look where that got you. We thought these heroes were equals when we should have been your masters. It never crossed your minds what other forces would be out there. Now with the Flash family broken, it's time to fix the past, present, and future. As Hunter turns back and he begins to run, Wally helps Barry up, telling him that they need to hurry and follow Hunter before things get even worse. Meanwhile, back with the others floating in nothingness, Wallace asks, where are we? Are we dead? And Cole tells him, no. I was able to get us away from the time wave before it could get us. I just couldn't set coordinates. This must be the no-when. Iris asks what are they supposed to do, and Cole tells her Kid Flash can run us back into the time stream. That way, we can get back home. Wallace says that he doesn't have a lightning rod like Barry or Wally, and Iris stops him, telling him, yeah, you do. You're a member of our family, and you know exactly who to run to when you're worried. You can do this. Now run, damn it! Wallace grabs a hold of Iris and Cole's arm, shouting, "Yes, ma'am!" And he starts to run. Over with Hunter, he punches through into the time stream, and he looks back and he sees Barry and Wally, and he laughs, telling them,
It looks like I've got some sidekicks.
The two try to grab a hold of Hunter, but as Hunter dodges, he tells them,
This is so much bigger than you. Thanks to you breaking the force barrier, I can cross the line into hyper time. Here I can pick and choose the reality that I want to be the hero that you need. All that's needed is the last force.
As the realities begin to bend around everyone, Barry says that he must be talking about the Still Force. The Justice League just recently encountered it. It's a dark alternate current to the Speed Force. Wally yells, "Whatever it is, we can't let Hunter get a hold of it. What's worse is I've been in hyper time before, and this doesn't look right." Barry says, "It's gotta be dying because of the source wall breaking. That's why we need." But Wally stops as he sees images of I, Ray, and Jai stating, "That's my kid's future!" Barry calls out to him, but Hunter hits him, telling him,
Wally is starting to understand. We can all get what we want.
Hunter starts running through a reality where Wally has his family, and just as he begins to stop and look, Barry tells him, "We have to keep going. The longer that we wait, the further that Hunter's going to get, and we will find them again." And Wally starts running, telling him, "You're right. I know you're right." And that's when there's a loud crack, and as everyone stops, Wally asks, "What is this?" And Hunter says,
Don't you recognize the 25th century? You were just here, but your adventures erased it.
Wally shouts, asking, "Where are Iris and Wallace?" And Hunter attacks them, telling them,
It doesn't matter. All is lost and found at my whim. You could have had these powers if you weren't so weak, but you're unworthy of even fighting for it.
Hunter grabs Wally by the neck, and as he grabs him, Wally's eyes begin to glow as another memory comes in, and he shouts, "We used to be friends!" As Wally remembers, Hunter is knocked away by the temporal energy, and he asks,
What did you do? I need to get back into hyper time.
Barry and Wally take off after him, and Barry asks, "Did you see that? Your temporal seizure hurt Hunter. That could be the key to winning this whole thing." Wally asks him how, and Barry tells him, "Whenever you think about something from your past, you have a burst of temporal energy, and that clashes with the Speed Force connection. Now that Hunter is connected to the Speed Force, temporal energy should hurt him. It might be possible to use that energy to expel him from hypertime." Wally asks what happens if he uses the temporal energy and he forgets his family again. And Barry shouts, "You won't. You just have to embrace them. The past and legacy are important, and you can learn from them to help you move forward. Your connection to the people that you love, whether here or not, is your greatest gift." Wally then asks, "How are we going to catch up to Hunter?" And Barry asks, "Remember when you asked me about the first time that we raced?" Of course I remembered. I was so lost in the science of the Speed Force that I missed out on just having fun and cutting loose. Wally West always enjoyed speed, and right now, you need to remember that Wally West is the fastest man alive." Wally begins to focus on his running, and slowly he begins to inch closer and closer to Hunter. And then he tells Hunter, "This race is over." Hunter asks him,
Do you really think you can keep up with me?
and he swings, except his arm goes through Wally. Wally laughs, asking, "Ha ha, as you like that? I went intangible from vibrating so much. That's something my daughter taught me. You've helped me remember everyone in my life and the people who made me. So for that, thank you for reminding me that I don't run through the Speed Force alone." Wally starts to concentrate, and he lets out the temporal energy that he's been storing up with the memories of his family, and unleashes it onto Hunter Zolomon. And as he does, there's a loud crack-a-boom, and Barry finds himself back in Central City. He looks around asking where Wally and Hunter are, and that's when there's a loud crack-a-boom, and Wallace comes running out holding Iris and Colt. He gets up telling them that he didn't think he could go that fast, and Barry tells him, "That was amazing! You found your way back!" And Wallace stops him, stating that he found his way back because he let his anger guide him. As Wallace pushes Barry back, Barry asks him, "What?" And Wallace tells him, "It's because we're supposed to be a family, and when we were in the future, you left me." Iris pulls Wallace away, stating it's okay, and Wallace tells her, "No, it's not. We can't keep doing this." Cole checks his scanner and he asks Barry, "What the hell did you do in there? The force barrier's a mess. The fact that I'm alive means the future must have been fixed. Hopefully. What's worse, there's no temporal energy, which means all speedsters are done. Forever. All access to hyper time is shut down, and I'm stuck here." Iris asks, "What about Wally?" And Cold looks at the scanner, stating, "Well, I'm not sure if it's him or not, but someone is connected to the Speed Force in this time period." Over at Mount Hood in Oregon, Wally starts to pick himself up from the snow, and Barry says, "Let me help." Wally asks, "Where is?" And Barry tells him, "They're at home, or at least in the correct time period." Wally says, "No, Hunter." And Barry tells him he's not sure. Wally pushes Barry off, stating that they escaped. That means that Hunter escaped too. They need to find him. And Barry runs in, telling him, "Stop! Can't we just talk for a second?" Wally tells him, "I've been angry at you for so long, and that's because you mean everything to me. It wasn't Linda or the kids who grounded me, it was Barry Allen. You pulled me out of the Speed Force, and I may be faster, but I could never outrun you." Hunter was right. I wanted him to be so badly, and I ended up making the same selfish mistakes as you. It was wrong of me to ask you to run with me after everything Eobard did to you. So right now, I need to go back to the future and find Hunter. Barry stops him. You can't. When you released your temporal energy, you cut off time travel. Wally steps back asking, then Hunter won. Barry then says, we may have lost, but right now, we need to stop running. Wally asks, what, like you did after your mother's death? You stood still for years. You might have made your own mistakes, but I refuse to make yours again. We're not the same, and I'll never stop running, Barry. As Wally leaves, Barry stands there thinking about the things that have changed. He is not the fastest man alive anymore. After briefing the League on everything that had happened, everyone went their separate ways, with Wallace following Damian Wayne and Iris going out to find Wally. But even with the force barrier being shattered, if there's one thing that he can learn from loss, it's that he will always find hope. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young speedster comes through the street stating, I'm not sure if you heard me, Wally, but if not, who cares? The force barrier is down and the one and only Bart Allen is back. Back in the 25th century, the Renegades hurry over to Iron Heights Penitentiary, and Golden Guardian says that the readings show that there have been some massive changes. Whether Warlock asks what are they supposed to do, they are all that's left of the Renegades. And Golden Guardian shouts that they will deal with that later. Iron Heights is the greatest prison in the multiverse. Eobard built it after he caught its only inmate, if he ever escaped. But as the Renegades turn the corner, a bolt of lightning strikes them, fading them from existence, and a voice says, finally, the Flashes will pay for what they have done. The metal doors fall over, revealing the name of the inmate, Crisis. And Crisis says, worlds will live, worlds will die. The multiverse will never be the same. With the force barrier damaged and the revelation of Strength Force and the Stage Force, Barry sought the help of the only people who would have insight on other forces, the multiversal Flashes. But as he stands in the House of Heroes, none of the Flashes before him know anything other than the Speed Force. No one knows what the Sage Force, Strength Force, and Still Force are. Barry sighs, stating, thanks anyway. It's good to see all of you, but I'm gonna go back to my lab and try to figure this out. One Flash says that it's not always about science, you know, and another asks, did you ever go on a Force quest? Barry stops, asking, what? Flash says, he can't go on believing something as powerful as the Speed Force is all about him. You should go out there and explore, learn a little bit. Barry tells them, thanks, I'll think about it. If you need me, you know where to find me. And back in the current day Central City, Trickster sits in a room with Detective Burns and Morrow, stating that if Wolf finds out about this, he's dead. Morrow asks, why do you think we're hiding you up here? Why are you so jittery? Trickster then says that he's not sure about this, he's not feeling too good. Maybe they should get him to a nurse or something. Burns tells him, look, she knows how small and powerless Wolf made him feel, but they can help him. And Morrow tells him to just relax. The judge will be here any minute and they can drop him back off at Iron Heights. Wolf will never know. Just then a male and a female para-angels shout that they hope Trickster isn't afraid of heights. Burns and Morrow grab their guns and begin firing, but the para-angels shield themselves with their metal wings, shouting, they heard that Trickster was talking too much. The male pulls Trickster out of the window, and then Trickster shouts, asking, do you know who's in Central City? Trickster's fake arm falls off, and the male says, the Flash may run the streets, but we run the skies. Below, Barry runs up the side of a building, jumping off of it, stating that his mother always told him that he had his head in the clouds. He springs off the building, punching into the male para-angel, and the two begin struggling for control. The woman calls out that if he really wants him, all he has to do is catch him. She then lets go of Trickster, and Barry lands on a nearby building and begins running and leaping off, catching Trickster, asking, what is this all about, Trickster? Trickster tells him, it's top secret, and shouldn't you be more worried about the para-angels getting some air? A voice tells him that he wouldn't worry about the air. It's all about getting chilly. Commander Cold flies by, pointing his cold gun at the para-angels and fires, freezing them mid-flight. Barry shouts, you've got to be kidding me! And then he begins to run to the edge to create a whirlwind to catch the para-angels and safely put them back on the roof. Barry yells, you could have killed them! And Cole tells him that it was a nano-ice blast. They would have defrosted when I hit the switch. But while the two of them are distracted, Trickster uses his air-walking shoes to run down into the alleyway, and as he gets on the ground, he stumbles, stating, I still feel weird. And the phantom pain on my arm? I haven't felt that in years. Just then, the ground begins to tear apart, and Trickster can feel himself being pulled down. He tries to grab onto something, screaming for help, but as whatever it is pulls him down, his cries go unheard. A short while later, back on the rooftops, Barry runs up to Commander Cole, telling him, great, your action caused us to lose Trickster. Cole tells him, look, I figure since I'm stuck here, I might as well lend a hand.
times are changing. Barry tells him, no, this is my city. Things don't change in Central City. You can look for the forces all you want, but stay out of my way. Later that night, back at home, Barry goes through Trickster's file, stating that there's gotta be a place that he would always return to. Just need to keep Commander Cold away. Iris tells him that she knows that him being stuck here is his fault, right? Maybe he should just work with the time-displaced Commander Cold. They don't want him to become a villain again. Barry asks, are you worried? Is there anything that you remember from before about the new forces? Iris thinks about it and says that she's not sure. Her memories are a bit weird. Some things fade in and out while others are stronger, but Iris remembers the other timeline in which they got married, and Barry asks, like, what? And Iris trails off stating something else. Just then, Barry's phone goes off and Barry says that it's Cold. He thinks he's found Trickster. He runs out of the house, but then runs back, giving Iris a kiss and then back out again. As he reaches the location that Cold sent him, Cold says that he's surprised he actually came. Any lectures planned? Barry tells him no, he actually came to listen to him. Cold laughs, telling him, well, my scans show that Trickster went missing right around this spot But before he could finish, the ground rumbles as a hand punches up, breaking apart the pavement. A figure begins to crawl out and a voice asks, what's happening? I feel, whoa! Cold tells him, I think we may have just found the strength force, and Barry asks if the giant hulking monster is Trickster? He punches Barry into the ground and then he grips the gravel arm, telling everyone, Central City saw me as a joke, but now they're all gonna pay for laughing at me. A few minutes pass, and as Commander Cold gets back up, he says that he hasn't been hit that hard since Gorilla Ghost sucker punched him in front of the House of Secrets. Barry helps him up, stating, you might have a concussion, and Cold brushes him off, telling him I'm fine, and I don't like the idea of moving at super speed to the hospital. Besides, we have bigger things to worry about than a few bumps and bruises. Back when I was an agent at the temporal courts, Trickster never turned into this. The two look at the hole in the ground, and Barry asks, was the Trickster buried alive? Cold tells him, well, the Speed Force struck you from above. Maybe the Strength Force comes from below. Scans show that the Force is still in flux. After you and Wally broke the Force barrier, you turned Central City into a petri dish for these new forces. It's probably trying to find a proper host. Meanwhile, downtown, Trickster smashes another police car, shouting, Trickster Rex in the house! Barry and Cold speed through the city, following Trickster's destruction, but while Iris goes to the library to try and find out more about the other forces, there's a loud crashing noise. She looks back to see the Flash thrown through the window. As Barry hits the bookshelves, he sees Iris and asks, where's the science section? He gets up, goes back to the window, and Iris says, my keen investigation skills tell me that Trickster found the Strength Force before you did, didn't he? Trickster then yells, I gotta be like the strongest guy in the world, right? I gotta be! Commander Cold runs up with his gun trying to freeze Trickster, telling him, it's time for you to chill out. But Trickster grabs him, telling him, I thought you were Snart, but Snart doesn't make puns. Flash runs down, punching into Trickster, and Trickster laughs, telling him, thanks for the massage, bro! And then he grabs him too. As Trickster begins to squeeze down on the Flash, he begins to vibrate out of his grip, and he shouts, we're here to help you! Trickster looks at his hand, stating, what the hell, bro? You cheated! That hurt! He grabs a car to throw, but before he can, he falls to his knees, shouting, something's wrong, bro! Cold tells him, it looks like the vibrational frequency must have thrown his body's connection to the Strength Force off. We need to take him out while we can. Barry tells him no. He's just a kid. Can't you use any of that fancy future tech to see what's going wrong? Commander Cold begins to scan Trickster, telling him the Strength Force is surging inside of him. The power is too much for his body. It's breaking down under his own weight. If we're gonna help out this criminal, we're gonna need to find a place that can contain him. Trickster struggles and says, I know a safe place, bro! A short while later, over at Iron Heights, Kristen looks through Trickster's file, stating that all of Wolf's personal files on him have been deleted. Did Wolf know that he was going to report him? Just then, Wolf asks Kristen what she's doing, and she tells him after the Flash totally screwed things up, she wanted to find clues that can help them. Could be possible that the Flash is the one hiding Trickster, and Wolf says, I doubt it. Why would the Flash ever dare work with? But that's when he's stopped by a guard yelling, they got him! It's the Trickster, and the Flash brought him in. As Flash and Cold walk through the doors of the prison with Trickster, Trickster whispers to Barry, no matter what, you can't leave me alone with Wolf, bro. Wolf walks out, stating that it looks like someone's on the juice. And why is Snart here? Barry runs up, stating, I need Commander Cold's help for running tests on Trickster, and Trickster isn't leaving my sight. Wolf then asks, why exactly would I allow you to observe one of my inmates? What's in it for me? Barry asks, what do you want? And Wolf smiles. Later, inside of a containment tube, the Flash asks him, are you happy now? And Wolf tells him, it's like Christmas morning. I wanted to test my new anti-speedster cells on an expert. You're surrounded by a special glass that gives off a harmonic frequency so chaotic that if you try to vibrate through it, it will skin you down to the bone. As Commander Cold begins to work on the computer, Wolf asks, where exactly are you from? from? Where is home? Cold tells him, don't worry, no one knows who you are where I'm from. Cold then calls out, all right, Trickster, a giant punching bag is coming in. I'm giving you 3 guesses what I need you to do with it. The bag goes into the cell, and as he punches it, Cold looks at the computer stating, holy, his strength is off the charts. He's getting heavier. The strength force must be based around gravity and the force of motion. His mass is increasing and creating his own gravitational field, but it's unstable. The speed force bonded with the Flash, but it's not doing that with the Trickster. Best guess, it's rejecting him. It's gonna kill him or it's gonna explode. The Flash asks, wait, it's not permanent? That means we can still help him. We just need to find a way to transfer that energy to... Cole tells him, is this guy really worth the risk? He might be better suited being put down. Kristen tells him, no, the Flash is right. Just then the computer beeps and Cold says, oh no, it's do or die time, the strength force is! Trickster begins to scream out in his cell as his muscles begin to expand, and Cold says, I'm sorry, we're running out of options here. Barry begins to beat on the anti-speed force cell, shouting, let me out! And the ground begins to rip apart underneath the Trickster, but it also ends up pulling Barry Allen into it. After a flash of light, Barry leans up, looking at his body, as it's now grown to the size of Trickster's because he's now inhabiting the strength force. The Trickster tackles into Barry shouting, you lied, bro! You just wanted to steal the spotlight! The Flash tries to tell him, that's not it! And while the two of them struggle, Cold says, I'm sorry, but there's only one way we're gonna stop the strength force, and that's by killing the both of you. Cold fires a shot off, narrowly missing Barry's chest. And then Cold calls out that he saw the readings. The strength force is too dangerous, especially now that you're infected. Barry shouts that Trickster doesn't deserve to die because of his past mistakes. He's just a kid. Hearing that, Trickster yells, I am not a kid! He charges at Barry, pinning him to the wall, but as they do, Wolf tells Cold that this is his chance. Kill him! Pull the trigger! Trickster turns back and Barry says, there's still time to save the Trickster! And then he punches the ground, throwing everyone off their balance. He steps back, looking at his fist, stating, whoa! This must be how Superman feels. Cold gets back up, stating, whatever you're thinking, I can't let you do it. And Barry tells him, wait! Trickster's weight increased the stronger he was getting because of the manipulation of the gravitational field around him. But when I vibrated, so Barry begins to vibrate in place and he slowly reduces his own size while retaining the strength. Barry says, see, it can be controlled. All the strength force needs is an outlet, and we can do the same for Trickster. Cold sighs, stating, I really hate science. Elsewhere in the prison, Wolf gets back up and Trickster finds him, telling him, you may have been the big bad wolf, but you won't ever blow me down again, bro! As Trickster smashes the ground next to Wolf, Barry runs in, tackling him out into the sea. The two punch back and forth, but without his full size, Barry is knocked back into the prison. They both go back and forth, fighting for power, and as they clash, the Flash asks what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Just then, an explosion goes off in the center of the prison, and Barry gets up in his original form, asking, where did Trickster go? Trickster calls out, holding up the entire building. Over here! You got me pretty good! My bodacious bod is going bye-bye. Do me a favor, get my friends out of here before the house comes down. Barry tells him, no, we can think of a way, Trickster. But Trickster shouts, you keep saying you want to help, then help by saving my friends. The only family I got, please, Flash. As Barry starts to run around getting everyone out, Trickster struggles to keep the weight of the building from falling as his body is slowly reverting back to its normal form. Once the final rogue is out of the prison, Barry runs back trying to grab Trickster. The debris falls, crushing him. He begins to remove the rocks, calling out the Trickster, and what he finds is the gravel arm broken off. As the sun comes up, Commander Cold scans the prison, stating that Central City has become the epicenter for the new forces, and it's playing havoc with his scanners. But Iron Heights is free of the strength force. If it found a new host, he or she is going to be out there in the world. Barry asks him, what about the Trickster? And Cold tells him, nothing. I tapped into some satellites over Central City, but I didn't pick up any traces of him. Also, we didn't find a body. Barry then shouts, I've had enough of this. All of this stuff happened because of what you did, Commander Cold. This isn't the 25th century. Your ways are not going to fly here. Cold asks him, are you calling me reckless? I'm stuck in the Stone Age because you and Wally wanted to race. All I want to do is go back home and see if the people that I love are still alive. My very presence here means the future has already changed. The world that I love is gone. I can never go back, Flash. You're gonna need to get over yourself and get ready for what's about to come. Cold speeds off on his hover bike and Iris asks, she thought that they were supposed to be working together. Barry looks back asking, what are you doing here? And Iris says, covered a story. Flash fought Trickster and Wolf's guards, and there's a man dressed like Captain Cold. What even is his real name? We know he's from the future, but Commander Cold would be a weird real name. Barry brushes her off, stating that he needs to get back to work, and he'd rather not talk about any of this. Iris grabs him, stating, yeah, but I do. And Barry tells her, oh yeah? What about you then? Let's talk about what you're hiding. You're not the only one in this relationship who can pick up on clues. I know you're not telling me something from your past life. Why? What is so bad that you would hide it from me, Iris? Iris thinks back to the wedding memories that she had. and says that it's nothing. Barry heads back into the prison stating, "Fine, don't tell me. I'll see you at home when I get off of work." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Trickster looks around and finds himself in an abandoned building covered in dust. He asks, "Where am I? Is this some kind of trick?" A shadowy hand reaches out stating, "It ain't your time just yet. If you had just let the para-angels bring you here from the start, we could have avoided all of this, but it's okay. It's all about the long con, you know. Come on, let James Jesse lend you a hand." Pun intended. There's a loud boom in Central City as a giant fist of Solomon Grundy punches into Barry Allen, knocking him to the ground. As the Flash sits there, he thinks how Halloween is one of Iris's favorite holidays, and instead of spending time with her, he's fighting a zombie with the Justice League Dark. He gets back up and he starts to lay into Solomon, with Solomon grabbing him, and the Flash thinking that he might have to come up with a different plan to bring him down. Grundy pulls back, and as he swings, the Flash begins to vibrate at a particular frequency that allows him to pass through Grundy's fist, and boom! Pieces of Grundy fly all around, and Wonder Woman says that she's surprised. She never took him for one to deal a lethal blow like that. Flash shrugs it off, telling her that Grundy will be fine. He'll be back to his old gray self before you know it. Right now, I gotta head out and meet up with Iris and the others. I'll catch you all later. Flash changes out of his costume as he runs to the bar to meet up with Iris, Burns, and Morrow, and as he walks in, Morrow laughs, stating, "Shoot! I thought you'd be at least an hour late. Since you're only 15 minutes late, I guess I'll be picking up the first round, huh?" Barry laughs as he heads to the bar, stating, fine, another round for my friends. But a water for me, please." The bartender asks if he's sure that he doesn't want a cold one. "If anyone needs to loosen up, it's you, Barry Allen." Commander Cold smiles as he leans in the back of the bar, and Barry asks, what is he doing here? Cold tells him that since he's stuck in this primitive era, he's got to make money somehow, and he doesn't have very many options. Burns gets up to help Barry with the drinks and asks who's his friend behind the counter. Barry says that he's not a friend, just a suspect in an old case I had. Meanwhile, over at Iron Heights, Heatwave begins to head back to his cell when the doctor tells him that he may want to try meditation. It might help with his. Heatwave stops him, telling him, "None of that new age stuff works for me. Not really my style." Mirror Master laughs, asking Weather Wizard if he's seeing this. Heatwave is talking about his feelings. It's truly the end of the Rogues. Heatwave tells him, "Shut it, or it'll be the end for you." But as he passes Warden Wolf asks how was his visit today. Heatwave scoffs, telling him, "Nothing for you to stress over, you glorified security guard." Wolf says that if he continues with that kind of a tone, he'll learn that there's no way out of Iron Heights. And Heatwave says, "Oh yeah? Tell that to James Jesse." And Wolf snaps, asking, "How do you know about?" But just then an explosion goes off in Heatwave's cell, and he screams as he's being burned alive. Back at the bar, Barry and the others sit and laugh, but as Barry looks towards the bathroom, he sees a red blur. He gets up and he says that he thinks he saw someone, and Iris asks if it's someone from his old track team. Superman once told Barry that he and Lois had a code word for when there was danger and one of them needed to go, and what Iris was asking was Barry's version of it. Barry heads to the bathroom, but he doesn't see anything, and just then a deformed Wally West beats on the mirror on the other side, asking, "Why did you let them take me?" Barry jumps back, yelling, "No, I'm not falling for Mirror Master's games. I'm not sure how you found me, but I'm coming." Wally breaks through the glass, shouting, "You left me, Barry!" And Barry shields himself as he looks up and sees nothing. He walks out and Kristen says there he is. Singh just called and said there's something happened at Iron Heights, all hands on deck kind of a situation. So Barry hugs Iris and tells her goodbye. As everyone leaves, Iris goes to the bar and tells Cole that they need to talk about the new forces. Still, Sage, Strength. Back at Iron Heights, Heatwave lays in the ICU as Kristen looks over Heatwave's paperwork stating that Mick has always been a pyromaniac. This is hardly the first time that he's been burned, but this one might kill him. The scans show that his synapses are exploding. His body has been experimented on a few times over the years. We just need to figure out why he just spontaneously combusted this time. As Heatwave nods in and out of consciousness, he begins to see the world change, and he finds himself walking through a burnt-out city. He looks around asking, "What the hell is this?" And a large fire spirit appears before him, telling him, "No, there's nothing left to burn. Fire is about pain. It cleanses, it heals. The fire gives life." Over at the bar, Iris sits with Cole, telling him that these new forces seem familiar, but she's finding it rather odd that there's no mention of it in the future. Cole sits back, stating that time travel's funny like that. But instead of looking into the future, you might want to look into the past. What else do you remember before the flashpoint? Iris tells him bits and pieces, but just then her phone rings and she tells Cole to hang on. It's Barry. She answers and she asks what's up, and Barry says that he isn't finished yet, but he was wondering if she could ask that bartender. But before he could finish, there's a scream as 3 fire demons charge throughout the prison. Barry says that he's got to go, and Iris tells Cole that he's gonna need help. Cole says that he doesn't take orders from, but Iris shouts at him, "Just go!"
no! Back at the prison, Barry changes into his costume to help pull people away from the demons. And as the Flash grabs Wolf, Wolf yells, I don't need help from you. The Flash tells him, watch, they aren't going after you anyway. And Wolf then says, who then? The Flash says giant fire demons arrive at Iron Heights right after one of your resident fire starters is hurt. Take a wild guess. He races to where Heatwave is being kept and he finds Burns there and he tells her that she needs to get out of here. Just then Heatwave's eyes begin to glow blue and the Flash tackles Burns to the ground shouting, get down! And a second later, Heatwave explodes again. Both the Flash and Burns get up and they see the fire this time took out everything. Burns asks, where is everyone? And as the Flash kneels down at a pile of charred bones, he says that these bodies, there's something off about the way the fire spread. A fire that could do that, these flames are not normal. The voice then tells him, that's because normal is boring and I'll never be normal again. This is my world, Flash. Here, Heatwave is God. As Heatwave attacks, the Flash grabs Bird and runs her outside so that he can try and fight back against the giant Heatwave. The fire spirit from before tells Heatwave not to bother with the Flash. He knows what needs to be done. If he truly loves her, if he loves fire, he'll burn it all. Heatwave tells her, yes, my love. And a second later, Iron Heights explodes. The Flash runs outside asking Burns if she's okay, and she tells him that she's thankful for the save, but the next time he wants to pick her up, ask first. Heatwave starts to make his way to Central City, and as the Flash watches, Burns asks, aren't you gonna go after him? And Flash tells her no, because this is all wrong. Heatwave's obsessed with fire, not killing. Those charred bones, they don't match up with what the evidence would look like. We're still in Iron Heights, but not the real Iron Heights. Burns asks, what is that supposed to mean? And the Flash says that he believes that they are lost in Heatwave's mind. Back in the real world, the Flash and Burns lay knocked out next to Heatwave's bed as the fire demons are getting closer. Wolf shouts to his men to keep firing, but as the demons reach out for Heatwave, they're suddenly encased in ice. Wolf looks back stating, you. And Commander Cole tells him, my buddy Heatstroke is gonna be so hellish that there are fire monsters here. Wolf asks, what the hell are you doing here? And Cole tells him, you're welcome, by the way. Wolf looks back and says, welcome for what? This is the second time this month that my prison has been destroyed, and you and the Flash are somehow involved. Why is that, Commander Cold? But when Wolf turns back, he finds Cold, the Flash, Burns, and Heatwave are gone. Back inside Heatwave's mind, the Flash goes through the remains of Iron Heights, and Burns says that Heatwave's never had an ability like telepathy before, right? The Flash tells her no, this is the Sage Force. Recently, Central City was the epicenter for a series of new forces that were unleashed into the world. The first one was the Strength Force, and that hit Trickster, turned him into a giant brute. This one clearly hit Heatwave. Burns says, okay, then why is she here? She has no connection to these forces. The Flash tells her that he may have an idea, but he's going to need to carry her, so she sighs. He begins to cross water, and he explains that back when he ran too fast, he got pulled into the Speed Force itself. To escape, he had to focus on his lightning rod, something from his life that keeps him grounded. He believes that for them to get out of there, they need to find Heatwave's lightning rod. When they stop, Burns says that she never told anyone this, but before she came to Central City, her family was from Gotham. Her parents are part of the Falcone family making drugs. That was until their lab blew up and they died in a massive fire. That was part of the reason she became a cop. Flash says that he's sorry he didn't know, and Burns asks, why would he? It's not like we're friends. The Flash goes on stating that Heatwave must have pulled them in for a reason. The Sage Force must have read her mind and saw that they had similar paths. But just as he finishes, a loud whoom as part of the building they're in breaks. The Flash starts clearing a path, stating that something doesn't want them connecting to Heatwave. That must be why you're here. Back at the Flash's apartment in the real world, Iris knocks on the door, telling Cold that she knows that he's in there. He cracks the door open saying, hi, password? Iris pushes away and stating that she doesn't have time for that. She needs to know what happened at Iron Heights. The things that her contacts have told her, they were insane. Iris looks down to see Flash, Burns, and Heatwave all hooked up to Cold's future tech. And Cold says, Barry did say to make myself at home. Back inside Heatwave's mind, the Flash leads Burns out of the smoke, and as Burns looks around, she asks, where are they? This looks like the suburbs outside of the city. The Flash looks back and says that he knows exactly where they are. This unscathed house is Heatwave's lightning rod, Heatwave's childhood home. Burns asks why would Heatwave have brought them there, and the Flash tells her that he didn't. As Heatwave appears above them, the Flash shouts to him, you couldn't find your lightning rod because you're too afraid. Why? Heatwave begins to revert to his normal phone, saying that he knew Flash wouldn't let him down. When he was young, he hoped that when he grew up, he would be like his dad. But back when he saw his first flame, he knew he was born obsessed. The Flash tells him that that isn't true. He might not be able to go back to the way things were, but he can always move. And Heatwave says, forward. Heatwave begins to change back, stating, I could never change what I am. Not today, not tomorrow. All that's ahead of me is a nightmare. I couldn't face it before, so now I will burn it all. Heatwave's blast rips through the building, and Flash runs in, saving Heatwave's younger self, stating that if he can just get... But then there's another explosion. Back in the real world, Heatwave's body begins convulsing, and Iris asks what happens to the Flash and Burns if they're not disconnected from the Sage Force. Cold looks at the scanner, stating that it's way worse than just that. If Heatwave has another flare-up like he did at Iron Heights, he's gonna destroy all of Central City. Inside Heatwave's mind, the Flash continues to run, and he runs right into a wall of fire bouncing off of it. He looks around and sees dozens of paths with no clear way to go. The Flash tries to vibrate through the fire, but as he burns his hands, Burns tells him it's no use. Heatwave's maze is endless. The Flash starts running through the maze, stating that he will search every path until he can find an exit. And Burns says that it's only a waste of time. Heatwave then calls out, just like him, they're trapped in a life he didn't want. This maze makes them feel the way that he did the day his parents died. The Fire Spirit whispers to Heatwave, "Burn them, my love. They are all that stands between you and me finally being together as one." The Flash yells, "Don't listen to her! You've been infected by the Sage Force. It's given your sickness a voice, and all it wants to do is pull you deeper into your mind." Heatwave yells, "No! You're lying! I'm the one in control here. This is my world. This is where I am God." Over in the real world, Cold begins hitting Heatwave with his cold gun, stating that it can't keep it up forever. If the Sage Force keeps accelerating thanks to Barry's Speed Force, then any minute, Heatwave's going to go nuclear. If we don't act fast, the city is doomed. Iris runs over to the computer, stating, "Okay, the Sage Force feeds on empathy, right? Wait, how did I know that? These new forces, ever since Hunter Zolomon tricked Barry and Wally into unleashing them, they felt so familiar." An image then flashes before Iris's eyes as she's working at a station, stating she remembers them in her past life. Before the Flashpoint, she studied the new forces. She knows what needs to be done. Hurry, put this on! Inside of Heatwave's mind, Burns calls out that they just want to help, and Heatwave tells her, "No, the Sage Force has helped me in ways that no one else has." He begins throwing fireballs at the ground, and a voice tells him, "That ain't you, buddy." Heatwave looks over asking, "Captain Cold?" Captain Cold hits him with a cold gun, stating, "The one and only. Now why don't you chill out for a moment?" Heatwave breaks free from the ice, shouting, "You aren't the real Snort! He's locked up in Bell Reef." Cold asks, "Is that right? Then how would I know about the job we tried to pull in Metropolis a few years ago? Back before the Rogues, when it was just us, and Superman swooped in to put the fire out with his Fury's breath." Heatwave stops, asking, "You laughed the whole time when we were being carried to Iron Heights?" Cold tells him, "Yeah, you used to help me find an outlet for my passion, but really we helped each other. Helped me get over obsessing over my past and how my dad treated me." Heatwave starts to shrink, stating, "The urge will never leave me." And Cold says, "Maybe, but the Mick I know would never let the fire control him." Heatwave blinks and sees himself in his old costume, and he asks, "Is this my gun?" And Cold tells him, "Yeah, remember? You were the one in control of the fire. You don't need that overgrown matchstick dame to boss you around. It's time to go home, buddy." As everyone walks towards the light, the Fire Spirit screams, "How dare you! If you won't love me, you will burn!" But as the spirit attacks, the Flash runs in the way, deflecting the blast. The spirit asks why would he risk his life for a monster like Heatwave? And the Flash tells because he knows the pain that Heatwave feels. How hard it is to just let go of the past, and that moving forward sometimes hurts. The spirit gets ready for another attack, and the Flash runs circles around her, breaking her apart. She screams in pain, and everyone wakes up back in Barry's apartment. A short while later, the Flash brings Heatwave and Burns back to Iron Heights, and as Heatwave's bandages fall off, he looks at himself asking, "Where did my scars go?" As Barry and Commander Cold leave the prison, Barry stops and tells him, "You know, I may have been wrong about you. You did a good job back there." Cold steps off his hoverbike, telling him, "Call me Henry." And Barry says, "Wait, that's my father's name." And Cold tells him, "Yeah, I know." Later, outside the city, Barry looks on, taking it all in when there's a low rumbling sound making its way towards him. Iris gets off her motorbike asking what's going on, and Barry says that Cole told him that she knows how to deal with the Sage Force. Iris tells him that she didn't want to lie or hide things from him, but she's unsure of the things that she remembers and was afraid that they weren't real. That's why she's been so hard on him, hanging up on the past. The past is gone. It's unfair to try and live with it always on our minds. You need to talk to the Flashes of the 52 worlds again about what's going on with a Force Quest. Barry tells her that he already has. He should have listened to them from the start. Ever since Wally left, he's felt directionless. Iris then asks if he's going to finally accept that he can't go backwards. What's stopping him from going on this quest? Barry says it's because of her. She laughs, and Barry says, "What? I'm serious. I can't live without you." She kisses him and tells him that he's a lovable, well-meaning dummy. "Don't you get it? I'm coming with you."
Meanwhile, over at Earth 18, home of Flash, Johnny Thunder. Johnny holds his ground as a tornado comes his way, stating that this might be his last stand. But they can bet their behinds that he's gonna go down shooting. The Winds start to dismantle his guns in a voice that asks, what did Barry want with the Flashes of the 52 worlds? Johnny says that he needed to go on his force quest, and Johnny starts to get pummeled, and the voice says, finally, the time has come. Barry Allen runs in the right direction, towards me, Hunter Solomon, the true Flash.
As Iris walks through the busy market getting some food, she tells the Flash that it's been years since she's been here, but she's never forgotten how good this place smells. He's gotta try some of this. Wait, come on, you promised you wouldn't do this on this trip. Meanwhile, running through the crowded street, Flash makes his way through the people, chasing down a purse snatcher while making sure not to bump into too many people. But just as the crowds let up, the purse snatcher stumbles onto the streetcar tracks, falling down. The man driving shouts for everyone to hold on as he hits the brakes, and with how fast they're going, they don't think they're going to stop in time. Just before the streetcar can hit the man, the Flash runs in front of it, creating a wind tunnel to slow it down, stating that it looks like he's got there right on time. After making sure there's no damage to the streetcar, the Flash grabs the snatcher, telling him that this is kind of embarrassing, but could you point me to the local police to drop you off? I'm not from around here. Please and thank you. A few moments later, Iris says that took longer than expected. Why not just vibrate through everyone? And Flash tells her because that would be rude, not to mention dangerous. What would happen if I ran into someone at the wrong frequency? Iris says to him, you promised that we would stay together on this force quest. Now it's time to go check out this place. As the two of them walk up to an old building, Iris goes on stating that this church is one of the oldest structures in this location. Back when the Trickster attacked Central City Library, there was this book in the wreckage. It talked about a world traveler named Richard Amidi, who believed that there could have been signs of people with superpowers throughout history. Some of these powers sound like they could be the new forces. It can't be a coincidence, Barry. As the two walk up the stairs, Flash notices the door to Richard's office has been broken into. The two walk in and Flash says that they've both seen enough crime scenes to know that this was done by a professional. The ransack patterns tell them that there was more than one person searching for something very specific. Just then, two masked individuals jump down from the rafters, and the woman says that she thinks these two aren't any danger, just a pair of young lovers just like them. The male lands, stating, I doubt that they're just like us. Flash thinks to himself he can't change into costume right now without revealing that he is the Flash, so he asks, who are they? The woman holds up a small statue stating that they're in search of souvenirs. You may call us Gemini. Iris then asks, did they do all of this for that statue? And the woman says that they would love to stay for proper introductions, but we really don't care. Au revoir. As the two jump out the window, Flash quickly changes into his costume and he runs down outside to try and stop them. As he catches up to them, he asks, you guys know that your masks are kind of creepy. Why don't you just tell me how important the statue really is? The male gets up swinging, but as Flash steps out of the way, he says, this really is unnecessary. We could just talk like adults. But as the woman holds up the statue, she tells him, this totem was crafted hundreds of years ago to worship the god Kratos. It represents strength and power, and now it belongs to me. That's when the male keeps Flash busy and the woman charges up her gauntlet, punching Flash into a wall with a loud boom. The woman yells that her skin feels so alive with power, her blood boils with strength. And the male kisses her, telling her, for heaven's sake, don't give it all to yourself. As Flash pulls himself out of the rubble, he thinks that he hasn't been hit that hard since the Trickster was infected with the Strength Force. But those two, they're not Strength Force users. Before the Flash could follow the masked duo, he realizes the wall that he was thrown into was a part of a church, and it's about to come down. He runs through, grabbing everyone before the debris can crush them, and even after saving everyone, he realizes he couldn't save the church. A short while later, down in the sewers, the two masked criminals take off their masks, and the woman, Belladonna, says that if she's being honest, she's a little turned on. Her lover, Santiago, tells her that he would have never thought that she'd enjoy skin-tight red pajamas. Belladonna goes on stating that the energy coming off of him, she needs it, they need it. With that kind of power, they can feel free forever. Will you go and get him, lover? Santiago smiles and says that he will chase the Flash down to the ends of the earth for her. Back topside, the Flash picks up Iris and begins to run, with her asking what are they going to do about the Gemini. Flash tells her that they're gonna have to wait. The Speed Force is pulling him away from the city. They should have started here to begin with. As they stop, Iris looks around and asks, Gorilla City? You told me all about this place. I never thought I'd be able to see it. Flash then tells her there's a reason. It's hardly the safest place, even without Grodd. But from the looks of it, someone else must be hunting for the secrets of the Speed Force. But before them, scattered throughout the city, are the bodies of dead gorillas. The Flash begins to run around examining the bodies, stating that these are all recent. But there's only one person who could have done this, Grodd. Iris asks, isn't he working with the Legion of Doom now? And Flash tells her, that's it. Taking you back to Central City. All of this is my fault. I told Solivar that I would return, but I ignored them in now this. Iris yells that he always lets his guilt get the better of him. Because of that, he always misses things that are right in front of his face, like the hidden passage over there, Barry. She takes out her phone to shine some light down the walkway, and so the two of them begin to walk down, finding a giant mural painted along the wall. Flash looks up and says that he remembers King Solivar telling him the legend of the light in the messenger. They've been studying the Speed Force for generations before the lightning in his lab had struck him. It's what Grodd used to create a Speed Force storm. There's just so much that he doesn't know. But just then, the sound of a low rumbling growl can be heard, and suddenly two giant gorillas burst out from the ground roaring. One yells, "Go away!" And as it attacks, the Flash picks up Iris and gets her out of harm's way. Flash shouts that he doesn't want to hurt them as he creates a wind tunnel to push them back. But as one is thrown into the wall, a mechanical eye pops out from one of the gorillas. Flash pauses for a second, stating, huh? Robot gorillas? Awesome. He starts running around the robots with Iris asking, honey, what are you doing? The Flash stops, holding up one of the gorilla's head, stating that he just wanted to see what makes these things tick. He had no idea that the gorillas had this kind of technology, that they were this advanced. But it would mean that someone has to be controlling them. Just then a voice calls out, "It was me." A group of gorilla scientists step out, telling him that they're sorry. They thought the killer had returned. Flash asks who are they, and the scientists state that they work in the labs below. They survived the attacks because the killer never saw them, though they didn't have a chance to see who it was that slaughtered their people. Come, there is much to be shown, Flash. The scientists lead the Flash down deeper into the tunnels, and they explain that King Solivar called him a friend, but he knew that there were some things that needed to remain with the gorilla people. Before Grodd killed King Solivar, he requested that they document their history and further advance the gorillas. Grodd never wanted to expand their knowledge beyond their walls. Flash asks, is that why Grodd killed everyone? And the scientists tell him that it wasn't Grodd. We did not see the one who was responsible, but we do know what they were after. As the scientists flip the switch, a flash of light shines and a familiar voice calls out, Grodd, if you are witnessing this, then you have finally found a better path. It is time for you to learn the truth of the Speed Force. Flash and Iris look up to the massive projection of King Solivar as he explains that there are 4 forces: speed, strength, sage, and still, each with its own avatar. It was their duty to keep the multiverse moving and progressing towards its destiny. Their people were blessed with the Sage Force, which is why they have the powers that they do. But not since their ancestor, the original Solivar, have they been able to reach their full potential as having an avatar of their own for the Sage Force. These avatars worked against the Dark Force from outside of the past, present, and future, in the midst of the greatest battle the forces. But before the projection could finish, it distorts and fades out. And the Flash asks, what happened to the rest? The scientists tell him that they don't know. They can give him as much data as they've gathered, but that's all they have. Iris looks at one of the terminals, stating, actually, hang on, I studied this tech in my past life. I can help you get what you need. And we have a tech-savvy friend who can process the force energy readings that you capture. Flash says, right, Commander Cold, you read me? Back in Central City, Commander Cold, an individual from the future who took the name Commander Cold and then became stranded in the past, fires his freeze gun at a group of bank robbers, yelling, yeah, I'm a little busy right now, Flash. Iris yells into the comm, stating, hey, we're in Gorilla City and we got some information. I just went ahead and emailed it. Cold tells it, yeah, I got it on the screen now. The satellites are showing a strength force signal coming from Corta Maltese, along with some police radio about some trouble. It sounds like a conflict is taking place. Cops in the streets dealing with some unstoppable, strong criminal. Flash quickly scoops up Iris, stating, we'll be back, I promise. And as he leaves, one of the scientists asks, why don't you tell them the whole truth? And another says that he isn't ready. Another voice tells them, I agree. Aren't secrets a pain? Santiago slashes through the scientist, stating that they're only interested in the Flash, but he just has to try a taste of talking monkey. Santiago holds up his gauntlet and begins to absorb the gorilla's mind. And another scientist yells that they were the ones who killed their brethren. Belladonna grabs him, telling him, sorry, but you'll have to point the finger at someone else. We just got here. But maybe if you tell us everything, we might spare you. Meanwhile, over at Corto Maltese, Flash arrives to find the police are fighting back against an unknown force. As the police van is thrown into a nearby building, the Flash rushes in, grabbing all of the officers, moving them out of the way. That's when there's a flash of green that lands behind him and knocks him down. He looks up to see a dark-skinned woman with dreads standing before him, telling him, Flash, welcome to Corto Maltese. My name is Fiorza.
Fioza jumps on the Flash, but while he dodges, Iris runs to the commanding officer on the scene telling him that they need to call off their men. The officer tells her that he did not ask for the Flash's help. Masked vigilantes are nothing but trouble. You are not wanted in Corte Maltese. Fioza swings again with the Flash, yelling, "Whoa, hang on a second, I just want to talk to you about the Strength Force." She punches him in the gut, throwing him to the side, and as she leaves herself open, the commanding officer tells his men to open fire. Flash gets up, starting to pick the bullets out of the air, shouting, "What the hell? You could have killed innocents!" The officer grabs Iris, pointing his gun at her head, stating, "Maybe we still will. I'll let you get out of our city." Fioza thrusts her arms into the ground, creating a shockwave, throwing everyone off balance, shouting, "It is not your city!" Fioza tells Flash that it looks like they're on the same team. "If you want my apology, then follow me." Flash yells for Iris as he runs through, picking her up and following Fioza. As they leave, one officer shouts to the commanding officer Cauldron that this has gone on far too long. "If you wish to maintain hold on your city, then you cannot continue this private little war with Fioza." Cauldron takes his gun, shooting the man in the head. Then he grabs his phone, telling the person on the line that he was wrong. It appears that he does need to take them up on their offer. All of his toys are broken and they're going to need something bigger. Elsewhere, Flash arrives behind Fioza and she says that she's sorry for punching him. She wasn't sure what side he was on. Their city has been taken over by a corrupt man named Cauldron. He brings weapons into the country illegally, and she was destroying one of his shipments. Flash says, "Look, I know we've never met before, but you're gonna have to trust me when I state, I come in peace." She folds her arms, telling him that she knows who he is. But why should she trust him? Flash takes off his mask, telling her, "My name is Barry Allen, and I can sense a Force connection, and I know I can trust you. I need to learn as much as I can about the Strength Force." She begins to walk off, stating that she appreciates the gesture, but his name means nothing to her. He can go home. Flash says, "Look, I know what you're feeling. Everything is so confusing and lonely. You got your powers a few weeks ago, right? Something grabbed you from under the ground?" She stops. "How did you know?" "I was just going about my day when something took and buried me alive. When I emerged, I felt all this strength. It was a gift." Flash puts his mask back on, telling her, "Those powers came from something called the Strength Force. Long ago, there were 4 avatars of the forces who protected space and time. For me to understand these new forces, I need to connect with the Speed Force like I've never done before. And the key lies somewhere with these new forces. So maybe if I could..." But she stops him, lifting up a giant boulder, asking, "Me? I'm not sure. I've already got a lot on my plate here." Flash and Iris follow Fioza and they look around at the people growing crops, asking, "Did you make this community inside of the mountain?" She tells them yes with her bare hands. She's helping the people of Corte Maltese to build a better life, away from Cauldron. Her real name is Alexa Antigon, but you can still call her Fioza. These people will always be her priority. Why should she take time to help them instead of these people? Flash holds out his hand, stating that the powers that she received felt like a gift, right? Wouldn't you want to share that? She laughs. "Okay, but you're going to learn my way." A short while later, she takes Flash out to show her power by lifting a tank, and she explains that her body shifts the Strength Force for what she needs. Normally, she's pretty invulnerable, but if she uses the Strength Force for things that are this heavy, she loses some of that. Flash asks how about the gravity aspect of the Strength Force. She says that she focuses her powers on the strength part, not the gravity. There's not much that a super strong punch won't fix. She just needs to be more in touch with the Earth since that's where her powers are formed. Fioza shows Flash what it means to help people. And while unloading the supplies, a young boy calls out to her, holding his bloody father. Fioza grabs the man, asking what happened, and the boy says that Cauldron attacked them. He wanted to know where the hideout was. She sets the man down, clenching her fist, yelling, "These people got hurt because of me. Cauldron will be stopped. I'll go down and demolish that police station." Flash stops her, telling her to hang on. She can't just attack recklessly. She could hurt someone. Fioza tells him that he can't just hope things will get better. You have to make them. And with that, an explosion goes off on the mountainside. Before Fioza can call out to her family, though, Flash grabs her and starts to run. Within seconds, he charges through, punching out the officers holding Iris and Fioza's mother hostage, leaving Cauldron to Fioza. She leaps up, yelling to him, and as he turns back, he holds out his arm, wielding a small cannon. A light blue mist forms from the barrel, and Cauldron says that he is ready this time. The cannon goes off, shooting bubbles that are filling the room. She stops, laughing. "Bubbles? Really?" But the Flash tells her that this is no laughing matter. He has seen those gauntlets before. The bubbles begin to stick to Fioza, and as she tries to shake them off, the bubbles turn into little blue creatures with sharp teeth and long tongues. They jump at the Flash as he yells, "The gun is powered by the Sage Force!" More and more creatures begin to form a swarm around the two of them. With her punching through them, they just end up growing back. Cauldron then asks, "Do you like my new toy? I really didn't want it to come to this, but I had to get a bit creative." Fioza shouts at the Flash, asking, "How do you want to fight this?" And the Flash tells her, "We're gonna try it your way and keep punching, but not in the way you're thinking. If you were to use the gravity powers to draw them in while reforming, we might be able to use the Speed Force to accelerate the energy inside of them, causing them to burst."
Fiorza says that she's not sure that she can, and the Flash yells, "You said you felt one with the Earth, right? Search for that feeling again." She begins to concentrate, covering the reforming creatures in the gravity energy. And once they've all clumped together, the Flash launches a bolt of Speed Force with a crack-a-goom. As the smoke fades, the Flash tells her, "Look, we solved your little problem, and Cauldron's men are already on the run. Now we just need to make sure Cauldron can't use the Sage Force gauntlet again." Fiorza tells Flash that she's already on it as she grabs Cauldron by the arm, crushing and ripping apart the gauntlet. She then grabs Cauldron by the throat, telling him that he will never hurt her country or her family again. As she pulls her arm back to swing, the Flash yells, "No!" And he runs through, grabbing Cauldron from her, telling her that that is not the answer. She looks back, yelling that he doesn't know that nothing will stop me. She begins to grow in size, the same as the Trickster when he lost control of his Strength Force, turning into a mindless brute. She's punching the wall, shouting that she will bury them alive. The Flash dodges the falling rocks, but Fiorza charges into him, smacking him into a wall. The Flash then starts to focus his frequency to build up another Speed Force charge, and just as Fiorza gets close, he shocks and stuns her. He tells her that she was a great teacher, but he cannot allow her to be consumed by her anger. She was about to step over the line that she could never return from. She begins to get back up, yelling that she doesn't care what he thinks, but her mother runs in, telling her to stop this. This isn't you. You don't break, you build. A short while later, as Argus arrives to take Cauldron away, Flash tells Fiorza that they won't be worrying about him for a while. Iris then says they still need to figure out who the Sage Force user is. Maybe with the broken gauntlet they can. After reaching out to Commander Cold again, Flash and Iris find another signal coming from Zandia, a place where some of the worst supervillains go for R&R. Cold radios in, stating that they need to be careful. If the Sage Force really is there, chances are they're a criminal. A little while later, they both head into the city with Iris asking if he's ready. Flash looks at himself wearing a Black Hawk uniform, stating that this'll never work. This isn't my style. She tells him that because it's not his style, it's the perfect disguise. As the two of them walk out, she asks, "How's the signal?" Flash says that he can feel the Sage Force getting stronger. It matches what he felt when Heatwave was possessed by it. Just then, a voice calls out that he doesn't like being followed. Flash and Iris turn around to see themselves surrounded by all of the criminals on the island. And a man that can read their thoughts says that their worst fear is being caught by the Flash. Wait, you're the Flash? Holy crap. Man, this is why you're looking for me? Because I have the Sage Force? Dude! The man takes off his helmet, shaking the flashes as the villains disappear, stating, "I am such a huge fan." Once they got to the secluded rooftop in the supervillain safe haven known as Zandia, the Sage Force user explains to Flash that there are a few things that he needs to go over before they begin. The person that they're targeting is a woman named Roulette. She is a games master and a criminal kingpin of the city, and one of the most deadliest people in the world. And just as anyone who would hear her name would assume, she runs illegal casinos all across the world. So why is he telling one of the greatest heroes who ever lived this? Because he's an agent of Argus, and his mission is to shut down her empire. But he has a question. Why is the Flash wearing a getup like that? The Flash begins his side of the story. A few months ago, 3 new forces were introduced into the world, one of them being the Sage Force, which Psyche, right here in front of him, currently has. The man takes off his helmet, stating, "That's a pretty cool name. Not sure how much help I can be, though." Iris tells him that they should probably start small, like his name and how he got his powers, because she's having a hard time thinking that Psyche is his real name. So he explains he's actually Bashir. As for his powers, well, it's gonna sound crazy, so he'll just go ahead and show them. Psyche holds out his hands, and soon Flash and Iris begin to see images of Psyche, and he tells them that he was having these terrifying nightmares when one night, boom, he ignited on fire. Argus was there to help him recover, and from there, they sent him on a mission to gather information on supervillains and report it back. There's been some things that he's not very proud of, though, but he does what he does because he believes in justice. Argus chose him because he lived on the streets. He never knew his father or his mother, and she was killed here. Now that the Flash is here, maybe they can work together. Take out Roulette and learn about these new forces. The Flash tells him that the only problem with that is no one can know that the Flash was here. Iris stops him, asking, "Are you serious? We just met this guy." The Flash says, "Iris, it's the same thing that I felt when I was with Fiorza. There's a connection here that I feel with Psyche. Once we get him out of here, we'll go back to Central City and Commander Cold will have a look and figure all of this out." A short while later at Roulette's casino, Psyche points out that the psychic blocker that Roulette has protects its guests and says that they need to take that thing out. As the 3 move in, Psyche stops and tells Iris, "Actually, you should probably hang back. You're the only one without powers and it'd be much safer." She asks, "Really?" And the Flash tells her, "He's right. Let me scope out things first and we'll get back to you." She scoffs and a voice calls out to her, stating that she isn't sure why they're hanging out with that creep. She looks back, asking, "Excuse me?" And the criminal Magpie says, "Psyche, he's such a creepo." That's saying something when everyone in this place is on the shady side of things. Iris leans up against the bar, asking Magpie to please tell her more. Up close by Roulette's seat, Psych tells Flash that all they need to do is take down the blocker. Once he does that, they can. So Flash runs over to the blocker, disables it, and comes back asking, "What's next?" Psych holds up his hand stating, "Haha, we're just getting started. Now I can really use my powers to make a big distraction." Flash asks what is he, but before he can finish, Psych puts Flash back in his costume, shouting to everyone, "Look who it is! Get him!" The Flash starts taking out all of the lowly criminals, and King of the Royal Flush Gang yells, "It's time for the Flash to fold!" As Flash is forced to defend himself, Psych sneaks up behind Roulette and using his powers begins to extract information on her entire operation. After a few moments, Psych says, "Wow, you got a lot more going on than just these casinos. You are really bad!" As Flash takes out the last member of the Royal Flush Gang, Psych runs out from the back yelling, "Best plan ever! Let's..." But before he could finish, Flash runs through, grabbing both him and Iris, dropping them off on the roof, asking, "What the hell was that?" "You knew me being here could cause an international incident. My cover was blown." Psych says, "Don't worry. Who are they gonna call? They're all criminals. Once I call Argus, this whole thing will be cleaned up." And Iris stops him. "No, it won't. You're lying. You don't work for Argus. You're just some kid who uses his powers to steal information on supervillains and then you blackmail them for money. The whole thing about your parents was a lie." Psych asks, "Oh yeah? Well, that's my cover. Me and Flash have a bond now. You're the one who's lying." Flash tells him that even if he hadn't pulled that stunt back there, he'd believe Iris. "I don't need mind-reading powers to know when she's telling the truth." Psych sighs, "You're right. You know best. You can go ahead and take me to supervillain jail." Flash reaches out telling him, "I don't know about..." But before he could finish, Psych yells, "Psych!" And he starts to use his powers to destroy Flash and Iris's minds. They fall to the ground, screaming in pain, as Psych puts on his helmet telling them, "I knew you were coming here. There are people who would pay a lot of money for you, so I made a deal." Just then Santiago and Belladonna step out stating, "Hi Flash. Ever since we met back in Botanicia, we just had to see you again." Flash begins to get up, telling them leave Iris out of this, and Belladonna says, "Oh, I wouldn't be too worried about your gal pal. You have something that we've been looking for." Santiago goes on and says, "Actually, we're much older than we appear. Back in the 40s, we were on the hunt for immortality. All of our search led us to a lab where we learned to drain cosmic energy. That energy is the forces that you seek. Absorbing the forces brings immortality, and we could only siphon so much with the scraps that we had. Then we met and learned that you had the Speed Force. Well, we couldn't pass that up, Flash. With what we know about these forces, we could live forever together." Psych tells him, "Cool story, bro. But if you really could just give me my money now?" Belladonna grabs Psych by the head asking, "Did you really think that we would steal Flash's powers and not yours?" Santiago reaches for the Flash, and while both him and Psych are having their powers drained, Santiago yells, "This is your end!" As the two begin to absorb the forces of Sage and Speed, Iris gets up calling out to Flash, tackling into Santiago. Belladonna calls out to Santiago, asking if he's okay, but as he springs back up, he runs with the Flash's speed, stating, "Actually, I've never felt better." He speeds up, grabbing Iris by the throat, hanging her off the ledge of the roof, telling her, "It doesn't matter, we've got their powers." But before he could let her go, the Flash gets back on his feet, helps Psych up, stating, "We may be a little weak, but we're gonna have to work together to get through this." Psych shakes off the dizziness and rushes in with the Flash, and as the two of them get close, they combine both the Speed Force and the Sage Force to knock Gemini away. Santiago and Belladonna deflect the attack, with Santiago telling Belladonna, "Looks like we're going to have to do the same." Psych gets up, getting ready to attack again, but the Flash tells him, "Wait, let them share their powers." Santiago and Belladonna get ready to kiss, and as their faces get close, there's a loud crack-a-coom, and the two are blown away. Iris gets up asking, "What just happened?" And the Flash tells her, "It was that way when Heatwave was infused with both forces and nearly killed him." Psych throws his helmet, shouting, "No! They tried to kill me." He runs over, grabbing Santiago, asking, "You really want to see how far I can push the Sage Force? Let's find out together. Die!" He begins to release all of the Sage Force's power directly into Santiago's head. Belladonna screams for him to stop. The Flash rushes in, throwing Psych off, asking, "What did you just do?" And Psych yells, "I turned out his lights." Flash lets go, stating, "You can't use your powers like that ever." But Psych knocks his hand away, asking, "What do you know about our powers?" Turns out, while I was in Santiago's head, Santiago knows more about the forces than we could ever imagine. Flash then asks, "What do you mean?" And Psych yells, "Let me show you!" Flash then begins to see the images of the Force avatars, and he hears Psych's voice telling him, the four forces did not work together to save the multiverse. Their destiny has always been to be at war, until one of them could finally control the Forever Force. The other forces didn't disappear. The Speed Force avatar banished them. All four can't be free. One must win control, and for one force to live, the other three must die. So whatever you were told about the four working together was a lie. If you want to keep your speed force, you're gonna have to fight for it. With another loud crack-a-coom, the Flash and Iris are stunned. Flash stops, stating that he showed him about the new forces and what they really are. So how did Gemini know so much about them? A short while later, in Arkham, after Belladonna is booked, Flash goes to her cell stating that he's sorry about her husband, but they need to. She stops him asking, "What are you talking about? Santiago's right here, he's here with me! I saved him, can't you see? We're going to escape and steal all the forces together. Your monkey friends told me everything." Flash thinks about it for a moment, and he picks up Iris and he runs to Gorilla City. When they get there, they find it in ruins. The Flash checks around, not finding anyone, but as a fire is lit, one of the Gorilla scientists walks out. The Flash runs over asking what happened, and the scientist looks back stating, "Two thieves that wished for eternal life. They killed all my brothers. They let me live if I told them the truth about the forces." Flash says, "It's true then. The four forces never work together." And the scientist tells him, "We hoped that you could bring a change to that. A hero of hope such as yourself could put an end to the war. Solovar's records show that the last war nearly tore the multiverse apart. But that isn't all we hide." Flash takes the tablet, and as he reads it, he says, "I messed up. I had hoped this person was lost in hypertime, but Hunter Solomon is back. He's the one who killed everyone in Gorilla City." Flash picks up Iris and begins to run, but before Iris could ask where they're going, she's set down in front of their house. Flash takes off trying to process everything, but instead of looking for Solomon or anything like that, he thinks back to something Booster Gold had said. He was talking about Sanctuary and acting really weird, and then he mentioned something under his breath. Wally. The Flash hurries over to Sanctuary, and as he opens the door, he finds Wally's lifeless body. The winds quietly blow over the fields of Sanctuary as Flash holds Wally's costume. He stares, thinking back to when Wally was younger and how he grew up into the man that he is today. Without saying a word, the Flash takes off. And before Superman can go after him, Batman tells him, "Let him be." Flash begins to run faster and faster until there's a crack-a-coom as the Flash enters the Speed Force, shouting for Wally. Wally can't really be gone, can he? He has to be somewhere in the Speed Force, right? But the Flash, he falls to his knees, yelling, "He can't. He's not." And then a voice calls out to him. He quickly turns back, and as he does, Godspeed punches him, shouting, "You're not supposed to be here!" Flash rubs his face, asking, "How are you here? Where have you been all this time?" Godspeed runs off, and the Flash chases after him, yelling, "You can't outrun me!" And as the Flash reaches out for him, Godspeed turns around asking, "Is that a fact? What if I wanted you to believe that?" With a thundering crack-a-coom, Godspeed pushes the two of them back outside of the Speed Force. And the Flash asks, "Is this how you're gonna get your redemption?" Godspeed tells him, "It all takes actions, not words. I've made it my life's mission to clean up the Flash's mess. I'm sorry I gotta leave you now, but the future needs saving." Meanwhile, over in Iron Heights, Kid Flash and Avery pay a visit to Mina when the three of them hear someone calling out. Godspeed stops before them, stating, "Oh look, a family reunion!" And Mina shouts, asking, what is he doing here? Godspeed tells her that he came looking for her, but having the kids here saves me some trouble. Flash jumps in front of Godspeed, telling him, "You need to stop before you do something stupid. What is this about, Godspeed?" And Godspeed looks at him. "You're just gonna have to trust me on this. When it's all over, you're gonna see that I'm the hero that I'm trying to be." Flash tells him, "Whatever it is, we can work on it together. But you're not going anywhere near these kids." Godspeed runs around attacking the guards, asking, "What about them? Shouldn't be a problem hurting them, right?" Flash grabs Godspeed, slamming him into the wall, shouting for Kid Flash and Avery to run. And then there's a loud crack as Godspeed shocks the Flash, telling him, "No, stay!" The Flash's body is thrown across the jail cell, and Mina tells Godspeed, "Look, the Flash is the only one who ever believed in you. I've studied the Speed Force long enough to know that there's something wrong with you. Is there someone in your head?" Godspeed grabs Mina by the head, telling her, "I've never seemed more lucid." With another crack, lightning strikes Mina, and Godspeed says that he's doing this for their own good. Kid Flash and Avery charge back in, knocking Godspeed back, shouting to get away from her. But as Godspeed runs around them, he tells them, "Come on, chill out. I can only imagine how tense everyone is since Wally kicked the bucket, but fighting isn't gonna make any of us feel any better." Kid Flash and Avery stomp, and they ask, "Wait, what? What are you talking about?" Godspeed asks, "Did Flash really not tell you? Wally West is dead." Godspeed reappears, grabbing Avery, shocking her the same as Mina, and then he moves on to Kid Flash, telling him, "I should forget about being in your Flash family. The Flash leaps up, charging into Godspeed, shouting, "You are not a part of our family. You never have been, and you never will be." He begins to punch Godspeed over and over, and then he stops to breathe, noticing the blood on his hands. Godspeed coughs, telling him, "Now I get it. You gotta burn off those pesky feelings somehow. Someday you'll see. All I'm trying to do is warn you. Whatever you did, they don't just hate the Flash. They hate all speedsters." Godspeed gets up, punching Flash away, telling him that this gauntlet belonged to another speedster and has been modified for a new purpose. But before I go, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry about your loss. He takes off, asking, were they listening? The mission is complete. There are no more speedsters to collect from. But that's when Impulse appears and kicks Godspeed in the head, asking, "Dude, who are you?" Impulse begins to beat into Godspeed, throwing him into a gas station pump, and Godspeed asks, "Who is this? Some new sidekick? Looks like there's one more to collect from." As Godspeed attempts to hit Impulse, though, Impulse vibrates away, and with a loud crack-a-ga, a voice calls out to Godspeed, telling him, "You are not ready for this speedster. Enter the Speed Force now." Godspeed asks, "What are you talking about? He's just a kid." Whatever. I guess teaching him a lesson will have to wait. As Godspeed escapes, Impulse shrugs, asking, "Who's that guy talking to? Oh well, I'm gonna need some answers, and I know just where to get them." Later at Star Labs, Kid Flash's scan finishes, and he asks, what did Godspeed do to them? The Flash says, as far as he can see, nothing. He didn't hurt any of them or leave any lasting effects, so... Mita says that she hates to admit it, but she's stumped too. As the guards take Mita back, Kid Flash jumps on the table and asks, "So are we gonna talk about it? Is Wally dead?" The Flash looks away, telling him it's true. And Kid Flash yells, "Well, if it was true, you'd be a mess right now. Mina was just here, right? Remember when Godspeed killed her, and now she's walking around? And how about this? Does Iris know Barry?" The Flash tries to think of something to say, but Kid Flash tells him, "I knew it. You couldn't help yourself, still keeping secrets no matter who you hurt. You never change, and that's a Flash fact. Every time you've ever disappointed me or gotten upset, I was the one who ran away, but now it's the Flash's turn." Later back at their home, Iris hears the sound of thunder, and she says that she knows that sound. Almost. But before she can even drink from her cup, the Flash runs in. Images of Wally run through Flash's head, and Iris turns back asking if he's finally gonna tell her what's going on, or... But then she accidentally drops the plates, and as it hits the ground, Iris says that she's used to him grabbing the plate before it lands, but Barry takes off the mask, and he says something bad happened at Sanctuary. Iris throws her cup, shouting, No, we just got him back. Do something, go back in time. People like you and Wally, those heroes always die and come back. We've all seen it before. He came back once before, he could do it again. The Flash reaches out, stating that it's not like that. He saw Wally and she slams her fist on the dining room table, yelling, "You have to find out who did this and kill them." Flash is taken back by those words and says that she can't mean that. Falls to her knees, crying, yelling, "No, she knows, it's just..." But all the Flash can do is comfort Iris the best that he can. In our first epilogue, the Flash Museum, Impulse stares up at the statues of Flash and Wally, stating that this isn't right. Like, it's the same, but something is missing. Wally's costume is super cool and all, but that isn't the Wally that he knows. Even the museum has changed. It's all wrong now. This isn't like time passed or people are missing. This is bigger than that. He may not be able to find his family, but he knows what they would do. And that's never give up hope. I'll see you soon, Wally. I know it. For now, I need to find my friends. Epilogue number 2. Elsewhere, Godspeed steps out of the Speed Force, stating that he did what needed to be done. He betrayed the Flash, and it sucked. The voice from before asks, why did he say that he was sorry for his loss? And Godspeed asks, oh, you were listening. I met Wally once, and he knows that Wally meant a lot to Barry. Can't imagine what kind of pain he's in, but then he rushes in and twists the knife. This doesn't sit well with him, and it all better be worth it. The voice tells him it will be. They've seen how the Flash has hurt the time stream. Ever since they were freed from Iron Heights in the 25th century, they have witnessed how destructive the Flash's actions are. Godspeed takes off the gauntlet, handing it over, telling him, yeah, well, this thing worked like a charm. Allowed me to move in and out of the Speed Force with ease, along with getting Speed Force samples of all the speedsters that I could find. The voice tells him, good. The Flash family will pay for what they did to their family. By the time they're finished, there will be no more speedsters.
The Batcave. Batman stands over the body of Wally West, a surgical scalpel in his hand. The blade hovers over the hero's skin, but he can't do it, and Batman walks away. Oolong Island. The Justice League is in a heated battle with the Justice League of Amazo, android versions of the team created by Professor Ivo. Wonder Woman is pissed that someone would activate these robots, while Green Lantern merely wants to take bets on who can bring down their counterpart first.
Batman doesn't hesitate, and he defeats his with some well-placed batarangs. "Oh, come on, yours had no powers, Batman," Superman remarks as his own Amazo's arm explodes when it tries to punch the Man of Steel's chest. Before Batman's eyes, Superman's visage flashes and he's looking at the hero known as Commander Steel, a hero who died during the Sanctuary incident. Batman stares stunned, but just as quickly the image is gone and Superman is standing there. "Batman, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." Shrugging it off, Batman tells Superman to stay on mission, with the rest of the team remarking that he's just grumpy because the sun's out. Off the team channel, Batman reaches to Alfred in the Batcave, telling him to look for any hallucinations in his system. But his faithful butler tells him that he just needs a good night's sleep as Amazo Flash rushes him from behind. Before any of the other League members can assist him, Batman jumps over the android's head, unclipping his utility belt and wrapping it around the android's throat. Driving his knee into its back, he pulls with all of his strength. Images of Sanctuary flash through his vision until he finally rips off Flash Amazo's head. The League stands victorious, all exhausted with what seems like endless emergencies. They turn, but Batman is already gone. Green Lantern looks over at the Flash, wondering if he wants to grab a bite to eat. Without a response, the fastest man alive merely leaves, gone at a streak of lightning. It's nothing personal, though. Both Batman and the Flash are wrapped up in the tragedy of Sanctuary. Flash lost Wally West while both he and Batman have been working on the investigation. They've both come up with zero answers. Later at the Flash Museum, the crowds are gathering, as they always do, for the museum of one of the most beloved heroes in the Justice League. As the patrons are enjoying the various displays from the history of the Flash, the building suddenly shakes as something impacts with the ceiling. The building quakes and the destruction rains down on the people below. And in the dust and shadows, a lone caped figure looks up at the crowds. Run. Panic fills the air as the people begin to flee in fear. Inside, a man grabs his daughter, trying to dodge the destruction as they flee out of the building. And his daughter points. "Flash!" she yells, but he keeps running. The Flash isn't there, but she points again. Outside, the massive Flash statue begins to fall as its leg is snapped in half. The man turns, trying to shield his daughter from their inevitable fate. But that's when they're pulled free as Batman swings in, and once they are safely away, Batman wordlessly stalks into the museum, drawing his batarangs for a fight. But the room, it's empty. A noise behind him causes Batman to turn, throwing his batarangs, but the Flash merely catches them. He isn't here to fight, and he's surprised that he was able to sneak up on Batman. The person who did this is gone. Flash understands, but their work isn't done, and he speeds outside, helping those he can by giving them first aid and food. No matter how crazy things get, it makes them feel better when they see a smile. Batman watches the fastest man alive, seeing images of Wally once more. He was on his way back to Gotham when he heard the alarms. Flash understands he needs to gather evidence, so Batman can go ahead and pull his vanishing act. "We can tackle this case together, like the old days." The words bring memories of the past when Flash and Kid Flash worked with Batman and Robin. Images of Wally laughing and joking, they're painful, and they bring silence from Barry. Barry has dealt with many mysteries in his career, and he's sick of lies. He knows Batman wasn't just passing. "I want the truth now." Batman admits it, he knew the attack was coming. Similar attacks have happened around Gotham. Small, really, no injuries. Clearly, things are escalating. "Who?" Barry asks. So Batman tells him that he thinks it's Gotham Girl, a former hero who was manipulated by Psycho Pirate alongside her brother. Her powers would have killed her, so Batman benched her. They don't know why she's attacking, but they have to find her. And in her secret lair, Gotham Girl moves forward through the shadow. The Flash is involved now, and a big smile crosses her face. Nothing will stop her from becoming a hero. Nothing will stop her from saving her brother. She speaks to her brother, but he barely listens. Tubes pump green liquid into his body as he slumps to the floor. "Help me!" He struggles as his head falls. Gotham Girl begs him to stay with her, but she also seems to be speaking to someone in the shadows. Someone who promised to help her, to help bring Gotham back, to help become the heroes again. Back at the Flash Museum, Batman and Flash continue to work the crime scene. While they're both helping, the stress of Sanctuary has taken its toll on their teamwork, and they're both lost in their own thoughts. The two of them are doing their best, but seeing each other only reminds them of what they can't solve. Despite these thoughts, they're both excellent detectives, and a leaf points them in the direction of the Caribbean. The only question now is, can the top-speed Batwing keep up with the Flash? The island seems deserted, as if no one's been there for years. But a quick run around by the Flash reveals footprints and a plant that they found at the museum. Also, there's a giant evil-looking fortress, and that seems to be a really big clue. Before they can decide how to proceed, a call comes over Barry's comms. The two begin to walk in, as the voice of Iris asks Barry where is he. They're supposed to talk to Wallace about what happened to Wally today. But knowing that he's working with Batman only makes Iris angry, and Barry hangs up after she asks him to pass along a message. One that he'd rather not relay to Batman. Further into the base, the two heroes discover a room full of obsession. Pictures of the Justice League lining the walls, images of the heroes in action saving people. Gotham Girl and her brother were saved by Batman when they were younger. They wanted to become heroes like him, save others in the world, but their powers were killing them. After her brother's death, Batman forced her to stop being a hero. I told her it was because she would die from using her powers. But the reality was, I didn't want this life for her. But it didn't matter. Both Bruce and Barry know that if someone wants to be a hero, nothing can stop them. These words would bring back Flash's memories of when Wally first got his powers. Of their first conversations about Wally's costume. Who made Gotham and Gotham Girl's costumes? Barry asks. They didn't do it themselves. Barry helped Wally. Alfred helped the Robins. Somebody was there for them. Somebody helped them. For the world's greatest detective, you sure miss a lot, Batman. Is this really the time to bring up Sanctuary? The Dark Knight questions, but the two are interrupted by a strange buzzing sound coming from deeper within the fortress. Moving into another chamber, they find cryotubes, and the bodies within are slumped over, dead. Barry finds two tubes that are unoccupied and opened. The chemicals within aren't supernatural. Barry can quickly determine the chemical compounds. They all have one base, venom, the thing that Bane uses to power up his abilities. Batman is immediately on guard. This place is a trap. Somebody wanted them to find these bodies. Suddenly, Flash stops, his question coming from the other side of the room. He turns and one of Sanctuary's masks are in his hands. Did Gotham Girl ever go to Sanctuary? But Batman knows that if that mask is here, it's because somebody wanted them to find it. He continues to scan the room, Batarang ready, but Flash won't let it go. He's suddenly beside Batman, repeating the question, did Gotham Girl go to Sanctuary? There's no time for a response though, as the wall beside them crumbles, and Gotham Girl comes flying in through the rubble. Batman tries to talk to her. No one was hurt in the other attacks. She can stop this. The Flash tries to stop her as she makes her way to the super venom, but Gotham Girl is fast and strong and simply backhands him away. Plugging the vial into the machine causes a reaction, and suddenly the tubes open up as Batman and Flash watch the preserved experiments moving towards them. Gotham Girl floats over them. Your lives inspire others to be heroes. Now these prototypes wish to prove themselves. The strange, superpowered zombies begin to attack the heroes, with the Flash's fists moving in a blur. They don't understand if she continues to use her powers, she'll die. Gotham Girl agrees, but she'll die a hero. Shouldn't I want to die a hero? Batman continues to fight to reach her. Her brother wouldn't have wanted this. Claire orders him not to talk about her brother, and with these final words, she leaves our heroes to their fight. Claire can feel her powers breaking down her body as she flies through the night air. But she didn't have a cool origin story, so she needs one. She pushes through the pain, pushing herself faster through the sky. If she is to be a great hero, she's going to need a great origin story. Back at the island fortress, though, in a massive battle, Batman and Flash continue their fight. They're fighting super serum zombies that aren't alive, so Batman orders Flash not to hold back. Problem is, this is like fighting an army of undead supermen, and they're running out of time. Despite the fight, though, Flash wants to know the important question, as he found a psycho-pirate mask right here in this battle. Did Batman bring Gotham Girl to Sanctuary? Could she be the cause of the death of their friends? Batman tells him, I don't know how she got that mask. We have to stop following her plan and come up with one of our own. Whoever is behind Gotham Girl is using her and the events of Sanctuary to hide their actions. They need to make the zombies burn themselves out, as the powers of Gotham and Gotham Girl kill them slowly as they use the abilities. These, being imperfect zombies, will burn out faster than the normal people of Gotham and Gotham Girl. Hopping onto Flash's back, Batman uses himself as bait, forcing the creatures to chase after them. The zombies follow them as they zip around the base, and one by one they burn out bright, until finally the last one falls. But for Flash, it's a hollow victory. All these people wanted was to be heroes. The Flash turns on Batman, anger in his words. This is your fault. Another mystery built by you that bites the rest of us in the ass. He turns to leave,
He needs to be at Central City and stop whatever Gotham Girl is planning. And Batman can't stop him as gravel hits his face with Barry speeding away. Back at the Central City PD headquarters, Iris West is searching for a picture of her, Barry, and Wally. After finding what she wanted, she moves to leave the building, when suddenly the roof collapses as Gotham Girl lands in the room. But Flash is there, ordering her to stop as he moves around, helping people. Whoever put you up to this, you don't need to do what they say. The woman just laughs at him, though. If he just left Batman behind, well, that wasn't very heroic, was it, Flash? Flash tries to get through to her. He knows that losing her brother hurts. He lost someone too. He would have told Wally to stop being a hero if he could, but he knew Wally West wouldn't listen. Just like he knows that this destruction will not bring Gotham back. But these words only bring a smile to Gotham Girl's lips. Gotham isn't dead. And from behind her, the hero once known as Gotham floats into the room. The last time that we saw each other, Flash, I took down the whole Justice League. Do you think you have a chance? Gotham finishes his taunt by flying across the room, his fist aimed towards the Flash's head. Luckily, the Flash is fast and avoids the blow. But back on the island, Batman has finally reached the Batwing and he orders it to head over to Central City at top speed. In our fight, though, the Flash continues to avoid Gotham's blows, trying to reach the former hero and his sister. They are both going to die if they continue to use their powers. He doesn't understand. Batman and the Flash are trying to help him. But the Flash gets distracted when he sees Iris, and a punch from Gotham sends him careening out of the building, bouncing off one another until he finally lands on a taxi in the street below. Gotham lifts the hero up from the wreckage. They used to look up to the Flash as well, debating whether they should have super speed or flight. Luckily, we got it all. In the Batwing, the warning lights are flashing as the engines are being strained. Batman ignores it, pushing onward, with Alfred coming over the comms, warning Bruce, "You need to eject, sir." Suddenly, Gotham drops Flash as his body begins to break. He seems to be melting right before their eyes. Gotham Girl holds her brother in her arms as he becomes a husk of what he once was. He promised he would be different this time. She begins to cry. Iris helps Barry to his feet, asking whether Gotham Girl was the one who killed Gotham. But Barry knows that she is just innocent. Gotham Girl continues to cry, tears flowing down her face. Her brother was too far gone. He was already dead. And she whirls in the Flash, her fist raised. "Just like you!" But she's suddenly stopped as a bolo wraps around her neck, exploding around her head. It barely slows her, though, as Batman lands on the pavement before them. He tries to reach her. He tries to make her see that living the life of a hero is hard. He can still help her. "Where did you get the serum?" But it doesn't matter. Gotham Girl injects it into her neck, with her body beginning to glow as Batman yells for her to stop. But Gotham Girl knows being a hero means living with the pain, doing anything to avenge the ones you love. Before Batman, Gotham Girl rises, her body glowing with raw power. The Flash continues to drag people out of the wreckage as Gotham Girl unleashes her new powers on the city, wiping out entire city blocks with beams from her eyes. Batman tries to get her attention. He doesn't want to hurt her, but he will if she doesn't stop. But his batarangs are nothing, snapping as they even get close to her power. Gotham Girl is sick of Batman thinking that he is in control, and she launches more energy at him. The blast would have killed him, but luckily the Flash is there to pull him free. Barry doesn't want to fight her. He wants to understand. He wants to help. They tell her to stop using her powers, but if she doesn't, she's going to die. But without her powers, Claire is nothing, and her brother knew that. Suddenly, Claire stops, her flight wavering slightly. She vomits greenish fluid seemingly exploding out of her, and she falls. The heroes rush in, performing CPR, trying to bring her back around. They won't lose another hero. They've lost too many at Sanctuary. Each sees those that they have lost as they try to bring Claire back to life. Batman offers to use the defibrillator on his belt, but Flash knows it'll take more than that, and he generates lightning with his speed. The electricity jolts through Claire, bringing her back and forcing the rest of the serum out of her body. "Batman, where am I?" she asks shakily. The girl, well, she remembers nothing. They should get her to the cave to help her. "Like you helped Wally!" The cry reaches them as Iris forces her way through the rubble. She blames them. They brought another young person into their world without any thought of the repercussions. She's not afraid of Batman. His words bring nothing but a slap to the face. The two don't have time for this. She just tells them to leave. In the Batcave, Batman has managed to replicate the stasis tubes from the island fortress, allowing Gotham Girl to stay there until her body recovers. She seems to have no memory of the island. Who gave her the serum? or why she attacked the museum, but now that Flash has saved her, Batman can do what he should have done in the beginning. Help her become a hero. But Barry doesn't agree. They keep bringing people into this life even though they know it's wrong. Batman questions what happened to the hopeful, optimistic Barry Allen. He died with Wally West! Batman always acts like he knows everything, but Barry knows that he's just as clueless as everyone else. The greatest trick that Batman ever pulled off was making people think that he always had a plan. We need to stop this. The price for wearing these costumes is too high. But Batman knows. We pay the price so that our loved ones don't have to. But they do pay a price. They pay the price because the heroes keep failing. It's always another mystery, another villain, another innocent in the crossfire, another dead Robin, Flash says as he begins to leave the cave, anger flashing in Bruce's eyes. At least I never forgot that one of my partners existed. Barry turns, anger in his eyes, lightning cracking. The cave can sense the danger and it begins to activate countermeasures. Energy is shot at the speedster, but he is too fast. Batman has prepared, but the Flash is too fast, stopping his fist inches from Batman's face. I could have hit you 100 times before you throw one punch, Barry says as he leaves, leaving Bruce alone in his cave. Returning home, he finds a letter from Iris. She can't stay anymore. She wanted to write Wally's obituary, but she realized that she was writing Barry's. The hero rushes out into the night, and in Central City, the Flash fights crime. In Gotham, Batman fights crime. This is the life that they lead. This is their life. They can save everyone, but in the end, they are alone. In the near future, Batman sits in front of his computer with Superman at his back. They saved the multiverse so many times, but this time it's different. They don't know who they can trust. We can trust the Flash, right?
Now, as the original trickster, James Jesse stands in his hideout in Central City. He says his name is one people won't ever forget. He is about to pull off the greatest con man has ever seen. It will have everyone's eyes, including the Flash, on him. But who was James Jesse before Trickster? Well, that's what this story is about. Growing up, James lived the life of a circus performer, though it wasn't the one that he wanted. You see, James's parents made it clear to him that they weren't proud of him because of all the time he spent reading books. They would tell him that he should be practicing the family business rather than wasting his time with those stories. And his parents, well, they were nothing but lying cheats. Hell, his parents named themselves the Flying Jessies, trying to copy the Flying Graysons. This was also after the Graysons' accident, and his parents just wanted to capitalize on their deaths. James wanted nothing more than to lose himself in his books, but time and time again, his parents would literally drag him on stage to walk the tightrope. The crowd could even tell that James didn't want to be there, even though they would call out to not push the boy. The crowd did nothing. James would eventually run away from that circus life, but the circus life was still always a part of him. He pulled off a con disguised as a lab tech at Star Labs, and he sold the tech to LexCorp. But even then, he lived that scam so long that he picked up a few things, like how to make shoes that let him run on air, which is how he got the name, the Trickster. He would always try to pull one over on the Flash, but one day the Flash said something. You need a new gimmick. Everyone knows you're just a con man. And the Flash was right. The Trickster's acts were growing stale. Normally, he would just escape prison anytime that he was caught, but when he was sent to Iron Heights, well, everything changed. James tried to escape by using his old tricks, but Warden Wolf always caught him and beat him. People began to forget about him. Even some new kid showed up, starting to use his name. That was it, though. The straw that broke the camel's back. He had to get out and reclaim the title of the Trickster. But Wolf, well, he had a way of breaking people, and he told James that even after everything he had done, he wasn't impressive. If you are so great, why doesn't anyone in Central City even remember you? You're forgotten, James Jesse, Wolf said. And that's when things turned for the worst. You see, back in the circus, James was scared of heights. In fact, he was so scared that there was only one escape route that he never took because he was scared of heights. Wolf was so mad to cover up his own skin, he burned any evidence that James Jesse was even there. However, it was something that happened after the show when he was younger that made him realize what the world really is. While he and his parents performed, there were people in the crowds pickpocketing everyone. His parents were stealing from anyone that they could. And when he asked how they did it, they ignored him, stating that if he wants to be someone, he needs cash. He must learn to deceive and to succeed. They were right. Money is everything. If you don't have it, you're just a waste. This new trick will be so great that the people of Central City will never forget about James Jesse, ever. They'll see, they'll be so impressed. But now, we go to the current issue of The Flash. The current storyline continuing the story of the Forces. Now lately, death has been surrounding the Flash, and not just because he's fighting Black Hand in Opal City. This is just an outlet to stop a cult who actually worships death. But what's really getting under the Flash's skin is that the perp he's searching for just can't be tracked down. Hunter Zolomon. Hunter was an enemy of Wally's that took up the name of Zoom, and now he's calling himself the True Flash. He's already gotten a head start on his quest, and that's where the real problem is. It's not a matter that Hunter is faster than the Flash, it's that he himself is getting slower. Maybe he just needs to fall back into a case to take his mind off of things. With everything that's recently happened with Batman and Iris, maybe he should just go home. If you're wondering about that, this is taking place right after a crossover storyline with Batman, and I will link that down below. Commander Cold, an individual from the future who has come back in time using the name Cold as his superhero alias, and he's trying to help the Flash, left him a message stating that he was needed at Iron Heights and that dropping off the Black Hand cult leader is a good enough excuse just to do that. However, when the Flash gets to prison, he notices something odd. All of the guards there, well, they're happy. Iron Heights was a very gloomy place, so why is everyone smiling and looking so cheerful? The guards tell him that they haven't had a new inmate in days. In fact, there hasn't been any incidents at Iron Heights in the past few weeks. Flash shrugs it off, calling out to Wolf, stating that he knows that Cold isn't his best friend or anything. But has he heard from him at all? Wolf turns with the biggest smile on his face, something very out of character for this man, stating, "No, I can't say that I have. I'm sure Commander Cold is just fine. Thanks for delivering the new inmate. We'll take good care of him." As the cult leader is taken away, he asks, can he be taken to Arkham instead? This place is giving him the creeps. Flash thinks to himself that this cult leader is not the only one. As long as he's known Wolf, he's never even cracked a grin, ever. Flash heads back into the city to go to work, but when he gets to the police department, he sees everyone there is smiles as well. He starts to wonder if maybe he's been away from Central City too long. He asks Kristen what's got everyone in a good mood, and she states asking what's wrong with everyone being in a good mood. Here, she'll show him why everyone's in a good mood. They both head to a holding cell, and she opens up the door, but there's no one inside. The Flash asks why is it empty, and Kristen says that that's just it. There hasn't been a single crime committed in Central City in weeks, not even a speeding ticket. Flash looks around, stating that that's impossible, and that's when Director Singh walks in yelling to the Flash, "Don't jinx us!" And he smiles, telling him, "I'm just kidding. It's good to see you, Barry." Flash asks him, isn't it a bit strange that they haven't had any crime in Central City? And Singh tells him that he should be careful for what he wishes for and just be happy. The three head back upstairs where Kristen gets a text and shouts that her boyfriend is here. "Barry Allen, meet my new boyfriend, James Jesse." Kristen runs over hugging him, and James says that he's heard so much about the famous Barry Allen. "I would have come by Iron Heights, but that place gives me the heebie-jeebies." Flash stares for a moment, stating that James looks familiar, and James tells him that, "Haha, I've just got that kind of face. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of each other, Barry." Singh then grabs his coat, stating that they're all going to be heading down to the pub, asking Flash if he would like to go. The Flash tells him no, he's going to head home for the night, and as he leaves, he looks at all of the townspeople, seeing them all happy. He leaves for a few weeks and the city is better off. I mean, he wasn't expecting a hero's welcome, but this is just too suspicious, right? Or is he just being paranoid? He needs to find Cold and figure this whole thing out. He hasn't been able to get a hold of Commander Cold since he got back. Why would he want him to go to Iron Heights anyway? So, Barry changes into his costume and begins to track down Cold's last known location since the two of them have been connected. He begins to feel out the frequency's trail and it leads him to an alley. He looks around and sees some of Cold's broken tech on the ground and he thinks that that's strange. Cold was very protective of his future tech. He would never leave it just lying around. He needs to go back to Iron Heights and figure out exactly what happened. So he returns to the prison where Wolf tells him that he hasn't heard from Cold in a while and there hasn't been any arrests. He should just relax. Just then the Flash hears someone calling out, and when he looks over, he sees the cult leader. He bows, telling him, "I want to thank you. This place is wonderful. I've never been so happy." Flash shouts, asking, "What is happening here? You were talking this way when you were caught. What changed?" With no other leads, the Flash races back to the precinct to talk to Detective Burns, who's recently been seeing Cold. She says that she'd rather not talk about it, but don't worry, she's happy. Flash tells her no, she can drop the act. Where is Commander Cold? Burns pushes Flash into a locker, asking, "Why can't you just let me be happy, please? You must be happy." Flash sees Burns struggling to keep the smile, but Burns turns around, banging her head on a desk, saying that it's much better if they're all just happy. Can't you see that, Barry? Soon, everyone in the precinct reaches out towards Flash, telling him, "We just want you to be happy too!" Later, back at Iron Heights, James has turned the prison into a giant circus where Axel, the newest trickster, says that they've got some new people that need to be re-educated. Kristen then runs up giving James a kiss, stating that she has brought in her good friend Barry Allen. He's always been a downer. She knows that you can help him. James tells her that Barry and the rest of their guests will be right as rain as soon as they stroll through our happy machines. Now, don't be shy. Soon the group walks through the cylinder-like device and the Flash steps out, stating that he feels happy. Kristen runs over asking if it's much better. "Don't you feel great?" And the Flash tells her, "I feel so happy right now." One of the guards laughs, stating, "Hokey dokey, let's get everyone all back home and we can keep living out a life of joy and happiness." While the group moves, Barry quickly ducks around the corner, changing into his Flash costume. Now, he knows who James Jesse is. He's the original trickster. And now that he knows what he's up against, it's time to get to work. He was able to trick his way through James's machine by keeping himself at a low-level vibration so that it wouldn't affect him. So it's time that they took a look around the place too. But just then the Flash gets an incoming signal from Cold that his location is somewhere off in the prison. Flash rushes down to the lower levels to see Cold tied up to a pole, and as he gets there, there's a loud boom! Axel jumps in with his boomstick cannon, yelling to the Flash, "Look alive, Flash!" Flash asks what's going on, but Axel fires the cannon again, wrapping Flash up in a spring glove. Flash easily breaks free, asking when did he start working with James Jesse? Axel tosses a flaming alphabet block, asking, "You mean my idol? My inspiration?" When I heard the plan for James's trick, I knew I had to be there. Flash creates a tornado, throwing the block back, causing it to explode on Axel, asking, "What is James planning?" The explosion knocks Axel out, so Flash hurries over to help Cold, stating that he's sorry for being late. Cold gets up, telling him, "It's not that. It's the Sage Force. James is using his tech with it to control the people." Flash asks, "Is that what you called about?" And Cold tells him, "I didn't call you, Flash." Just then, both Flash and Cold are trapped in a bubble, with James yelling, "That prank was all me. Bet you didn't think Trickster would reveal himself as the greatest enemy, huh, Flash?" Flash tells him that he hasn't thought about him in years. And James tells him, "That's the problem. You know they pulled a scam on the devil, right? Even still, the people not remembering who I was, it made it much easier to work behind the scenes to prepare for the big return. One day, a gift from the heavens came to me, the Strength Force. So when Axel came to me for help, he told me all about the new forces, and I was able to gather just enough of the Sage Force to make some new toys to play with." Flash tells him, "Wait, the Sage Force gun that I found at Corte Maltese, that was you?" James then motions to Wolf, telling him, "Look how happy these people are." Wolf begins to snap out of his trance as he lunges for James, but James cracks him in the head, telling him, "You gotta be careful with that temper." As the trance comes back, Wolf stands up, telling him, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what came over me. I'm in a better mood now." James punches Wolf down, asking, "Why don't you share that love with Fleetfoot over there and tell him what happened? Tell him why everyone forgot about me." Wolf leans up from the beating, stating, "James was an inmate here. I tortured him for years, using him as a guinea pig to test Iron Heights security. When he escaped, I buried the evidence, all of it. I made it so that James Jesse was a ghost." James stands up, asking the Flash, "Do you see it now? This is why I needed to set the stage for a trick worth my big comeback." But Cold holds his hands out, creating a snowflake, stating, "The problem with you using my own tech is that I'm a master of it too, so I've got a few tricks up my sleeve." The barrier shatters, freeing the two of them, and James jumps and throws exploding alphabet blocks, yelling, "No fair! You cheated!" Flash chases after James, telling him to turn it off, but Cold runs in, stating that they need to be careful with how they do this. James has been using the Sage Force for more than just making people happy. He's controlling them too. The people of Central City have been happy for a few days, right? Those people will do anything to protect their happiness, including killing each other for it. As Flash watches the monitors, he sees everyone erupt into an all-out brawl. He begins to ask what has he done. James fixes his coat, asking, "Who am I to question what makes people happy?" Flash then gets ready to leave, telling Cold to handle James while he heads out to help the people. But as soon as the Flash turns his back, Cold turns and shoots his cold gun at Flash, freezing him in place. James starts laughing, stating, Cold has seen the bright side of life too. It was amazing how you thought you were winning for a moment, Flash." James then squeezes a rubber chicken, electrocuting Flash and knocking him out, telling him that he fell for the greatest trick of all time. Again. A short while later, Flash wakes up when James is blowing a party whistle. Flash is startled, and James yells, "He's alive!" Flash shifts, asking what is he going to do, and James tells him that he's just watching his trick unfold. See, he could kill everyone. That's something people would remember. But death feels so small. That's when it hit me. I could show Central City how fake their happiness really was. That'll leave them all empty. Flash begins to vibrate through the ropes, ripping them off, stating, "You know these can't hold me. I'm gonna save these people from your sick games," but as he gets up, he falls flat face first on the ground. James asks, "How are you gonna do that after I made your legs disappear?" And the Flash glances down to see his legs have been cut off. He starts reaching to where those legs used to be, stating that it has to be a trick. It has to be a trick! But as James leaves, Cold says that he should be happy. There's a silver lining in everything. You just need to know where to look. Flash shouts, asking, "What did you do?" And Cold tells him, "We were set free. Before James came back into my life, I was always angry. Mainly because I was stuck in your stupid time period. But now there's no need to be afraid. I missed my home so badly that is all I thought about. Afraid of something bad happening to my friends. Every time I think about them, it just makes me so angry." Meanwhile, on the rooftops of Iron Heights, James walks out to see his parents, stating, "Just look at it all, son! Your greatest stage of all, and you've won! And you did it all for us." Back below, Cold stands up, stating that he's not sure what happened. He was thinking about the renegades being hurt, and suddenly James's spell wore off. Flash continues to reach for his legs, stating that he needs help. He can't tell if James really cut off his legs or it's all in his head. So Cold tells him that he needs to think of something that will break the illusion. Think long and hard. Flash pauses for a moment and thinks carefully. He came back to Central City because he wanted a distraction. He wanted to run away from his failures. And James's spell took that away. Sometimes it'd be easier to believe the trick. To just give into the magic and ignore what is really going on. He's been ignoring his own feelings a lot lately. It's not out of anger or fear or pessimism. Admitting to himself that he knows that he can deal with it, makes him happy. Back up top, James pushes his parents over the ledge, shouting, "Do you remember what you taught me? To lie, to cheat, to deceive, to climb. No matter how afraid I was, I did it all for you, to make you happy." Just then, the Flash runs through the courtyard, grabbing both of James's parents, stating that the show's over, James. Good thing that you were already at Iron Heights. It's gonna save me a trip. James sighs, stating that it looks like he saw through the trick, but it doesn't matter. I still showed the citizens of Central City that they can't send inmates to Iron Heights. Flash grabs James, telling him to fix this or else. And James asks, "Or else what? You'll never hurt me. How about you use that speedy mind to figure this one out? Right now, you can either save the citizens of Central City or you'll stop the inmates I set free who have been stealing loot this entire time. Clock's a ticking, Flash!" Dozens of lights begin to flash and blind the Flash. And when he opens his eyes, James is nowhere to be found. So first, Flash runs both of James's parents off the island, telling them to try not to ruin any more childhoods before running back and meeting up with Commander Cold. Cold says that he took a look at everything and James is way smarter than he should be. He's rigged his machine so that if they pull the plug on everything, it'll end up killing them. They need to use a small rig to reverse every single person under his spell, one by one. Flash suits up with Cold's makeshift rig, and he begins to run as fast as he can to each and every person in the city. He pushes himself harder than he has in months, past the anger, past the pain, past the failures. It hurts to run that fast, but he can't stop now. He has to save the city, even if it means taking away their fake happiness. And just as the Flash reverses the spell on the last person, the makeshift rig falls apart, and he says that there's one problem. Now what about the rogues? Cold flies in, stating that he got word from the Coast Guard that the rogues took everything back to Iron Heights. So Flash turns and races towards the prison, but as he gets close, there's a loud boom as the entire prison explodes. The Flash was too slow. Later, as the media arrives, one reporter says that they believe the explosion was to cover up James Jesse's tracks after his daring heist. But even with James missing, things are slowly starting to go back to normal. Kristen and Singh gather enough evidence to build a case against Wolf, and he's put away in Belle Reve, right next to Captain Cold. Singh has also reassigned Flash back to the crime lab so that he can examine the evidence from the Iron Heights explosion. Every piece is just a reminder to him of what he's lost. But hopefully, with this, he can. As Flash opens up the door to his office, he sees a man in a hood standing there, and the man looks back asking if this is where it happened, where his life changed. Flash tells him the area is off limits. He's not sure who he is, but the man turns back with a green glow in his eyes. If he had a name, it would be Steadfast. Flash says that he knows that energy. You have the Still Force. I thought only Grodd and the Turtle had the Still Force. I've been searching, but as he walks, he feels himself locked in position. Steadfast tells him that he should no longer go forward, he must go back. For the multiverse to survive what is to come, Barry Allen, you must remember. Remember something that you have forgotten from your past. A green light washes over the Flash as he sees himself sitting in a room as a child and his mom shouting, "Bartholomew Henry Allen, if you want to go back to the comic book store, we need to leave right now." The young Flash throws his papers. He runs out of the room yelling, "Coming, Mom!" And that's when there's a loud crack as lightning strikes. As lightning strikes over the young Barry Allen's home, he watches from a window sitting in his attic. His mother, Nora, calls out asking what he's doing up there, and Barry goes back to the old box of comics, stating that he's just looking for something to read. Nora looks out the window asking what's got him reading her old comics, and Barry says that he's not sure. It's just that the classic heroes are so cool, good beating evil and all of that. But as Barry looks down, Nora lifts her head and sees a bruise and asks where did he get that from. He tells her it's nothing. He's not getting picked on or anything. There's just some kids bullying someone, and he couldn't stand there and do nothing, right? Bad things might come of it in the future, but he knows the heroes that he reads about would never let something like that get them down. Nora hugs her son, stating that he's always hopeful, and whatever happens in this life, never lose that. Please. 15 years later, on February 11th, Barry heads downtown to process another crime scene with Officer August Hart. August looks at the man on the ground, stating that, from the looks of things, the man was shot in the back of the head. His gut says that it was a mob hit, probably brought to his knees, and then bang. Barry looks at the position of the deceased man's feet and the blood spatter and says, no, the victim was killed running. If he really wanted to become a detective, he can't rush judgment on any case. August laughs, telling him, that's why you're the best, Barry. But then a voice says, that's the word on the street, but Barry Allen never gives me the time of day. August then says that if it isn't Iris West, she shows up to these scenes so much that one might think that she's a serial murderer. Iris brushes him off, stating that she's just here to chase a story, and Central City's favorite CSI is 100% a story. It's just that every time she attempts to interview Mr. Allen, he dodges. Barry begins to tell her that he can't say anything because it's still an ongoing case, but August pushes him, stating, oh, it's okay. Barry's being shy. Iris then says that she knows deep down that there's a headline in him, but duty calls elsewhere this morning. The next time that she sends a text, though, he better answer. A short while later, Barry heads into the lab to process the evidence when he mistakenly bumps into a man playing with his kids in the street. Barry tells the man that he's sorry, but the man tells him it's fine. Mistakes happen. And a few seconds later, the rain begins to come in, and one of the man's children yells that it stinks. The father says that they shouldn't be out in the street after dark anyway. But you know what? The sun will come out tomorrow. Barry listens, stating that he wished that he had shared that same sense of optimism. It's nights like this that remind him of his mother and him reading comics in the attic. In fact, that was the last time that he could remember being happy. After her murder, he worked so hard to learn everything that there was to learn about forensic evidence. The court said that his father killed his mother, and that the case was closed, that there's no justice for her, and now an innocent man sits in jail. As Barry gets to work, he gets a text from Iris asking if he wants to grab something to eat. He thinks about it for a moment. Just then, lightning strikes through the window, shattering the test tube and throwing the chemicals all over Barry's body. That was February 11th. Now, it's June 15th, and Barry Allen awakens from his coma. Visions of the past startle him as he screams out from his bed, knocking his plate of food over. He tries to catch it, and to his surprise, well, he does. The food, the drink, even the jello, but how? He tells himself he just needs to get home. But before he could even think about it, he's home. He rushes back to his lab to figure out what's happening. And that's when August hears something and asks who's there. But before August knew it, Barry had ran into the locker room, changed, and walked out wearing a tie. The next day, Barry sat down to try and process everything that is actually happening. His body is the crime scene. He just needs to put together the pieces. His blood looks normal, but the molecules have been energized. His calorie intake has increased to make up for the increased metabolism. He runs so fast that he sets fire to his shoes. And if he vibrates his molecules at the right frequency, he can phase through walls. But if there's even a slight error, which there always is, the object he's phasing through explodes. He can't create tornadoes, finding out how fast he can go, and when he tries to anyway, he burns through more pairs of shoes. Wayne's tech donated fireproof equipment to the fire department, so with those new shoes, he should be able to find out what his actual top speed is. So he readies himself, and he runs. 100 miles per hour, easy. 200, no problem. It's actually starting to feel better, good even. Forget the past and the science for a moment and just run. And you know what? It's kind of fun. Just then there's a loud crack-a-boom, and Barry ends up tripping. He falls sliding on the ground and he hears a voice shouting, "Hurry up!" Barry looks up to see an army wearing green capturing people, and then a newspaper on the ground with the headline, "Flash loses Central City." Barry asks, what is this? Is it a nightmare? And as one of the soldiers sees him and asks what he's doing out of the shell, they tell him that he needs to come with them. Barry steps back trying to figure out what happened, and a red blur shoots by with a voice yelling, "Damn it, Barry, you shouldn't be here." The red blur stops, and a man wearing a red uniform with a lightning bolt on it says, "When are we going to learn how dangerous time travel is?" Barry's mind begins to race, trying to understand what is going on as he looks at all of the horrible things around him. The man stops him, telling him, "I know what's going on with your head right now, but trust me when I say this, it'll all be okay." Barry asks who he is, and the man says, "I thought you would take a guess on the resemblance, but I'm you, well, a few years closer to the finish line." Barry smacks the old man's hand away, stating, No, this isn't real. This is a nightmare. I'm still in the hospital, right? Or did I die?" And the old man tells Barry, "Slow down a second. Time travel can be a little disorienting. You gotta breathe." But that's when a soldier yells, "It's the Flash! 2 of them!" Old man Flash grabs Barry, telling him, "We gotta leave. If there's one thing that I've learned over the years, is that if you stand still to avoid crazy, the crazy will come for you. Right now, the priority is getting home. If we stick around, those turtle guards will catch up." Barry says that he knew it. He knew the future would be horrible, that they'd screw up everything. And old man Flash laughs. "I can't believe I was ever that pessimistic." So Barry stops and trips, asking, "It's true? You're really the Barry Allen of the future?" And old man Flash stops, telling him, "People call me the Flash these days. Fastest man alive." Barry then asks, "How did you stop without tripping?" So old man Flash tells him, "You gotta slide into it." And as the two continue, Barry then asks, "You're the future me. You're a superhero? This is insane. I don't even like leaving my lab. How did I become a superhero?" Old man Flash tells him, "I can't explain that, but I can say that this has happened before. Right now, our life is a loop that can't be broken. If we were to create a time paradox, we would destroy all of reality, and we can't risk that. But now that we've got a second to breathe, we need to make sure that you know which timeline you're in. So here's a few questions to get things straight. Who is Iris? Wally? Wallace? August? Who killed our mother?" Barry thinks for a second, stating that Iris is just a friend, and he doesn't know anyone named Wally or Wallace. August is a friend at the CCPD, and he doesn't know who killed their mother. Do you? Old man Flash says, "We both read enough comics to know how dangerous it is to mess with time, no matter how bad it gets. Now, that tower over there, it creates an energy barrier over Central City that drains all traces of speed from anything. Nothing can get in or out. It's called the Shell, and it is the home to a man named the Turtle. Turtle uses his powers to steal speed and energy from Central City and its people. I fought the Turtle a few times over the years. Never took him seriously. No one really did, which was a mistake. One day, Turtle appeared and he just took over Central City. Other heroes tried to stop him, but no one can get past the Shell. Anyway, I probably said too much as it is. Turtle hungers for speed, and we gotta get you back home." As the two stop inside of some ruins, some of Turtle's soldiers jump out, stating that they knew that he would come for the Turtle's horde. Old man Flash cracks his knuckles, telling Barry, "It's been a long time since I fought alongside another speedster." And Barry stops him. "Wait, fight? I do not know how to fight." So old man Flash smiles, telling him, "Well, looks like it's up to me then." Barry watches as his older counterpart effortlessly uses the abilities that he's been trying to master. And just as one soldier goes for old man Flash, Barry reacts. He shouts for him to look out as he creates a tornado with his arm, launching the soldier away, and old man Flash tells him, "Not bad, kid, not bad. But come on, I can already see ahead what we need. And that's this baby." Barry looks past him, asking, "A treadmill?" So old man Flash tells him, "It's not just any treadmill, it's the cosmic treadmill. Dangerous stuff, but it's gonna help you get back to the correct time." Old man Flash quickly begins to reassemble the torn apart treadmill, and as he finishes, he pushes Barry on, telling him, "All right, we're out of time. It's good to see you, but just remember what our mother said. Next time you see Iris, say yes already. Now run." Seconds later, there's a crack-oom, and Barry slides to a slowdown, stating, "Am I home? The hell just happened? I can't run like that again. I can't. The future." So in the coming days, Barry desperately tries to recreate the treadmill. But with all of his self-doubts, he can't help but just shake and vibrate. He tries to calm himself down, and then he gets a message from Iris asking for a meetup. He thinks about what old man Flash said about just saying yes, so he finally agrees. And the moment he sees Iris, the shaking disappears. At that moment, he gets ready to cross the street when suddenly a police car speeds by, and then he hears a voice. "How dare you stand in the way of my destiny?" The police surround an older man, but as they open fire on him, the man waves his arm, stopping the bullets mid-air. He plucks them out, stating, "You may call me Turtle." Barry tells him, that's the guy, that's Turtle. Wait, what if I stop him now? We could ignore that future. Just then, Iris jumps up from her seat and starts to run towards the action, and as Barry watches, he finds himself in awe. A woman with no powers running in head first and unafraid. But as she steps out, a police car almost hits her when suddenly there's a red blur standing in front of her. With everyone slowing down, Barry shouts to Turtle that this is the end of the line. Barry charges forward, but as he swings, he feels his body stop. And the Turtle smiles, telling him,
No, I don't think so. With Barry's body frozen in time, Turtle punches him and then stops, stating, "That's curious. You are like me." Turtle throws Barry into the wall, asking, "Where did you get those powers? That speed, it's intoxicating. But slow and steady always wins the race." Barry tries to recreate the tornado, but before he could finish, Turtle grabs him again, throwing him back into the wall. As he braces for the hit, his body vibrates and he starts to phase through it. Barry tells himself, "Wait, the last time that I did this." Suddenly the wall explodes and bricks begin to shower down on Turtle. Time begins to pick up as the bricks fly all over, and Barry quickly runs over to make sure that none of the bricks hit any officers, or more importantly, Iris. Turtle gets back up asking, "Where am I? I'll slow all of you to nothing." But just before the Turtle could activate his powers, the officers tase him and knock him out. As the police take him away, Barry changes back into his street clothes, telling Iris that he's sorry for being late. Iris scoffs, stating a Central City girl doesn't like to be kept waiting, Alan. But don't take this as being mean or anything. What happened to your face? As Barry tries to think of an excuse as to where the bruise from his battle came from, he blurts out that it was left over from the lightning in his lab. He's a slow healer. Iris then says that she's pretty sure that he needs to get to work on the crime scene. They can get some coffee some other time. But Barry stops her, stating, "How about dinner instead?" And Iris tells him that this diner she goes to serves breakfast all day. From that day on, Barry worked using his powers for good, while also trying to maintain a relationship with Iris. Another month passed, and soon Barry started to leave a spray-painted lightning bolt at the scenes where he helped out. Of course, he would race by later to clean it up, but it was to show people that there was someone looking out for them. But one day, Barry was trying to figure out a way to get into costume faster, and that's when he made a ring in his apartment building. Iris yells over the intercom, "Surprise! Buzz me in!" But what was Iris doing here? She's never been to his apartment before, and it's a mess. So Barry does what anyone with superhuman speed would do. Changes, runs out for flowers, cleans up his apartment, and all before Iris could even knock on the door. As the two get ready for their date night, she sets down her bag and a picture falls out. Barry grabs it, asking who's this, and she tells him that it's the man Clive Yorkin, a violent career criminal. Remember that crime scene from a few months ago? That was John Banks, Yorkin's partner. She's pretty sure that they were setting up a heist and Yorkin killed him over it. Barry begins to state that maybe he can help her, but Iris snatches the picture, stating, "No way, don't forget the rules. No work talk on dates." Just then, Iris's phone goes off, and as she reads the message, she sighs, stating that that's one of her sources. It seems Yorkin is working with a new gang. She's got to go. Barry laughs, stating that duty calls, and Iris tells him that she's just been working on this for months while everyone else chases the Flash stories. So Barry asks, "You're not interested in the Flash?" And Iris kisses him on the cheek, stating that she needs more evidence to decide. Central City has a lot of crime, and it needs more than a costumed hero. It needs hope. So as she leaves, Barry rushes to the lab to begin processing all of the evidence taken from the crime scene of John Banks. There was powder on his shoes, a controlled substance that is only available at Central City Pharmaceuticals. And with that knowledge, hopefully he can... Barry quickly slows down not to be seen as he spots Clive, and just before he could go in, Iris shouts to him asking if she could have a word with him. She would like to talk to him about an old associate of his, John Banks. Clive walks over, stating that she could take a hike, and Iris asks, "Did you murder him?" Clive grabs Iris by the shoulder, stating that she can come with them. But Iris kicks him and he pulls out a gun and he opens fire. Before Iris could blink, all of the bullets disappear, and Clive and his new gang are tied up. Barry runs home so that he isn't seen, but as he stops to breathe, he falls to the ground in a pool of his own blood, shot. Barry runs home so that he isn't seen, and as he stops to breathe, he falls to the ground in a pool of his own blood. He coughs, feeling the bullet that got through inching towards his heart with every heartbeat. He has to get the bullet out or he's going to die. And the only way to do that is to vibrate his hand through his own body. But if he does that and messes up, well, he'll cause an explosion, and when it's in your own body, that could be problematic. However, before he can make a decision, there's a knock at his door with Iris asking if he's there. It's her. Please open up. Barry doesn't answer, and Iris goes on stating that she made a mistake tonight. She chased Yorkin down and he pulled a gun on her. The Flash saved them, but other people could have died because of her, and right now, he's the only person that she can talk to. Barry quietly vibrates his hand and reaches into his chest while Iris is going on. And after being extremely careful, he pulls his hand out with the bullet. She says, "You're not even there, are you? You're probably at a crime scene."
But as she turns to leave, Barry notices something. The wound in his chest, well, it healed. Without wasting any more time, Barry steps out stating that he's sorry. He was just in the shower. He heard what she said, by the way. She runs into his arms and Barry tells her that it's okay. Everything's going to be okay, Iris. The next morning, as Iris leaves her work, Barry can't help but think about Turtle. Did stopping Turtle then prevent the horrible future that he had seen? Are they still destined to repeat everything? He has to find out. So he heads over to Iron Heights, and as he enters the room, Turtle says, "Come to see the freak?" Barry tells him no. He works for Central City Crime Lab and he needs to get his fingerprints. It seems the ones that they got earlier weren't any good. Turtle says that his fingerprints won't be in any system. He's a nobody. So Barry sets his things down, stating that everyone is somebody. He had a life before all of this. Turtle tells him he did once. From a young age, he was always a little smarter than the others. He finished school early and became a scientist. Soon after that, he met his wife and had a family. But during his time as a scientist, he discovered a mysterious energy, one that kept the universe moving forward and never looked back. The experiment was going as planned, but then it accelerated too quickly and it became out of control. He should have stopped it there, but he could feel how powerful it was and he froze as time slowed. And that's when there was an explosion. The energy had done something to him. It had taken something away, slowed him down to a crawl. His family stayed with him and they supported him, but over the years, they grew old while he stayed the same. Death never came. He is immortal, cursed to outlive his loved ones. He tried to learn more about the energy so that he could control it. His family loved him and worried that he was becoming obsessed, but then they helped him realize that their love was what was holding him back. Through his family's sacrifice, he learned that he could drain the forces that push life forward to help him get back to normal. But it was fleeting. So he planned and he ran experiments, but he needed funds. The bank robbery was supposed to fix that, but instead the Flash showed up and stopped him. But there's one thing that the Flash could never outrun: death. And Turtle will always be alive. Barry then asks him why is he telling him this, and Turtle holds out his hand, telling him, "I can feel a connection between us. Did you really think you wouldn't be recognized?" Barry pulls his hand away, stating, "I don't know what any of that means." And Turtle tells him, "Don't worry. Your secret is safe. But know this, I will make a plan. It will take countless years, but in the end, I will win." Barry rushes out of the prison and back to the lab, trying to figure out something that could stop Turtle. But there's nothing that he can do to stop him. If he lets the future happen again, then it's all his fault. Just then, Iris knocks on the office door asking if everything's okay. They were supposed to have dinner tonight. Barry tries to clean up, stating that he can't. There's just too many cases that he's on and he needs to solve them. Maybe stop them from ever even happening. Iris says that he knows that he can't do that, right? He can't control the future. No one can. Iris then looks over at the desk and sees a picture and asks if this is about his mother's death. If they're gonna work things out, he can't hold back anything. He has to tell her what is going on. So Barry begins to state that his mother, she was. But before he could finish, a bolt of green lightning strikes through the window, throwing both Barry and Iris to the ground. Barry gets up, hurrying to the window to see what is going on, and that's when there's a crack-a-boom. Barry can hear the voice. "I told you that day you came to see me in Iron Heights, Flash. I win." Out on the street, the future Turtle holds Old Man Flash in chains while he forces him to run the cosmic treadmill. Turtle calls out to Barry again, telling him that he knows that he can hear him. "Come out!" Barry quickly grabs Iris by the arm, telling her that they need to leave, but Iris pulls away, stating that she can't. She needs to get out there and get help. Someone has to chase the story. She doesn't do it for the headline, she does it because people deserve to know the truth. If he stands still trying to avoid the crazy will come for him. The words ring inside of Barry's head. That's what the older Flash told him when he was in the future. But she's right, it doesn't change the fact that what is going on is going to be hard to run from when his legs shake from fright. Out on the street, Turtle pulls on the chain, telling Barry, "Gaze upon your home. It wouldn't feel right without you here to witness this." Seconds later, there's a red blur as tornadoes sweep the guards off their feet, and Turtle smiles. There he is, the young Flash. "Late!" Barry charges in, telling him, "Better late than never." Turtle slows Barry down, punching him with his giant fist of energy, stating, "No matter the age, you always rush into things you do not know." Barry stops himself from being knocked back further, and he tells himself that Turtle is right. He needs to use his speed and his head. Turtle then uses his energy, sending a shockwave into a building, snapping it in half, telling him, "This is the day I take the Flash's hope." The building begins to fall all around Barry as he runs through the gaps and circles around on Turtle. But just then, Turtle feels a tug on the chains, and Barry picks up Old Man Flash running away. Turtle shouts to his men to find them. Today will be the Flash's final race! And a few moments later, Barry stops inside his lab asking what happened. Old Man Flash coughs, telling him that after he went back, King Turtle made him use the cosmic treadmill to follow, that he drained his speed at the same time. He already saw this happening. No matter what they do, they lose today. Barry sits Old Man Flash up asking, what is Turtle trying to do? And Old Man Flash says, slow down time. He needs a connection between our two timelines. Constructing the shell here creates a tether back between the present and the future. He's planning on using it to drag every flow of time and motion in the multiverse. It's like placing an anchor in the present that will slam the multiverse to a screeching halt. Turtle already took my speed, but he needs more. There's no way for us to break this loop without risking a time paradox. That's why I need to make sure that Turtle never gets his hands on you. He can never drain your speed. You need to run or risk dooming all of reality to ruin. Barry pauses, asking, that's my only option? To do nothing? It's just like the night my mother died. I just stood there while the paramedics took her body away. I could only watch. But ever since then, I've been pessimistic and afraid of the future. But the future is here. There's nothing I can do about it. Old Man Flash looks over at the old box, asking if those are their mother's comics. God, we wanted to be just like them, huh? A superhero, always knowing what was the right thing to do. I was so afraid. How could I have let things get so bad? Old Man Flash sets the comic book back down, telling him, tell me about Iris. What was your first date like? I can't remember the details. It was breakfast, right? Barry laughs, telling him no. It was dinner, but we ate breakfast. It was the first day that I fought Turtle. I wasn't even sure it was a date, but after that, we walked in the park. I used to be so worried about the future, but with Iris, as we walked, I lost track of time. I knew it then, after that night, that she was the one. The kind of person you only get to meet once in a lifetime. Always brave. No matter the risk, she always runs into danger. Barry then picks up the ring that he's been working on, stating, she doesn't just ground me, she inspires me. And that's why I'm going after Turtle. Old Man Flash gets up, telling him, it's not worth the risk. Turtle wants you to go. If he wins, the whole multiverse will be in danger. Barry thinks back to what he said when he was younger. That even if bad things could happen, heroes never let something like that hold them back. Old Man Flash tries to stop Barry, but Barry pushes him off, shouting, that's not what heroes do! You told me to never forget what our mother said. Sorry. But this time, I'm taking her advice. Barry slides on the ring, and as he runs, it opens up, revealing a costume. Up on the shell, Turtle looks out, stating that he's waited a long time for this. But just then, Iris shouts to let her go. Turtle turns back, telling her that she would be perfect to tell his story. You can tell everyone about what happened to me and how my family held me back. Iris scoffs, stating that she would never put a story like that out. And Turtle laughs, stating, I know your future. I know about your family, your deaths. I could tell you everything. But Barry shouts, you aren't talking to anyone. And I'm done running away. He runs in wearing the current day costume, with Turtle telling him, this is new. Are you finally ready to hand over your speed? Barry stops him, asking, do you know what the first thing that you said when we met was? And the Turtle tells him, it was end of the line. Which reminds me, you did teach me something over the years. That not everyone holds me back. Just then Barry can hear Turtle's voice speaking, but much slower. The present day Turtle steps down. Slow and steady wins the race. And Flash dies at the finish. King Turtle fires off an energy blast to slow Barry down, shouting, this is my destiny! I've been plotting for this moment for ages. I don't want to just control the future. I want to control all of time! Barry recovers from the hit, stating that he might be the king of Central City in the future, but he's gonna be stopped here today.
Iris watches the fight as she sees everyone down below in chains resisting the soldiers. She tells herself that the people need to know the truth about what is happening. It may be dangerous, but if Flash isn't giving up, neither is she! She grabs one of the shock batons and slams it into the control panel when suddenly everyone's chains break. The people start to rally together yelling that they have to help the Flash. No one takes over their city. Barry punches into King Turtle telling him, "You're just a small man who blames everyone else for his own problems." King Turtle stumbles back telling his younger self, "Handle the revolution while I take care of the Flash once and for all." As Turtle walks up the stairs to handle Iris, King Turtle grabs Barry telling him, "You should have run away. In every timeline, you escape to save yourself. The future is finished." King Turtle hits Barry with another blast of energy, and Barry thinks back to what his mother said, that he was always hopeful. He tells himself that he can't give up now. The future Flash was right. Turtle's power is too much. He has to run. But the people, they're not giving up. If Central City can face this head on, so can he. Barry stops, turning back, running headfirst into King Turtle's energy, but this time, it's different. As his body is being ripped apart as King Turtle steals his speed, it engulfs him with fear, making him feel trapped and afraid. But the heroes never let that fear get them down. Right now, he knows who his hero is, and that's Iris. She works every day so that people can get the truth, so that everyone's story is told. Having her in his life showed him that there can be a better tomorrow. He will move time and space itself for her. He knows that he could lose. He knows that he could die. But that was King Turtle's mistake. He needs to race directly into that fear. He needs to ignite the speed inside to find the one thing that King Turtle's powers can never take away from him: hope! As Barry breaks loose from King Turtle's energy, King Turtle shouts, "Impossible! Your speed should belong to me!" Barry runs by punching Turtle again, grabbing Iris, stating, "This time, the rabbit wins." After setting Iris down with the others, he runs back up, running into the shell. But he can feel something as he runs, and he blasts past insane images. They begin to show him that he's a part of something bigger than himself, something that started before him and will outlive him. Now that his lightning is everywhere, he no longer fears the future. In fact, he could speed all of time and space in just a few seconds and take everyone with him to the future. Everyone except Turtle. It will trap Turtle's powers into the past and skip the time paradox that the future Flash feared before it can happen. As Barry does just that, King Turtle and Old Man Flash begin to fade. Old Man Flash feels himself leaving and he laughs. "Ha ha ha! Not bad, kid!" Soon Barry stops running as he slides into the new future. King Turtle is gone, and he can take that horrible future with him. He can't control or predict the future, but he knows that today, Central City and all of its citizens are safe, except for one. The younger Turtle falls to his knees, asking, "What happened? Who are you?" Iris grabs one of the shock batons, telling him to stay down, but Barry, in his street clothes, helps Turtle up, stating, "It's all right, it's all over." Iris yells for him to get away. He could be dangerous, but Barry helps Turtle, stating, he could be, but maybe with some help, he could have a bright future ahead of him. Dinner later, February 11th, Flash Day. Barry watches as a parade for the Flash passes by, thinking back to everything that just happened. The time loop was broken. The future is what he makes of it. He's still haunted by his mother's death and how his father is unjustly behind bars. Doubts fill his mind. Will he ever be the hero that he needs to be? The future Flash was a great hero, but even he faltered. That could have been him. He can never lose hope. As Barry watches, Iris calls out to him asking if he's really working on Flash Day. It looks like he took her advice and finally fixed the window. Barry leans in to kiss her when suddenly he hears someone yelling, "Gross!" Barry asks if someone's with her and she tells him yeah. They're kind of mad that they were brought along. Get over it. This is my boyfriend, Barry Allen. Two kids walk up and Iris says, "These are my nephews, Wally and Wallace. They're both visiting today so that we can see the Flash parade. Wally here is the president of the Flash fan club in his own town." And just then, Iris's phone goes off and she sighs, telling herself that she needs to take this. She can take Wallace, but can Barry watch Wally for a moment? As Iris hurries off, Barry says, "So, there's a Flash fan club?" And Wally tells him, "Yeah, I read all of Iris's articles about him. I was kind of hoping the Flash would show up so I could tell him that the Flash helped me through the hard times. Flash showed me that there's always hope for tomorrow. He's like something out of a comic book." I'm pretty sure the Flash heard that, and it's probably gonna make his year. But what if I were to tell you that, me and the Flash are friends? Meeting Wally there made Barry, for the first time in a long time, feel optimistic. He knows he has a long road ahead of him, and it will be bumpy at times, but if he remembers this year, he can run to the path to be a hero that he needs to be. Back in our present storyline, where Barry was back in time trying to learn what he could about the Still Force, he gasps and he asks, "What was that? My first year? What happened to..." Steadfast stops him, telling him, "I showed you the past, your true past. Time on this world has been manipulated." Barry asks, "Who are you?" And Steadfast pulls down his hood, telling him, "My name is Steadfast, the new avatar of the Still Force. Allow me to give you a glimpse into your own past, so that you may understand why I have shown you these visions. Forever, I chose a life of solitude, until the Force barrier was broken, and I was cursed with the Still Force, and the knowledge of time that comes with it. In the past, the Still Force was used for selfish gains, but now it is my life's mission to change that. Now, do you trust me, Barry Allen?" Barry kneels down before him, telling him, "Yeah." Steadfast sits with him and tells him about the new forces. How the Strength, the Sage, and the Still Force are connected to the Speed Force, and the role in which Barry is to play in the future. And when they were done, he went to work. A short while later, over the construction site of the Flash Museum, some steel beams begin to collapse, and before the workers could get to safety, Barry yells, "Safety first!" A few of the workers pause, asking if this is coffee. Barry tells them, "Yeah, figured you could use a pick-me-up, but it's a beautiful day. You should all be with your family." And the foreman shouts, "You heard the man! Clear out." Once the site is clear, Barry gets to work putting together the museum as well as making a few changes to the statues. Commander Cold stops by asking if everything's okay, and Barry tells him that he's good. Cold asks if he's done now. Barry looks out, stating that that's the thing. The Flash Museum will never truly be done. I'm gonna need your help with some special upgrades. The challenges that we face will be great, and we're gonna need allies to find ways to work with our enemies. There's gonna be good days and bad days, tests of hope of the legacy that we've built. There's darkness in my path, and I can feel myself racing toward the hardest time in my life. But I'll never give up, no matter the danger that the future has in store for me. Now, you may think that that is the end of our story. The Flash getting ready to work with the Strength, the Sage, the Still Force to complete his goals, but right now in DC Comics, there's a special event happening. The Year of the Villain. And if you want to know how we've gotten to that point, go check out our Justice League videos. But all of these issues around this time have an epilogue, and today we're going to tell you Lex Luthor's offer to Captain Cold and the original Rogues. Leonard Snart, Captain Cold. He had a team once. Weather Wizard, Glider, Mirror Master, Heatwave. That was his crew. They were the best crew a no-good crook named Captain Cold could ever ask for. They took what they needed when they needed it and told the world to go to hell. You need a crew that you can count on in this life, because trust him, he's seen what happens with the bad ones. As Cold stands there all bloody and ragged, Snakebite runs up yelling, "Holy crap! What happened to the Suicide Squad?" Cold asks, "Who cares? I never bothered to learn their names anyway." Snakebite holds out a book stating that they got what they needed. We can make a lot of money on the black market with this. Maybe Waller will think that we all died on our damn Suicide Squad and we can be free. You know what will happen if you run. Snakebite asks, "Whatever happened to the Captain Cold that I heard about? The one who would stick it to the man every chance he got? Where's the Rogue?" Snakebite turns and runs back, stating, "You might be content living this life of servitude, but Waller is not my master." Cold doesn't bother running after him because he knows what's about to happen. There's a quiet boom as Snakebite's head explodes. Cold picks up the book and he begins to make his way to the extraction. He gets on the helicopter and returns to Belle Reve, turning over his weapons and heading to the cell. He figured when he got here, he'd make the best of it, be a real team player. But watching his teammates die got old real fast. After a while, he was just going through the motions, doing whatever he could to keep up a living, playing it safe, just like his good-for-nothing old man. His dad was just a loser who hated his family. He took whatever hardships threw at him and gave up. Cold knew to be nothing like him. He was gonna be somebody, take care of his family but before he could finish that thought, a guard opens his cell telling him to get up, time to die. Cold tells him, "I just got back from a mission." And the guard says, "Does it look like I care? Special request for you, loser." Cold asks, "Who are you calling a loser? I could kill you right now." The guard says, "Yeah, well you won't. Before I got here, the word was that you were cold inside, and after watching you come back from all these missions as the lone survivor, we all knew what you were inside. Dead." Cold walks up asking, "Do you want to just get it over with then? Pull the trigger. End it. Kill me. Blow up my damn head. Do it." That's when there is an explosion, but not the brain bomb in Cold's head. The guard's headless body falls to the ground, and then a second explosion knocks out the wall. Cold gets up asking, "What is going on? Is it snowing?" A small drone flies in telling Cold, "Do not be alarmed. I have sent this drone from the Legion of Doom headquarters to free you, to deliver a message. It snows because we used the technology that I have created. I wanted you to see what could be done if you had dreamed bigger than you have in the past. Leonard Snart, we have fought side by side. We have walked the path of the righteous that would give us a better future, and we were both wrong." Cole asks, "Is that so? Word in Belle Reve is that you kicked the bucket." And Lex tells him, "I have evolved. I have come with an offer. Your freedom is just the beginning. I know what your cold heart has always craved." Cole tells him, "I'm game for whatever you're up to, under one condition. The rogues get the same deal. First, I take care of my family. Then, we take care of the Flash." Everyone has heard the line that just before you die, your entire life flashes before your eyes. But for the Flash, he was given an opportunity to relive a very important year of his life. A time where he lost, but found hope. And right now, in Central City, Kid Flash and Avery could use a little hope as Tar Pit and Girder wear the two young heroes down. Everything that they throw at the bad guys just seems to bounce off, but as Tar Pit comes to the end of the fight, there's a red flash that speeds by. As Tar Pit slams his fist into the ground, Flash picks up Kid Flash and Avery, telling them, "I thought the rogues were smart enough to skip town, but not the mighty Tar Pit and Girder, huh?" Kid Flash shouts to Flash, asking, "Where have you been? You can't just roll in and steal our thunder." And the Flash tells him, "You know, I was just lending a helping hand. These two are all yours, but I will remind you that hot tar doesn't react well with metal." Kid Flash begins to use his powers to push Tar Pit back, telling him, "You might not have said it. This is another one of your Flash facts, isn't it?" And Avery runs up to the other side of Girder, telling Kid Flash, "Hey, we don't have time to debate. How about we see what happens when Tar Pit and Girder hit each other?" Avery positions herself, pushing Girder into Tar Pit, and as the two begin to touch, they begin to fuse into each other. Girder begins to shout that the tar is burning him, and Tar Pit yells that the metal doesn't feel real good either. And as the two stop struggling, Flash asks, "Do you promise to behave yourselves?" And they both shout, "Yes, fine, whatever, just do something already." So as the police arrive, Flash says that Star Labs has the right tool to separate Tar Pit and Girder. They'll be fine. Kid Flash then says that that's nice. "Well, see ya." And Flash stops him, going, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hang on a second. There's something I need to show you." Kid Flash asks, "Why would I follow you anywhere? You betrayed us all." And Avery says, "Yeah, why should we? Last time I checked, when there was a family feud, you just up and left us." Flash tells him, Yeah, and I'm here to correct that. This is about more than my past mistakes." Kid Flash then says that he'll need more than a smile and words to show that he's changed. And he'd better not be doing this so that Iris will talk to him again. Flash pauses and tells him, "No, not at all. Me and Iris will talk when we're both ready. Just come with me and I can show you just how hard I've been trying. How about it?" So Flash takes off with Kid Flash and Avery following close behind. And as the two stop in front of a large building, Avery looks up asking, "You rebuilt it?" Flash tells her yes. The Flash Museum is back up and running, with a few changes. The three head back inside and Flash tells them, "I felt like something was missing. Something that we needed as a team. And this, well, this is it." Kid Flash asks, "We needed a painting? That's it? You brought me here for that?" Flash vibrates his arm through the portrait, telling him, "Yes, but just wait. It's what's on the other side." Flash disappears through the wall and Avery asks, "Are you buying it?" So Kid Flash sighs. This better be good. Once they go through the painting and vibrate through the wall, Kid Flash looks at the giant lab and asks, "You made a Batcave?" Commander Cold, an alternate version of Captain Cold from the future, tells him, "Actually, it's a speed lab. It uses my future tech to trap down escaped rogues, follow Trickster's plans, and keep an eye on new Force users and more. Whatever we need to protect Central City and beyond." Kid Flash says that it feels a lot like an absentee dad showing up with a new toy, thinking that all will be forgiven. "We have a lot of questions, Barry. And for starters, what's the deal with the guy in the robe giving me weird vibes?" Flash explains that this is Steadfast, the Still Force user. He's been helping Barry understand the new forces that have been unleashed and that are affecting the world. But not only that, there's not going to be any more lies between us, Wallace. Whatever questions you have, I'll answer them all. Kid Flash then asks, "Do you think you can handle my questions?" And Flash takes off his mask, telling him, "Go ahead, fire away." Meanwhile, over in Barcelona, a man runs through the streets as the police finally corner him inside of a local pizzeria. One officer draws his gun while the other tells him to be careful. He ripped the gas line out of the wall. The first officer says it'll be fine. He doesn't have his flamethrower. Do you, Heatwave? But Heatwave holds up a match, telling him, don't need it. Then he strikes it. The entire building explodes, and more officers rush to the scene and begin to surround Heatwave, telling him to freeze. But that's when another voice asks, isn't that supposed to be my line? Suddenly, a blast of cold air begins to freeze the officers in place, and Heatwave asks, did you get your powers back, Cold? And Captain Cold tells him, nah, my time behind bars in Belle Reve inspired me to upgrade my tech. As Heatwave takes the flamethrower from him, he asks, where did this beauty come from? Captain Cold tells him, Lex Luthor gave me the resources to up my game and made me an offer I can't refuse. But if this is too much... Heatwave laughs, turning the flamethrower on. You can save it. Whatever it is, I'm all in. But what's next? Captain Cold starts freezing the police cars, asking, what do you think? We're getting the gang back together. Back at the speed lab, Kid Flash asks, what do you mean we're all getting slower? Flash explains that the force barrier fell, and the Sage, the Still, and the Strength forces were freed. Things for Speed Force users have been getting worse with every step that they take. Kid Flash thinks back to when he did think that something was off. Fighting Tar Pit has never been that hard before. But what's wrong with the Speed Force? Steadfast answers him. The Speed Force is dying. The new forces were never meant to be freed. Their very existence hurts the Speed Force. And Kid Flash yells, we can't lose our powers! It's like the worst time for that! The rogues are on the run! Flash tells him, yeah, and so is Hunter Zolomon. He's out there as well now. There are more dangers in the world than ever before, and we need to operate smarter. It's time we ran again, as a family, Wallace. It won't be easy, but believe in me. What do you think? The Flash waits for his answer, and that's when he feels that something is wrong. The Speed Force may be getting weaker, but he's still the fastest person in the room. And then it hits him. He can feel it before he can see it. The Black Flash! The Black Flash is faster than anything he's ever encountered before, and normally he'd use science or make use of his powers in a clever way, but right now there's no time. Flash punches the Black Flash into the computers, and Kid Flash asks, what the hell is that? Commander Cole tells him, that is death. In the future, it's written that the Black Flash would appear whenever it's a speedster's time to become one with the Speed Force. Flash readies himself, telling him, that means that one of us is gonna die, and as long as I'm here, it's not taking... But the Black Flash runs past the group, with Kid Flash shouting, Barry, it's not after us! Black Flash grabs Steadfast by the throat, shouting, new forces must die! As Black Flash pins Steadfast down to absorb his strength, Flash rushes over, shouting, no one is dying today! He quickly snatches Steadfast, asking, why aren't you using the Still Force to fight back? And Steadfast tells him, because the Black Flash can use our forces against us. The more we use them, the easier it'll be for him to track us. Flash then yells to the others, all right, I have a plan. Crisscross formation on Kid Flash's mark. Soon, the three speedsters begin running in different directions, handing Steadfast to one another until the Black Flash screams, die! Creating a vortex, knocking Kid Flash and Avery to the ground. He sees Steadfast on the ground and he grabs the robes, and the head of a mannequin rolls out. The Black Flash begins to panic, looking around for someone, and when he finds no one, he screams, vibrating out of existence. Up ahead, Steadfast tells Flash, all right, you were lucky. Imbuing my cloak with the Still Force aura worked. I can no longer feel the Black Flash pursuing us. Flash asks him, how long though? If it's hunting the new Force users by their powers, what are you supposed to do? Not use them? Commander Cold radios in. Well, I did a scan and it seems the Black Flash is gone. The only information we have in the future on this guy is that he's trying to protect the Speed Force. It would appear that the Black Flash is acting as some sort of antibody. It's trying to save the Speed Force by killing off the other Force users. Flash tells Commander Cold to keep searching. They might not be seeing the Black Flash because it went for another target. So Kid Flash and Avery run back to the Speed Lab asking what can they do to help. An alarm goes off and Commander Cold tells them that ever since Trickster destroyed the Iron Heights, he's been monitoring police feeds and scanning for any mentions of escaped inmates. If they want to help, they can round up all of the escapees while Flash deals with the Black Flash. Meanwhile, over at Corto Maltese, Shark bites down on the Strength Force user's arm, Fiorza, asking, would you like to be Mrs. Shark? Fiorza says, it's a shame, really. I've been working so hard on my anger management issues. My therapist is really going to be disappointed. As she widens up Shark's mouth, he tries to ask what she is doing, and there's a loud crack. And he mumbles, my God, blah, 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 blah. Fiorza then throws Shark into the sea, telling him, I hope you like drinking through a straw. Now, Flash, what do you want? Flash stops, telling her, we don't have to talk here, but we do have to go. Fiorza asks why would she go anywhere with someone that she doesn't trust. Steadfast walks up, telling her, Flash is correct. We're all in danger. The forces that we each control have always been at war, and with war comes death. Death will not rest until all of the forces are destroyed. As steadfast energy radiates, Fiorza tells him that she believes him. It's like her strength force is reaching out to him. Fine, where do you want to go now? Flash tells her that they have to go to Zondia and find Psyche. So a short while later at Zondia, Psyche scales a building and watches as a group of men ask what a foreign dignitary is doing in a corrupt city like this. Let's have a look at, but that's when a red Flash zooms by and Psyche shouts, "Damn it, Flash! You can't just pick up a guy like that!" Soon, Flash stops running, setting Psyche down, telling him, "Meet Fiorza and Steadfast. They're force users like you, and you're all in great..." But Psyche stops him, telling him, "Hey, how about we just cut to the chase, man?" He uses the Sage Force to read the Flash's mind, and when he sees the Black Flash, he shouts, "Holy crap! What the hell is a Black Flash?" Fiorza sees the projection, asking, "Is that what's chasing us?" And Flash tells everyone, "All right, stay calm. We can work together and..." But Psyche stops him. "Hell no, you're lying. You have no idea how to stop this monster. It won't stop until we're all dead. As long as we don't use our powers, it can't follow us. And that ain't happening. Come here, Steadfast." Psyche stares into Steadfast's eyes, and as he lets go, Steadfast begins to attack Flash and Fiorza under Psyche's command. Psyche then begins to run, shouting, "Hope you don't mind having Steadfast use as bait. Enjoy the fight, suckers." Steadfast turns and begins to blast Flash and Fiorza with the Still Force. And Flash yells, "You're gonna get us all killed!" And Psyche stops, asking, "Really? You saw that thing, right? That Black Flash wants to kill us all to save the Speed Force." While Flash dodges Steadfast's attacks, he tells Psyche, "I don't want to do this. We can stop the Black Flash, but we have to work together." But Fiorza punches the ground, knocking Psyche over, telling him, "Just cut the positive act. If the Black Flash wants to kill this dummy, he's gonna have to get in line." While those two begin to fight, Flash charges at Steadfast, telling him, "I hope this works. When I relived my past battles with Turtle, I learned that the Speed Force and the Still Force are connected." As Steadfast slows Flash down, Flash transfers his speed energy into Steadfast's blast and sends it back, shocking Steadfast back to his senses. He begins to fall over, and Flash catches him, telling him, "I'm sorry about that. Gave me a bit of speed to help you snap out of it." And Steadfast tells him, "You shouldn't be the one apologizing. I abhor violence, and regardless of our opposite forces, I would never willingly attack you." As Flash helps Steadfast up, Fiorza climbs over a rock, asking, "Are you done yet? Psyche ditched us." Steadfast then says that he's trying to look for Psyche's force, but it seems to have disappeared. He may be using his powers to mask his presence from everyone. And Flash says that if he's using the Sage Force, then that's going to put a bullseye on his back for that Black Flash. If he keeps using his mind control powers, he's a dead man. Later, back at the Speed Lab, Commander Cole tells everyone that it's just as he thought. After some testing, each of the forces are in a chaotic state. They shouldn't all be on Earth at the same time. The Black Flash is a defense manifestation of the Speed Force itself, not a user. It's dying and it's giving off the same signature as the Flash. The Flash asks if that's so, then he should be able to track the Black Flash when he appears, right? And Commander Cole tells him that is correct. Flash thinks for a moment and then says, "I've made up my mind. Effective immediately, Steadfast and Fiorza, you cannot use your powers." Fiorza shouts, "No way! The Strength Force will stop the Black Flash dead in its tracks." Commander Cole says that that's the thing. You can't. In the Flash archives, there are few details other than the fact that every Flash has encountered this thing at least once. And sure, you might be able to hold it off a little bit, but in the end, nothing can stop it. Flash sighs, stating, "We gotta find a way." And Commander Cole tells him, "I know all about this hope and optimism thing that's going on, but a smile's not gonna save the day here, Flash. This is death incarnate." Flash gets up to tell him, "I'm not gonna fight it. I'm gonna outrace it. If the Speed Force dies, the Black Flash will die as well." So he walks off with Steadfast telling him that if that's the case, there will be no more Flashes. And Flash tells him, "No, you'll be alive. No one is dying because of the Speed Force. No one. I'm gonna go find Psyche." Fiorza reaches out, telling them, "Hey, this is our fight too. We're coming with you, Flash." But at that moment, Commander Cole freezes both Fiorza and Steadfast, telling them, "Sorry, but Flash is right. You'll thank me later." Flash looks back and Commander Cole tells him, "Those are power dampening restraints, one of my favorite tools in dealing with the Reverse Flash." Flash asks him, "How long is it gonna hold?" And Commander Cole tells him, "An hour maybe? After that, Fiorza's gonna snap it like a twig. You might want to figure out what's gonna happen before then." But before he could finish, an alarm goes off and Commander Cole yells, "There's a spike in Speed Force energy. It's a Black Flash." Seconds later, over in Scotland, Psyche stands on top of a moving train, telling him, "I just gotta keep moving. I can live on this train for years." And as Flash runs, he can feel the Black Flash getting closer and closer, and then run past him. As Psyche is crawling down into one of the cars, the lights go out, and then back on again, and he can sense it. And he says, "I can sense you. What kind of trick are you
Oh my god, no! Flash jumps onto the train car, and as he heads inside, the Black Flash is draining the Sage energy until Psyche is no more. At the speed lab located at the Flash Museum, Fiorza shouts they are to be released at once, since Commander Cold has them pinned down there. He pulls out his gun, telling them that those restraints are for their own good. They're to keep them safe from the Black Flash. If they use their powers, he'll find them. Fiorza begins to struggle as she flexes her muscles, breaking the restraints, asking, "Who's gonna keep you safe once I'm free? Where is the Flash?" Just then a red blur stops and separates the two of them as the Flash tells them, "I'm here." And I was too late. Everyone stops to look at the body of Psyche in his arms, and Fiorza says that there's no way that that is really him. This has to be one of his illusions. Psyche's death is on you, Flash. You should have let us come. As Fiorza gets ready to swing, the Flash creates a vortex, knocking her down, shouting, "Okay, that is enough! There is still a chance to defeat the Black Flash." Fiorza slowly gets up, telling him that she thought the Speed Force was getting slower, and Commander Cold tells her that it is. Or at least, it was. Scans show that the Speed Force is actually getting stronger now. Flash then tells them, "It is. I felt it get stronger once Psyche died." After getting Psyche up onto the examination table, the Flash asks if the Sage Force is really dead. Commander Cold looks through the readings, and then he turns back, telling him, "Not quite. The Sage Force was burned out of Psyche, but it's more like the Black Flash uncoupled it and destroyed its connection to the Speed Force. Currently, there are no traces of the Black Flash, which means it's probably retreated inside of the Speed Force, waiting for the next opportunity to strike a Force user." Flash then turns to Fiorza, telling her that they're just gonna have to beat the Black Flash. That if they're going to beat the Black Flash, they have to understand why the new forces are killing the Speed Force. If they work together, if they share their knowledge of the forces, maybe they can beat this thing. Fiorza smiles, telling him that he's always so optimistic. They want to learn about the Strength Force? Then they could talk about it all day inside the Strength Force. She punches the ground with a loud crack-a-boom, and the Flash shouts, asking, "What was that?" She laughs, telling him, "You're not the only one that can summon portals." Commander Cold tells him that he's going in. His tech should be able to scan for any clue of what they find inside. Flash tells him that they need to hurry. A show of power like that is going to attract the Black Flash. And as Commander Cold enters the portal, Fiorza stops, looking back, telling them that she knows that she called them naive in the past, but she's putting her faith in the Flash's optimism right now. Once Fiorza disappears, Steadfast turns to the Flash. "You know that there's nothing to study inside of there. You just wanted to hide us because it's unlikely that we're gonna make it out of this alive." Flash slaps on his cowl, telling them, "No one else is dying. No one, Steadfast. The Black Flash is a part of the Speed Force, and it's possible that the Black Flash is using me to find the new Force users. Whatever the case, you cannot use your powers." Just as Flash and Steadfast phase out of the museum, the Flash looks over to see Iris standing there staring right back at him. Flash tries to find the words to say something, but Iris holds out her hand to Steadfast, telling her that her name is Iris West. Flash pulls Iris aside, telling her that he's happy to see her, but this really is not a good time. Iris asks, "It always isn't a good time for you, huh? Kid Flash has been captured by the rogues with Avery, right? The Flash Museum was rebuilt, so I figured that you were working together again. I just wanted to check in on you. Kid Flash has been capturing the rogues with Avery, right? The Flash Museum was rebuilt, so I figured that you were working together again. I just wanted to check in on Kid Flash. But there's something else that I wanted to talk about, and you can't wait. We need to talk about Wally." Flash tries pushing himself to talk, but he tells her that he can't talk about Wally. Iris takes his hands, asking, "You can't, or you won't? You keep ignoring it. What happened back at Sanctuary, where Wally killed everyone? It was horrible. Wally might still need our help. My memories are a mess. There's Wallace and there's Wally, but maybe we can." Steadfast begins to use the Still Force, telling her that he can help. He can help her relive the true memories, just as he did with the Flash. And Flash yells, "No! You can't use your powers, Steadfast!" Steadfast stops, telling him, "I'm sorry." And Iris asks, "Wait, what are you talking about, my true memories?" The Flash begins to tell her that he'll explain later, but before he can even finish the sentence, he feels a presence running towards them. Flash spins back, yelling to Steadfast, "You got to!" But before he can even finish that, Hunter Zolomon runs up, telling him, "Long time no see! Were you expecting someone else?" Flash begins to create another vortex, but Hunter laughs, telling him, "You're a hard person to follow. But if there's one thing that being an FBI profiler has taught me, it's not to watch the person of interest, it's to watch their families."
Hunter easily moves out of the Flash's attack range and grabs Steadfast by the neck. Flash begins to shout, "Stop! You don't understand what you're about to do!" But Hunter snaps his fingers, creating a giant explosion, telling him, "It's tragic how far you'd let the Flash name fall. But for now, I'm just gonna take the Still Force user off your hands." As Hunter speeds off, Flash hardly has a chance to catch up when suddenly the Black Flash begins to run behind them. But instead of going past, the Black Flash slams Flash against the wall, asking, "Where is Still Force?" Flash doesn't answer, and the Black Flash throws him into the computers, telling him, "Stay out of my way." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Steadfast hears the slightly distorted voice of Hunter asking, "Why did you not struggle? Why did you not defend yourself?" Steadfast looks up with a black eye, telling him, "It is not my way. I've seen the horrors of war. I know what happens when one rushes into action without thinking." Hunter stops vibrating, telling him, "We have so much in common. We both know about suffering, but what if I could make it all go away? What if I could use your powers of the Still Force to fight back?" Steadfast tells him, "You must understand, if you possess the Still Force, the Black Flash will come for you, Hunter." Hunter tells him, "I know, and I'm counting on it." Back with the Flash, he runs holding Iris, and she asks why he didn't just say that the Speed Force is dying. Did he not want to worry her? Flash says that he doesn't know all the facts, and some of that is not to worry her, yes. But also, it's not like they've been talking much. Iris tells him, "Trust her. After all of this, there's going to be a long, hard talk. Hunter's done a lot of messing things up for our families, but we can't let the Black Flash kill him." Flash tells her that she's right. That's why they're going to find out where Hunter went. Argus has a list of all of Hunter's files, but they're confidential, making them hard to access. Since Argus was destroyed, the ruins were transported to a different location, one with a lot less security. Flash suddenly stops in an unmarked warehouse filled with boxes, telling her that every shred of evidence is in this room. He begins to pull all of the files listed for Hunter Zolomon, and he begins to read them all. Hunter graduated at the top of his class and became an FBI profiler so that he could track down killers like his father. He met his wife Ashley at the academy, and his father became his mentor. Hunter was on the fast track to becoming one of the best profilers in the country, until he encountered the Clown, a notorious serial killer. Hunter thought that he had the perps profile down, but he was certain that guns were not the Clown's MO. But Hunter was wrong. It ruined his whole life and it set him on a path to darkness. However, the issue is the gun used to kill Hunter's mentor had two sets of fingerprints on it. One belonged to the Clown, and the second couldn't be identified at the time. If we were to run those fingerprints through the Justice League's database, then maybe. As the computer scans and it pings, the Flash and Iris stare at the screen, and Flash says, "If this is correct, we have to find Hunter now." Back with Hunter at the abandoned house where his mentor was killed, he shouts, "This is where it happened. This is when my life was taken from me and no one was there to help me fix it. It was a different timeline than this one, yes, but we can both feel it, right? Death? No matter what is done, death always comes. What if I had the Still Force powers? Would I be able to change that?" Steadfast tells him that he will never allow him to have the Still Force. So Hunter punches Steadfast into the wall and begins to beat into him, asking, "What if I rip it from your core?" But before Hunter can land another punch, the Flash punches him, yelling, "I won't let this continue." The two barrel out of the house with Hunter telling him, "You should want me to win! Especially since last time we went head-to-head, you didn't exactly win, Flash. The Strength Force is making me stronger. The Sage Force makes me smarter, and I'm already faster than you." Hunter stops hitting Flash and wraps his arm around the Flash's neck, asking, "Is this how Eobard Thawne did it all those timelines ago? Ever wonder how that snap felt on your mother's neck?" As Hunter squeezes, Steadfast gets up shouting, "Stop! I will not allow this to continue!" The Still Force stops the two of them, but Hunter smiles, telling him, "I knew this would draw you out of your shell." And he begins to slowly make his way towards Steadfast. Steadfast asks, "How are you resisting the Still Force so much?" And Hunter tells him, "I'm using every bit of Speed Force to do it. And now that I have felt the Still Force, we are connected. Which means those powers are up for the taking." Hunter grabs Steadfast by the arm and begins to drain the Still Force out of him. And then he tosses the body aside, telling him, "Thanks, kid." Flash rushes over to check on Steadfast, but Hunter grabs him by the leg and runs off, yelling, "Don't worry, Steadfast will be fine. But now that I have the Still Force, there's somewhere that I need to go." And as they come to a stop, Hunter yells, "This is it. Welcome to the Forever Force. It exists outside of space and time.
Back when the cosmic treadmill exploded and gave me my powers, I got a small taste of this. The ability to manipulate time itself. I will be the greatest Flash that ever lived. No, the greatest Flash in the multiverse! Flash gets up telling him, you can't do this. You can't change the past. The cost, it's too high, Hunter. And Hunter tells him, oh, you misunderstand. The pain of losing my wife hurts. But I gave up on changing that a long time ago. Flash stops for a moment and tells him, you knew. You knew if you absorbed all the forces, the Black Flash would come for you. And Hunter tells him, that's right. Every Flash has allowed death to take them. But what better way to prove that you're a hero than defeating death itself? No more suffering. No more pain. Come at me, death. I'm ready. And the Black Flash races at Hunter, lunging towards him. The Flash yells for him to look out and jumps in the way of the attack. Hunter spins around and begins to beat into the Black Flash, using all of the new forces to rip him apart. But Flash struggles to get back up, telling Hunter to stop. The problem is, Flash's voice cannot be heard as Black Flash extends his arm, grabbing Hunter by the head. As the forces are slowly being sucked out of Hunter, Flash gets up, releasing a concentrated Speed Force blast, knocking Black Flash away, freeing Hunter. Flash then holds out his arm to help Hunter up, telling him, we've only got a few seconds. But Hunter smacks him away. I am the one who will free the Flash family from death. This is my destiny. My father was a serial killer. The clown killed my mentor. All that death led to this. Flash points off into the distance, telling him, no, look, the forever force that we are in. It can allow us to look through time. This was never your destiny, Hunter. Images begin to swirl, and Hunter sees one that stops before him. It shows the clown being handed the gun by Eobard Thawne. The real Reverse Flash orchestrated the death of Hunter's mentor, which caused Hunter to become the other Reverse Flash until now, when he's decided to become the ultimate Flash. Flash tells Hunter, you were right. The clown didn't have a gun. Reverse Flash gave him the gun. Eobard manipulated your future to turn you into another Reverse Flash, and then into this, the keeper of all the forces. Hunter stumbles back, asking, why? Why would Eobard ruin both our lives? And Flash tells him, I don't know the answer to that. But when I was searching for you, I came across that gun. Hunter stands there staring at the image, but the Flash grabs him and begins to run, telling him, look, we gotta get out of here, Hunter. Unless we fix the force barrier, the Black Flash will continue to come after you. There's no way to do that unless we work together. Wally once said that you were a good man, one who went bad only because of the tragedies in your life, which we now discovered are orchestrated by the real Reverse Flash. But we can leave that in the past and move on. Hunter begins running, telling him, I know how to fix this. How I can fix this, Barry. I have to sacrifice myself to repair the force barrier. Flash shouts, telling him, wait, there has to be another way. I won't let you die. And Black Flash slowly passes through Flash, and Hunter calls back that this is the only way he can fix this, and only he can do this himself, because he has all four forces. It has to be him. Find out why Eobard did this to us, Barry. The real reason. And tell Wally, I'm sorry. I wish that him and I could have stayed friends. Flash reaches out yelling, stop! And Hunter tells him, this is what Flashes do, right? We sacrifice ourselves to save the day. And with a thundering crack-a-cocoon, Hunter turns to white and he fades away. Flash stops and he looks around. He realizes that Hunter did it. The force barrier is fixed. The Black Flash runs around looking for him, but he can't find him, and he turns his focus to the Flash. The Flash tries to run to keep ahead, but his powers are fading from before. But with his powers fading from before, the Black Flash grabs him and he begins to shout, die! But as the Black Flash tries to steal the Flash's power, a shining light can be seen, and then lightning strikes with a loud crack! Outside the Flash Museum, Steadfast feels a chance in the air, and he asks if the Black Flash is gone. Iris grabs him, asking, what did you say? Where is Flash? So Steadfast looks up at the cloudy sky and he sees Perpetua looking down at him. He screams that there is something wrong. The past, the future, the very multiverse, it's all wrong. Iris helps Steadfast to his feet and gets him inside, but before Iris can even ask what's wrong, there's a massive explosion from outside, and the bodies of Kid Flash and Avery fly in. Steadfast shouts that this is the end. This is the end of everything. Iris runs over to Kid Flash and says that they were fighting them. Iris asks who, and that a shadow looms over and a voice tells her, we didn't believe, Luthor, about this whole Doom wins thing, but now I believe. Iris looks up to see Captain Cole with the rest of the original rogues, the giant Doom symbol floating in the sky. The world has stolen enough of one man's life. So before it could take any more, the man stole the world. And the question that everyone asks now is, where is the Flash? With the disappearance of the speedster, Central City was defenseless, left for another hero to take his place. One that would bring order to the city. It would bring the rise of the Rogues. But with the Rogues' reign came insurgents tagging parts of the city with the Flash logo. As more and more of these sightings come into the military compound, Ice Heights, the High Guard asks if there's anyone here that's responsible for the recent break-ins. Mirror Master says that he's too busy with his parties in Keystone to care. Weather Wizard says that he's too busy keeping his eyes on the skies. Heatwave says that he's got his own fires to worry about. High Guard then asks if it could actually be the Flash, and King Cold tells him no. The Flash is dead. Heatwave scoffs, pointing his gun at Cold, asking if he really called them in here for some petty crimes. What are you doing about Lex? The three slowly begin to fade, and Weather Wizard tells Cold to take care of his part of the city. They'll take care of theirs. Cold begins to walk into a room with a large machine and a mirror, and one of Cold's advisors mentions that there have been certain energy signatures appearing all over the city. There have been intense spikes in energy that match that of Mirror Master's technology. Cold tells him that it's impossible. The only location for energy like that is here in Ice Heights. The advisor continues telling him yes. Luther's hard light technology allows them to harness the power of Mirror Master's mirror dimension indefinitely, the power of creation at their fingertips. The Rogues really have won. Cold then looks away, telling her, yeah, we won. But has any of the scans shown any trace of Golden Glider? Before the advisor can answer, the High Guard runs in yelling that there's been a disturbance in the city. They think it's a cover for another theft. And moments later, King Cold rides on top of a giant tank, and the advisor asks if it's wise for him to be out in the public like this. King Cold clenches his fist, telling her, this is my territory. No one steals from me. A short while later, Cold drives up to see a group of thugs arguing, fighting, claiming that this is their part of town. And King Cold asks them, who do you think this town belongs to? The thugs turn their attention on Cold and they open fire, so he jumps down, telling him, I used to live by a code. Never kill anyone unless it was do or die. But things have changed. As Cold charges up his gauntlet, a voice calls out for him to stop, and then there's a sudden blast of energy pushing him back. Commander Cold jumps in the way, telling Kid Flash and Avery to run. He'll handle this. So King Cold forms a giant ice fist, telling him, I was hoping I'd run into the fake. And why run? Haven't you heard? The Flash is dead. The Rogues won. Commander Cold asks, is that so? Then where are the Rogues? Why do I only see you? Captain Cold, born Leonard Snart, grew up in a troubled home, became a criminal, in and out of prison, founded the Rogues, small-time hood, turned king of Central City. Real rags to riches story there. But that's not the whole story, is it? I know what you did, Snart. Commander Cold throws a small snowflake bomb, blasting King Cold into the side of his tank. King Cold gets up laughing. Yes, I needed this. Nice trick using the snow to hide yourself, so I won't see you coming. You might be from the future, Commander, but you're still using my tech, my Absolute Zero tech. I didn't just build it, I mastered it. As Commander Cold jumps through the snow behind King Cold turns back, catching the punch, and releases a giant ice explosion. The doom sigil shines throughout the sky, and King Cold looks down at the now completely frozen Commander, telling him, there's only one Cold. Across the way, Kid Flash and Avery run across the ruins, quickly ducking behind one of the fallen buildings, stating that they gotta go back. They can't leave! And Iris walks out of the shadows, telling them that it's too late. Did they get it? Kid Flash holds up a piece of a mirror, telling them that the plan worked, but... And Iris pulls both Kid Flash and Avery, telling them that there's no time for buts. You gotta stay in the move. Back over at Ice Heights, King Cold walks down the hallway. I saw some of your old partners. They ripped me off. Can guess what they're up to, though. They're trying to find a way to turn the world back to the way it was. Because they hope that they're in some kind of a mirror world. That's the best part. This is all real. I'm the king of Central City. Shame the other rogues didn't see it my way. Gave them everything they wanted, and what do I get? Them second-guessing. Mutiny. Backtalk. Well, screw that! Heavy is the head that wears the crown. The door opens up and King Cold walks through telling the prisoner that everyone thinks you're dead. But you were left alive to see this, to see that the rogues, in fact, did win. And there isn't a damn thing you can do about it. And if you do try, you'll end up like Commander Cold. Think about that as you watch him thaw, Flash. Cold tosses something into the cell and slams the door shut. And as Flash struggles against his chains, he sees the frozen head of Commander Cold rolling towards him. Flash tries once more to pull himself out of his shackles, but as he does, a voice shouts to him to give it up already. I'm trying to enjoy the end of the world here. Flash yells back, it might be fine for you to give up, but heroes never do. And Trickster asks him, give up? How dare you? I was living the life before the sky went dark. The Trickster beat the Flash and everyone knew it. Captain Cold didn't like that so much, so he took it away. There's no escaping Ice Heights. This is the end, Flash. And that's what a female voice says, not if I can help it. Flash looks up, asking if it's really her, and Golden Glider phases through the door with her finger pressed to her lips, telling him, shh. Glider's wrappings whip around the Flash's chains, destroying them, allowing him to stand back up. She tells him that they have to get out of here the quiet way, vibrate through the walls with her, and they can escape before anyone gets wise. Flash points to the device on his neck, telling her that he's powerless with the inhibitor collar on. And Glider stops to think, telling Flash that her brother is pretty smart sometimes. Cutting it off would probably activate a failsafe that would kill him if they tried. Oh well, guess we're doing it noisy then. She then releases an energy blast that destroys the cell and tells Flash to hurry up. He looks out at all of the other cells, telling her that they need to free them, they just can't leave. But before they could get far, a robotic voice tells them to halt. Return to your cell or be iced. 3 giant robots burst out of the ground, and Glider says that her brother used to hate puns. One of the robots begins to swing at the Flash, and he yells that there isn't much he can do without his powers. Glider flies by, moving him, telling him that it's not the cool escape that she had envisioned. Does he have any ideas? So Flash asks her, you can phase your body, right? Do the robots know that? She jumps towards a wall, telling him that that's not a bad idea. Hey, Robo! The robots all start charging at her, but as they get close, she phases through them and one of the robots clashes with the wall, leaving an opening behind it. Flash climbs down that opening, asking, how is it colder outside than inside the ice prison? But before he can get an answer, he looks up to see the doom sigil glowing, asking, wait, what happened while I was in prison? Glider tells him that Lex Luthor happened. Time and reality are broken, shattered. It's the end of the world. Flash asks why is she helping him, and Glider says because she loves her brother. Sometimes you have to hurt the ones you love when they make a big mistake. Right now, they need to let the world know that the Flash isn't dead. And a short while later, at King Cold's throne room, he tells the story of how he killed the Flash with this very icicle. The Flash knew that it was the greatest battle of his life. And as he died, the Flash told him that King Cold was his greatest enemy, and that he was better than him. All of the men and women cheer, long live King Cold. And then they're silenced as the High Guard runs in, stating that there's been a breach in the lower levels. Cold gets up from his throne, asking which cell, and the High Guard looks at the records, telling him it was cell number 8. King Cold then asks, who was it that broke in? And before the High Guard and advisor could say it, King Cold walks off, shouting that his sister has been in hiding ever since we took over Central City. She reveals herself by stealing? Time to create the ultimate weapon, using Mirror Master's tech mixed with Luthor's. Just then, out of the large mirror, giant ice wolves charge out, and Cold says that his sister used to be afraid of dogs when they were kids. Find her! Meanwhile, across the city, both Kid Flash and Avery stare, asking if it's really him. The Flash runs over, hugging them, telling them that no, he is alive. How did they get out here? Kid Flash scoffs, stating that he should ask the criminal. It was her brother who froze Central City. And Golden Glider leans in, telling him that she was the one who broke Flash out of prison. They think it's a coincidence that they just ran into him here. She's bringing him to them. She did that as a sign of trust, so that way they can. But Flash steps between them, telling Kid Flash and Avery that he owes Glider for helping him. How about they just sit down and talk about what happened? Kid Flash says that the whole thing about them going after the rogues, well, yeah, that didn't go so well. After the rogues handed their butts to them, the sky went crazy. The next thing that they knew, the whole city was covered in ice, and Cold had an army.
Glider floats up, continuing the story, stating that the rogues used the panic to steal the city. They knew that Lex had a plan. They just didn't know that it was the end of the world. But if they're going to fix it, they're going to need these shards. Mirror Master's tech, mixed with Luther's, is flawed. The mirror is cracked and its pieces scattered across the city. Mirror Master, Weather Wizard, and Heatwave all have one. Kid Flash then asks how are they supposed to get the pieces of the mirror back to fix this when none of them have their powers? So Flash asks, wait, what do you mean? And Glider tells him that that's why she brought him here, so they can take the collar off and fight the... But as Glider reaches for the collar, Kid Flash and Avery both shout, no, don't touch the collar! Before any questions could be asked, the giant ice wolves howl as they lunge towards the group. Everyone quickly dodges the bites, but one wolf pins Flash down. Glider quickly pushes the wolf off, stating that if only they knew someone with speed powers. So the Flash stands back up, telling Glider, take the collar off. She slides her wrappings around the collar, and as it begins to come off, Kid Flash screams, no, don't do it! The collar detaches, and a massive explosion goes off, ripping the wolves apart. The Flash tries to get up, but continuously phases through multiple realities, asking, what is happening? Kid Flash locks the collar back around the Flash's neck, telling him, whatever you do, never take off this power inhibitor, understand? The Flash asks, what just happened? And Kid Flash tells him, it's what we were trying to tell you. We can never use the Speed Force again. It's broken. It's too dangerous after the Black Flash. With the snow blanketing everything, the speedsters, along with the rogue Golden Glider, push through the icy winds in search of the shelter. Golden Glider flies up telling everyone that they found it, and the storm reveals their location. Weather Wizard's home. The four of them climb down the destroyed battleship to get out of the storm, with Avery asking if this place is haunted. It's haunted, right? Which now begs the question. Which is better? Weather Wizard's creepy house or the snowstorm that is trying to kill them? Golden Glider says that they have to be careful. Weather Wizard isn't going to be happy that they're there for his mirror shard. Plus, his mind hasn't been all there since... It's at that moment that the lightning strikes down and Kid Flash asks if it was Barry. And then a voice tells him, no, it belonged to me, child. Weather Wizard floats down with his staff, telling them that the deadly storm outside, however, that belongs to Captain Cold. All I asked was to be left alone until the world ended. And yet here you are. The Flash calls out that they could stop Captain Cold. They could reverse what has been done to the city. But they need the piece of the broken mirror. Weather Wizard scoffs, asking Golden Glider when did she become so desperate. And Golden Glider tells him that they both knew that Cold had lied to them. And not just about the offer from Lex. Is it so hard to believe that he lied about killing the Flash as well? Weather Wizard thinks for a moment and then tells her, prove it. Lightning strikes each of the speedster's collars and everyone begins to vibrate uncontrollably. Weather Wizard is confused, asking, what is wrong with them? And Golden Glider tells him that there's something wrong with the Speed Force. It's been supercharged. Weather Wizard then crashes down, telling them, then I will see if my powers can put them down. The Flash turns back and starts to create a giant vortex, shouting, I did not want to fight! Everyone tries to rush towards Weather Wizard, but as Flash gets closer, there's a thundering crack as some of the lightning from the Speed Force strikes Weather Wizard. With Weather Wizard stunned, Kid Flash yells that this is their chance. Get him! But before he can, Flash runs in front, telling him that they can't. Not until they have learned how to properly use the Speed Force again. There will be no running. Weather Wizard gets back up, asking, you dare attack me with lightning? I will show you just how powerful lightning can be. As he lifts his staff, Glider wraps everyone up in her ribbons, telling them that the last time her brother wanted power, it almost killed her. At that time, when he tried to give them powers, which was at the beginning of the New 52 for those wondering, she was separated from her body and forced onto the astral plane, like a ghost. She was cursed to wear these ribbons to bind herself to the physical world. When her brother used Luther's offer to power them up, she asked for the ribbons back. The Flash stops struggling as the Speed Force begins to calm down and he asks, did you know that your ribbons would suppress the Speed Force? And Glider tells him no. They had no idea what they were truly capable of. That side effect must have been another gift from Luther. Just another thing that her brother hasn't told them. What else has he lied to them about? Now with Glider's ability to indirectly control the Speed Force, Golden Glider wraps Flash up in her ribbons to allow him to try and focus and channel the Speed Force without exploding. Flash struggles as he vibrates, telling them that he just needs to get this under control. No matter how dangerous they are, he needs the Speed Force to save Central City, to help his family. Glider smiles, telling him that he sounds like a rogue. Their family too, willing to do anything for each other. People saw her brother as a criminal, but they don't know his past, how they grew up. Flash tells her that they don't know how he grew up either, but he didn't turn to a life of crime because of his past. As the two goes on, Avery calls out that Weather Wizard is ready, and Glider says that she'll fill them in. Once everyone is together, Glider explains that Luther had broken Cold out of Belle Reve and offered him a deal of a lifetime. Using Luther's tech, merged with Mirror Master, Len would be able to pull whatever he needed, whatever he wanted, out of thin air. He could create a whole army out of nothing, give them new looks, anything. It was all the rogues needed to finally steal Central City, and with Flash missing, it was just that much easier for them to do. They went along with it because they all trusted Cold, but the thing that Lex didn't share with them was his twist, that the Legion of Doom was going to destroy the world. And as the Doom sigil appeared overhead, they could all feel it. Her brother let Cold take over his heart. He didn't care that the world was ending because he had finally won. None of that set right with anybody on the Rogues. This wasn't what the Rogues wanted, but this was partly her fault because all of this was her idea. In the end, the mirror was broken, and Len could only create low-level weapons, nothing huge. So they need to fix and control the mirror. It's their only chance to take out Captain Cold and settle things right. The hard part's going to be convincing him that he's not really winning if the world is ending. And Weather Wizard says that Captain Cold will know the truth. If it's the last thing that I do, this isn't the Rogue's way. You may have my piece of the mirror. However, the others may prove difficult to obtain, especially if the Flash family is walking time bombs. They're useless. Flash then says that Weather Wizard is right. They can't keep Glider's ribbons holding them in check. They need to relearn how to use their powers, and fast. She releases her grip on the Flash, and he tries to focus his energy, with thunder cracking from the Speed Force eruptions, and Glider quickly binding him. Avery yells that Glider can't keep holding them back forever, and that Weather Wizard is right. They're useless in this state. Weather Wizard then says that he has an idea, but they're not going to like it. Flash tells him that it doesn't matter at this point. As long as it stops Captain Cold, they need to try. That's when there's an explosion and the Flash shouts for everyone to get behind him. Weather Wizard yells, "No! It's an old friend who has experience taming dangerous elements." Kid Flash asks who it could be, and as the smoke clears, a gruff voice says, "Knock, knock. Been listening to your little predicament." Flash says that it can't be, but as Heatwave walks in, Glider says, "You want to save Central City, right? The three of us are going to show you how." As the training with the Rogues begins, Heatwave yells to Kid Flash to quit vibrating so much or you're gonna get barbecued. Kid Flash gets back up, telling him to go ahead and try it. This fist will vibrate right into your head. And Avery then activates her collar, stating that this is helping, but it's not working nearly as fast as they need it to. How can they take down Captain Cold if they still have to wear the collars? Golden Glider tells them that they have no choice. But where is the Flash? Outside, Flash is trying to control his abilities, but every time that he picks up speed, he trips and explodes, setting himself back to square one. After trying and trying to control the Speed Force and just getting more frustrated, Glider comes in telling him that he's just as dramatic as her brother. They are, however, running out of time. The two sit and Flash says that he needs to learn how to control his speed. Not just because of Cold, but because he can help the kids have normal lives again. Glider then asks, what is a normal life? Weather Wizard grew up in a family of known criminals, and he was raised to follow in their footsteps. Heatwave's family died, and it was his own fault. He couldn't even help because he was so transfixed by the fire. Both of them are angry at her brother because they found family together, and Captain Cold just threw that away. None of them want normal lives because what's that to them? They just want their own lives. Flash asks, what about her? And Golden Glider flies off laughing, telling him that a girl will never tell. Flash then asks, you wanted to be an ice skater, right? Isn't that what you wanted before becoming a rogue? Couldn't you just go back to that? Glider looks out at the frozen lake, stating that the ice used to represent safety and freedom to her, but now it's danger. Flash tells her that he never did really learn how to ice skate. He was really too busy with his head in a book. Glider flies on, telling him that she'll teach him. He's run on water plenty of times, right? Just focus on the feeling under his feet and stop worrying about the Speed Force. The Flash decides to do just that, focusing on his feet, focusing on his speed, but not the power it's linked to. And he doesn't explode. He skates faster and faster, stating that he's doing it. He realizes that once he stopped analyzing the Speed Force and their problems and just let go, it all went away. It's not great, but it's a start. The kids need to see that.
Just then, Weather Wizard lands between them, stating that he just received word from his contacts. They know where Mirror Master is and his piece of the mirror. The speedsters and the rogues quickly set out to the location that Weather Wizard acquired, and they find themselves standing in front of a frozen over building. Heatwave begins to melt the ice to allow them inside once they get in. Kid Flash looks at all of the mirrors and asks, does Mirror Master love looking at himself, or what? Everyone cautiously walks forward with Weather Wizard telling them to be ready for anything. Before long, they see the shards floating on a stand before them, and Flash quickly reaches out for them. But as he gets closer, Mirror Master jumps out, punching him, telling him, "Never thought the Flash of all people would go rogue." Kid Flash and Avery get ready to take off their collars, but Flash yells at them not to do it. Glider then says that it's too perfect for Mirror Master. He knew that they were talking together. This was a trap the whole time. Mirror Master laughs, "Ha ha, damn right." He begins to jump in and out of mirrors, pushing everyone inside, and as they fall out, they find themselves surrounded by Captain Cold and his army. Cold tells them, "It's so good to see you all again. I had heard the Flash's powers had increased." Mirror Master then tells everyone that he's just as peeved at Len for not sharing the whole doom in the sky thing, but hey, the world's ending anyway. Can't they at least go down partying? Captain Cold looks down through his hood, stating that they could have ruled Central City. But instead, you've sided with our enemy. Explain yourselves. Glider flies up telling him that they want things back to the way they were. That was the plan, to use Mirror Master's dimension to change Central City, to make it theirs. But the way he looked at the sigil in the sky, it wasn't right. It was clear to them that he didn't tell them the whole story. He never mentioned that Lex Luthor was bringing the end of the world. And they can't let that happen. That's why she broke the mirror. She made their new world imperfect because she could see that this was the wrong path. Cold stares at her. "I knew that you were going to betray me. I'd just hoped that you come tell me why. I would have listened, but now it's too late, sister." Flash then says that it's still time to fix all of those past mistakes. Even the rogues are telling him that he went too far, and Cold glares at Flash, telling him, "I was not talking to you. I was talking to my family." Weather Wizard asks why does he have guns aimed at his family, and Glider says that they know that he's mad at them, at her, but this isn't him. They can go back to before. Cold releases a massive burst of energy, shouting, "Back when we were losers!" Ice pillars quickly begin to form around the area, but as the Flash opens up his eyes, he sees the energy that Cold had released has frozen everyone and everything in sight. Flash asks him how, and Cold pulls down his hood, stating, "You've taken my family away, Flash." Flash, meanwhile, is trying to control the Speed Force, with it growing more and more out of control, and he just argues, "We both know that's not true. We wanted to help you." Cold takes off his gloves, asking, "Do you remember back in Iron Heights when we fought one-on-one, man to man? No powers." Flash stares as rage builds up, and he tells him, "You didn't." Cold goes on telling him, "I lied about what Lex has given me. This is my gift, and now you're not the only supercharged one." Cold takes off his coat, letting the power inhibitors attached to his body overload and cover his arms in ice as he lunges at our overpowered Flash. The first time it happened, it was so fast that no one knew what happened. But the next time, Cold made sure that he was seen. You see, he put on a costume, and he called himself Captain Cold. However, no matter how he dressed up or the weapons that he held, it always ended the same. But not this time. Captain Cold isn't going down a loser again, because today is the day when he finally beats the Flash. He leaps into the air, firing another icy blast, but the Flash runs, nearly dodging each of the attacks. This would normally end up like any other time that they fought, but today, it's a little different. Neither have these two fought wielding this kind of power. The Flash is running with a supercharged Speed Force, while Captain Cold is using his Absolute Zero technology enhanced by Lex Luthor. The two opposing forces are tearing Central City apart. Is this power what Cold really wanted? The rogues are frozen around them, and if the Flash even thought about freeing them in his current state, he would end up shattering them to pieces. He can't control the Speed Force at these speeds. Cold releases another wave of icy wind, asking, "Don't you love the power?" The Flash zips by, telling him, "I'm surprised the leader of the rogues would take Luthor's deal, knowing that it meant the end of the world. Or did Lex lie to you too?" Cold shouts, "Lex didn't pull a fast one on me. Open up your eyes. I get to be the monster that I wanted. I get to beat you. I get to become the king of Central City. Lex may have given me the tech and the push, but it was my brains that did the rest. Flash. I'm the one who mastered the absolute zero technology. Can't you feel the air? The truth is, the Flash does feel it, but it's having the opposite effect of what Captain Cold thinks it would do. The cold air is slowing him down, but for the first time in a long time, the Speed Force feels normal. It's not out of control anymore. Cold creates a block of ice around his arms and he punches the Flash down, yelling for him to pay attention. The Flash gets back up, but he doesn't say anything. He can't beat Cold like this. If he's going to win, he needs to think bigger. With the Speed Force under control for the time being, the Flash races to free everyone from their frozen prisons. As he skids to a stop, he tells Cold, "Don't worry, I wasn't running away. I was just getting some backup." At that moment, the ice shatters around everyone, and everyone focuses their attention on Captain Cold, including the rogues. He shouts, "No! You will all bow down to King Cold!" And Weather Wizard tells him that they're running out of time. The Flash tells him that they need Mirror Master to fix the mirror now. I'll keep Cold busy. Kid Flash asks how are they supposed to help when they can't even control their speed, and Avery tells him to just remember what the rogues taught them. Don't focus on things that they can't control. They just have to breathe in and focus on letting go and run. Kid Flash and Avery quickly run to grab Iris from the Speed Lab, and Iris knows it, that they're in Cold's hideout with the other rogues. She looks around asking if they're working with the rogues now, and Kid Flash laughs, telling her that the rogues helped them learn how to use their powers in this state. They want to help free Central City from this nightmare. Mirror Master folds his arms, stating, "Now everyone, I happen to like things the way they are. Do you know how crazy the parties get when everyone thinks the world is going to end? It is not right to turn our backs on Captain Cold." Heatwave yells, "Listen up. Len is my best friend, and out there, that ain't Len. He's let the power give him the worst case of brain freeze that we've ever seen. Don't forget, Cold froze all of us. And who saved us? The damn Flash." Mirror Master looks at the machine and Glider says, "This isn't the world that we want. I know you only worked with my brother to try and win me back. I know that, but that's never going to happen. We're done. Get over yourself and do the right thing for once, okay?" Mirror Master grits his teeth in frustration, telling her, "Fine. It was fun while it lasted." He throws his shard of the mirror into the machine and completes it, and suddenly, all of Central City reverts back to when Cold took over. Flash looks around, shouting, "Home sweet!" But before he could finish, Cold jumps down shouting, "You always win! Always! This is far from over, Flash. I'll ice everyone! Just like I did Commander Cold." Glider flies in telling Cold that he needs to stop this. She'll fight him if she has to. They aren't some crazy superpowered villains. They're thieves. And they don't need to be big time. They're rogues. Cold stops staring for a moment, stating, "My own sister would turn against me. The Flash really is turning my family. You're not gonna win this time." As Cold gets ready for another deep freeze, there's a cracking boom as the Flash lunges forward, slamming Cold into a pile of debris. The sounds of 100 lightning fists can be heard as the Flash repeatedly punches Cold over and over, yelling, "I am sick of you trying to kill me and my family. You think you're my greatest enemy? You're a joke! A pathetic, cold-hearted waste of life." As Flash continues to beat into Captain Cold, Glider wraps her ribbons around Flash, pulling him off, shouting, "Stop! What is wrong with you?" And Cold's lifeless body falls to the ground. As the Flash watches, he steps back, stating that he doesn't know what happened. And shortly after, the police arrive to bring Cold in, and one of the officers laughs, stating that the Flash did a number on him. The others got away, but Cold is the worst of the bunch. That whole family's rotten to the core. Soon, everyone runs over to congratulate the Flash, but the Flash holds up his hands, stating, "Stop! Don't get close." Kid Flash asks what's wrong, and the Flash turns to the officer, stating, "Wait, the Speed Force is dangerous. I almost killed Captain Cold. Until I learn to control myself, I belong in prison with the rogues." A short while later, Flash and Cold sit handcuffed in the back of the police van, and after a long, awkward silence, Flash tells him, "Beard looks good." To which Cold responds with a very colorful response of what the Flash can go do to himself. The other rogues may have gotten away, but Glider is on her way to Blackgate Prison, even after she helped save the city. Iris took Kid Flash and Avery to Star Lab to try and help them with the supercharged Speed Force and also keep them safe, but for the Flash, he's decided he needs to be put away. Without Iron Heights, the next best place equipped for someone like him is Arkham Asylum. And as their bumpy ride continues, Cold breaks the silence by telling the Flash to stay the hell away from his sister. Flash asks, what is he talking about? There's nothing going on between me and your sister. And Cold scoffs, yeah, I've been around long enough to know what a cop is trying to put the moves on my sister. You may not wear a badge, but I can tell. My dad was a cop too. Real piece of work. Flash says that he knows all about his father, what he was like. Cold laughs, asking, is this the part where you tell me that you have a dad like mine, so we can relate? Save it for the shrinks in Arkham. Flash yells that they're nothing alike. He's a criminal. He hurts his family. There's nothing about them that is the same. Cold laughs, telling him to just keep believing that. And Flash lunges in his chains, shouting, you're a murderer! You killed Commander Cold, and who knows how many others. You crossed that line too many times. Cold leans forward, telling him to take a good hard look at himself. Did you forget why you're being brought in here too? You almost killed me. What's that say about Mr. Perfect? The police van hits another bump and Flash asks, what happened to you? Why'd you take Lex's deal? Cold asks, are you kidding? Being sent to Belle Reve does things to a man. It changes him. I knew exactly what would happen, but it's what one would expect from someone who hates me. The Flash pauses for a moment and collects his thoughts, and then he tells him, I don't hate you. Soon the brakes squeal as the van comes to a stop and the back hatch opens up. The Arkham officer yells for the two of them to get out. Then as Flash walks out, a familiar voice asks, did you really think you were done with the rogues? Flash looks up asking, Piper? And Piper laughs, it's been a while, Flash. But now that you're here in Arkham, does that make you a Batman bad guy? Later, after Kid Flash and Avery are also brought in, Flash asks what he's up to. Piper explains that he's been traveling the world, doing research on different harmonies on the Earth, and when Iris called him, asking for help, well, who wouldn't help the Flash? As the three speedsters stand aside of these machines that Pied Piper has created, he looks at the charts and says that Mina was right. The Speed Force's frequency is way out of sync with their world. The good news is they have a sound gun, one that they hope can hit them with enough frequency from their own reality that it'll ground them back here and fix this old Speed Force problem. The Flash braces himself and tells him to do it. Piper flips the switch. There's a loud humming sound as the Flash begins to scream. He then tells him to hang on, we're almost finished. And after a few seconds, the Flash asks if it worked. He can feel the Speed Force, but it's not chaotic. Your machine worked, Piper. Piper tells him not to get too excited. It's not an easy fix, only a temporary one. As long as it doesn't go Super Saiyan again, they shouldn't run the risk of things going crazy. Next up is Kid Flash and Avery, and once everything is all set, Piper hits the switch again. Focusing the sound gun, he hits them both at the same time, and over the humming, Flash can hear a siren. Just then a guard rushes in stating that there's been a breakout. Everyone stay here. And the Flash asks, who was it? Riddler, Two-Face, Scarecrow, or... But before he could even finish, Cold and Glider burst in. Flash asks, what is she doing here? And Glider asks, did you really think that Blackgate could hold me? Flash pleads with her not to do it. Cold is a killer. And she tells him, well, that may be true. Cold is still my family. She hands Cold one of his cold guns and he freezes the wall, telling him that he told him to stay away from his sister. Flash gets ready to capture the two of them, but Piper tells him that he can't. He's still hooked up to the machine, and if he breaks the connection, Kid Flash and Avery will be trapped out of sync forever. Frustrated and gritting his teeth, Flash calls out to Cold, I will find you! And Cold laughs, telling him, I'm looking forward to it, Flash. So as the machine stops, Flash hurries outside to try and chase them, but he finds nothing. With the speedster's powers now manageable, everyone goes back to their normal lives. Kid Flash is out with his friends. Avery is back in China, and Flash, well, he's spending some much-needed time with Iris. But before the two of them could settle in, there's a loud crack! And in the blink of an eye, Old Man Flash from year one appears, calling out to his younger self. Iris jumps up asking if that's him, and Flash says, yeah, sort of, but from the future? But that should have changed. I changed the future. Old Man Flash tells him that he did. When he beat Turtle, time was changed so that they could live their lives without the loop. Everything was safe, but they were wrong. His skin begins to deteriorate, and he yells that they shouldn't have broken the loop. They created a paradox. He needs to speak with Commander Cold. Flash tells him that it's not possible. Commander Cold is dead. And Old Man Flash's skin begins to peel away as he tells them, it's too late then. They made me, and now Paradox is coming for you and our legacy. There's only one thing left to do, Flash. Run! And with that, Old Man Flash withers away to nothing. And Iris asks, who is Paradox?
His name is Barry Allen. People call him the Flash. A hero, a paragon of hope of Central City. But some see the Flash as, well, something else. Our story begins years ago in the middle of the street when an out-of-costume Flash bumped into a man playing with his kids outside. That act, it resulted in Chris staying a little bit longer to play, which, when it began to rain, forced everyone to get back inside. That rain made Chris think of the idea for his cosmic scope, which was something that everything, including his family, had a hard time understanding. See, Chris was a scientist. Most scientists like him would build telescopes to study the stars, or hope to find new life in the deep beyond of space. Chris, though, he built one to gaze into the borders of time. He believed that there were other universes, alternate realities, and timelines. But the real secret was that reality shifted around them because of changes in time, and, well, they just can't see it. He dedicated years of his life to finding proof of this concept, but Chris wanted more than proof. After changing some of the settings on the cosmic scope, lightning struck and it electrified all of Chris's equipment. And in the blink of an eye, Chris would see it. He was right. Time was so much bigger than he had hoped. It was like he had witnessed the hand of God pulling back the curtains on the multiverse, and for a brief moment, he could feel the power of their timeline. But then, it passed. Chris would work day and night trying to replicate what had happened that night. He would even ignore everything else around him, and this included his family. One day there was a battle, and the Flash was battling against a man calling himself King Turtle, who had come from the future. Chris and his family happened to be out that night, and they were right next to the fight. And as the two of them fought, the Flash and King Turtle, Chris could see the multiversal energy surrounding them, and he needed to feel that energy again. Well, what he did this time was different. You see, Chris could see the Flash pull all of time forward with him, and while time skipped, Chris didn't. He could feel himself being pulled out of existence. He discovered that he was out of sync with the timeline. He no longer belonged in that timeline, and so he was banished. But he wasn't alone. Others got too close to that fight as well, and something happened. So now Chris, along with 3 other people, found themselves in a place that didn't really exist. They were outside of the timelines, and they all walked towards a large mountain with a building on it. It felt like an eternity, but they were also there in an instant. They did not need to eat or drink or sleep, they just were. The others tried to find comfort, hoping together that they'd be able to get out of all of this, but Chris kept to himself, alone with his thoughts. For so long, his obsession was the design of time and space when it should have been his family, and now getting back to him because of his new obsession. As everyone traveled, they learned that they weren't the other ones. Others had been here. As for why, no one knew how they had all ended up in this space between the time periods. And seeing all of the stuff scattered around allowed Chris to build a new lab, one where he would be able to live and study the time stream again. While Chris worked, he could feel the energy during the lightning storm alter his mind and body to be more, to become attuned with the multiverse. The others, though, they were not as lucky. After a while, Chris learned how to leave this place. He just needed to build a lightning rod. Once they all placed their hands on it, it would set them free, and as that lightning cracked, everyone could see time itself. And there was something in a constant state of change, manipulated by outside forces, played like a game for years, pieces that were moved in a way that hurt people. And every time it changed, it hurt Chris. He needed to share that pain to unlock the truth of what had created him. When it came to changing the flow of time, no one was more guilty than the Flash. Always running forward, past all the warnings that he shouldn't be doing this, never looking back at the lives that he crushed under his foot with each change in the timeline. The others, well, they weren't as fortunate as Chris to be so attuned to the multiverse, and their sacrifice was needed. Chris could see the Flash's history before him, along with the knowledge of the multiverse. But Chris knew that there was something else more important. He still needed to get back to his family. However, when he saw his family, he was expecting sadness, and instead they had found happiness without Chris. The traces of the Speed Force in this realm powered a door, and stepping through this would hurt him, but it could be worth it. So he walked through the portal, calling out to his family, but what came out wasn't Chris. It was something else. His wife jumped to protect their children, shouting at Chris to get away, not recognizing the monster before them. He tried to plead with her, to tell her that it was him, but she wouldn't listen. He told himself that it was a mistake for him to go back, to even think about going back. And so, Chris went back into the portal, diving back into the time stream, unsure of where or when he would end up. Soon he felt himself land. Maybe this would be his new home, an opportunity for a second chance, but where he ended up, he wasn't welcome. Some people called the Order of the Time Institute wanted to arrest him. So he held at his arms to try and reason with the people, but then an unstoppable force shot out, completely decimating everything in front of him. Along with the changes to his body, he had also acquired powers. He could take what he wanted, not go back home and be the man that he once was, but rule where he was now. And even in this future, he saw people celebrating the Flash. No one saw him for what he was, a devil. Things were so twisted that even the Flash, his arch enemy, the Reverse Flash, had honored and worshipped him. Eobard Thawne tried so much to be the Flash that it drove him mad, and yet here he was in the 25th century trying to be a hero. This enraged Chris in ways that he never thought possible. In the current timeline, August Hart, Godspeed, asks, "So, you fought the Reverse Flash?" And Chris tells him yes, and he lost. Not only is Eobard Thawne an expert on the Flash and his legacy, but he is a master of time travel and time manipulation. The Time Institute worked with the Reverse Flash and the Renegades to construct a prison that would hold his power. He was held captive here for years, feeling excruciating pain whenever the time was altered. It made him aware that he needed to be present when time changed to absorb the energy created by every paradox. When the Flash family broke the force barrier, well, it caused a chain reaction that reverberated all the way to him, damaging Iron Heights enough that he could escape. It is time for the Flash to pay for what he has done to the time stream. Then the multiverse will see the monster that the Flash truly is.
With the end of the Rogue's reign, Central City slowly begins to go back to the way it was, allowing everyone to return to their lives. Friorza and Steadfast went back to investigate the strength and still forces on their own. Kid Flash is back to being a kid with Teen Titans, and Avery went back to China. But there's one thing that the Flash couldn't wrap his head around. At the end of everything, Future Flash appeared and said with his dying breath that the villain known as Paradox is coming. So the next question is, who is Paradox? However, at this moment, the Flash has other things to focus on, like taking things slow with Iris. While the relationship with Iris is finally getting back on track, the two are no closer to finding out who Paradox is than the night the Future Flash died. But before being able to come up with a lead, Flash receives a message from Director Singh asking for his help with a crime scene. Iris folds her arms asking, "What are you waiting for? Go, Barry." It's been a long time since the Flash worked a crime scene in Central City. In fact, it's been a full year since he picked up his CSI bag. As he arrives as Barry Allen, Singh tells him that he's a bit short-handed and needed a little help. Might as well call in the best, right? Problem is, the guys have already combed through everything. The family-owned antique shop was broken into and a series of expensive paintings were taken. There is no evidence or clues. The Flash puts on his gloves, telling him that he shouldn't be so hard on himself. They all have bad days, but there is always evidence, always, Director Singh. The Flash picks up a small shard of glass, translucent with a rainbow tint. A short while later, back at the lab, Flash and Singh get back to work processing that shard, and Singh laughs, stating that it must be nice. Being able to take time away from the crime scenes, to find life outside of the lab, to slow down and do more than the job. The Flash laughs with him and tells him, right, sure. But as the Flash flips through the findings, he tells Singh that it looks like they got them. Take a look at this. Singh looks at the shard under the microscope, asking what exactly is he looking at. It looks like a rainbow. And within that time frame, the Flash runs out of the office and back in before Singh notices, just in time for an officer to run in shouting to Singh that he's needed downstairs. The Flash just dropped off the Rainbow Raider, caught him red-handed with the paintings from the antique store. Singh scratches his head, stating that he is thankful for the Flash's help, but without hard evidence, they won't get a conviction. And the Flash tells him that he also found some blood and fiber samples on that broken glass. It looks like the Rainbow Raider cut himself during the break-in. As the officers and Singh leave, Singh sees Iris walking in, stating that her boyfriend is a genius. She sets down her bag, asking what did her genius of a boyfriend do? The Flash laughs, stating that he helped convict the Rainbow Raider. Iris then asks, isn't he kind of small time? And the Flash tells her that no case is too small. Everyone deserves justice. But as the Flash looks down, he notices Iris's notepad and asks, what is that? The Flash was there for me. As he reads, it contains stories from dozens of people. It's the citizens of Central City and their interactions with Flash and how he's always been there for them when he was needed. He is a man who gave them hope. He is the one that inspires them because the Flash is a legend. The Flash rubs his head asking what is this, and Iris tells him that it's an article that she's been working on. She's been interviewing people all over the city about how they see the Flash. Everyone sees the hero that the Flash is, but no one has mentioned the man. They don't know how human he is. The Flash sighs, telling her that for the past year, he's heard a voice in his head telling him that he isn't good enough. And after everything that happened with the Rogues and Wally, he just wants to be the hero that people see him as. Iris tells him to stop. No more emo Barry. You are a hero. Well, you aren't dead yet, so maybe there's some hope to that. But before the two of them could go any further, there's a crack-a-boom, and Godspeed races in. Hey, Barry, long time no see. Flash asks him, what are you doing here? And Godspeed tells him, I came to tell you, stop looking for Paradox. Just drop the case, Barry. Stay as far away from Paradox as possible. Godspeed rushes back out, but Flash pulls out his ring, telling Iris, call Kid Flash and get back to the Speed Lab. He begins to chase Godspeed all the way to the Flash Museum, asking, what is this about? You know something. Godspeed skids to a stop, telling him, I had no choice. Paradox knows who killed my brother, Barry. And the Flash asks, who does? Who is Paradox? And a distorted voice asks, what kind of a man has a museum built in his own honor, especially when he is still alive? It's fascinating how the world sees the Flash, how they worship the Flash, how they claim to be inspired by the Flash. But that's because they don't know the truth, do they, Flash? The Flash is a man who travels to other realities with little concern to the ramifications. A careless scourge on the multiverse who is followed by crisis. Racing through your life, always moving forward, but never looking back to see what horrors you left in your wake. You hurt people, your friends, your family, whole worlds with your actions. The true legend of the Flash is one of nightmares. It is time for you to pay for your crimes, Flash. Paradox continues to channel his energy, going on to tell the Flash, when you faced the Turtle, you were warned that changing time would create a paradox, and yet you did it anyway. The Flash's eyes go wide. You're the one that the future Flash warned me about. Your Paradox. Paradox tells him, I am here to offer you an option, a choice of punishment. Give up being the Flash or watch everything that you have built up destroyed. The Flash asks, was it the same deal that you offered Future Flash before you killed him? Godspeed asks, what Future Flash, Barry? And Paradox goes on, I'm needed to purge his influence from the timeline. The age of Flash must end. Paradox looks at Godspeed asking, if you truly want to prove your worth, that you are ready to be redeemed, kill the Flash. The Flash readies himself to fight and he tells Godspeed, we don't have to do this. And Godspeed preps for the battle. Yes, yes we do. As all of the knowledge that ever was and ever will be flows through Wally West's mind, he thinks to himself that he used to be the Flash. He used to be the fastest man alive. Now, he sits on the Mobius chair, imbued with the powers of a god. Though there is one advantage that Wally possesses over all of those who sit on the chair and have sat on the chair before. His speed powers allow him to process the information and not drive him insane. This also allows him to see how things came to be. The meeting of Barry Allen, the joining of the Teen Titans, the time that he once took the Flash mantle before Barry died in the first crisis. Then, Wally West married Linda. They had 2 beautiful twins, and it was all ripped away. Everything that he ever loved was erased from time by an atomic god. When he was found, he tried to find peace, a place to heal, but that ended horribly, with dead heroes' blood on his hands. However, Wally did manage to save his family. For a price. He is now bound to this chair forever. He is imbued with the power of the same atomic god who once wiped him from reality. Now there are no secrets to Wally West. He can see every crisis from first to last. No hour eludes him. Some he recognizes. Others are more wild and unpredictable than he could even imagine. So many generations of heroes, flashpoints, rebirths, they all reveal themselves to him. New gods and those who would wish to be gods meet their doomsday, trying to reach the power that Wally wields. But right now, as Wally is watching time unfold, it changes. And how is that even possible? The Justice Society and the Legion of Superheroes, they both reappear in the timeline. Moments and memories that were once erased are returning to DC's timeline. But time and reality are not fixed, they are only adjusted. This needs investigating. How is this new version of reality any different than the previous one? The day that he met Barry Allen, the day that he became Kid Flash, these are right, but they are also wrong. The same event happening twice, but both are unique. This is not the only anomaly, even from his own past. Wally could see the formation of the Teen Titans, and then years later, the Teen Titans form again. But this is a separate and different group with no memory of the previous incarnation. Different worlds and dimensions would explain that, but this is not that. This is the same event repeating on the same world at a different time. Worlds across the multiverse that exist side by side. Small changes in events creating Elseworlds, sometimes radically different and sometimes startlingly similar to their own. Somehow that changed. Time and reality inside their world was fractured, broken, and begun to crumble. Time no longer aligns for Wally. As Wally tries to understand what is happening, the Fugonaut Tempest appears, asking how is it even possible, and Wally asks him to look around at the universe and speak of what he sees. Tempest tells him that everything is as it is: noble sacrifices, love and affirmation, suspicion, trust, transformations. What is it that Wally West can see that Tempest Fugonaut cannot? And Wally tells him that he sees everything. Time, space, reality. It is all broken, all at a risk of collapsing. And Tempest asks if he can stop it. Can he reverse the damage that has been done? And Wally sits up in the chair, stating that his name is Wally West. He is the fastest man alive, and now he sits upon the Mobius chair. The power of a god races through him. So, yeah, he's got this. It all began a few years ago when I was an undercover cop working with a crew of bank robbers. We finally had enough to book them, so I rushed in to get the bad guys, except they weren't prepared. In that moment, all I could do was hope that my body took enough bullets to save the guys behind me. But that's when a miracle happened, Barry. The bullets fell to the ground, and right in front of me was the Flash. And before I could even thank you, you were gone. Outside of the Flash Museum, as the Flash is battling against Godspeed, Flash dodges another swing from him, asking, "Why are you telling me this now?" Godspeed tells him, "Because that's how I remembered the Flash. A miracle. But not anymore." The Flash begins to get ahead of him, asking, "Why are you doing this?" And Godspeed yells, "I'm just following orders. There's no way that we're talking this one out, Barry." But while Paradox is watching the Flash and Godspeed run throughout the city, Iris quietly sneaks into the Speed Labs and realizes that this Paradox is who the old Flash warned them about. Maybe Commander Cold left something behind that could help them. Just as Iris accesses the computer and types in Paradox's name, a hologram recording of Commander Cold appears. He tells them, "Yeah, if you're seeing this, one of two things happened. Either I'm dead or I found my way back to the 25th century. I really hope that it's not the dead thing, because that would be a bummer. I left behind something that I normally wouldn't have, but in case of an emergency, I was going to trust that one day you would do the right thing. Inside of this terminal is all the information regarding all future cases that will ever happen. Knowledge of the future is forbidden, but maybe you guys can use it for something good." Iris asks the hologram to access the files on Paradox, and Commander Cold's hologram tells them, "One moment." And after a brief moment, throughout time, there has only been one person who has ever defeated Paradox, and his name is... Iris looks at the screen, stating, "No, oh no, not him!" Back outside, the run through the city brings the Flash and Godspeed back to the museum, where the Flash asks Paradox, "Why are we going through all of this? If you want me, you can get me. You don't need Godspeed to do your dirty work." Paradox tells him, "The Flash legacy must pay for its crimes. Godspeed understands this. The so-called fastest man alive is a monster who brings horror to reality. Creating the Flashpoint alone ruined the timeline, Flash. For the multiverse to be safe of you, it must be rid of any and all knowledge of your existence. But that is only part of the plan. Whenever a change in the timeline happens, it releases a bit of crisis energy, which I can absorb to become the god of the multiverse. Erasing the Flash legacy will release crisis energy like you've never seen before. Reality be damned! Godspeed laughs. There it is! Revenge and a power grab. Got it. I knew all of this was a bunch of BS. Flash stops. Wait, were you? And Godspeed stops. A double agent? Damn right. I was a cop for 5 years. I knew that Paradox was lying. I just needed to play along to get the whole plan out there. Now let's take this dude down, Barry. Paradox stops. Are you betraying me? Godspeed rushes forward and Paradox grabs him, slamming him down, telling him, I have witnessed all of the Flash's history. Do you not think that I would anticipate a stunt like this? Flash hurries to Godspeed's aid while the Flash tries to fend off Paradox, but all of his attacks feel useless. Paradox casually walks through the attempted attacks, telling him, I was there from the beginning. I watched while the Flash was on the edge of defeat, but you refused to let Turtle crush that noble spirit. And when things appeared most dire, the Flash's resolve filled the people of Central City with hope. And just as Paradox finishes his sentence, he cracks the Flash in the head, sending him into the ground. The Flash picks himself back up and Paradox goes on telling him, this all happened because you took everything from me, including my family. The Flash stops. Your family? And Iris screams through the comms, you need to run! There is no way you can beat him! Flash looks back at the museum asking, are you inside? And Iris tells him, I found Commander Cold's files. It details who Paradox is and what it took to beat him in the 25th century. The only one who ever stopped him was the Reverse Flash. As Flash tries to process Eobard as a savior, Paradox picks him up, throwing him into the side of the building, telling him, there have been Flashes that came before you, some even after you, but you are the one most written about. Why are you the one worthy of the myth? It's because you died! Paradox swats back the Flash again, grabbing him by the throat, throwing him to the ground, telling him, you are the great savior, the hero of the multiverse, the martyr! But when you came back, you did what? What good have you done since your return that is greater than your own death? Paradox channels his energy and hits the Flash with it, ripping him apart, telling him, you should have stayed dead! And as the Flash begins to fade away into nothing, Paradox reaches down, grabbing Godspeed by the leg, dragging him inside, telling him, you're lucky that there is still a need for you. And he tosses him before the cosmic treadmill. But elsewhere, the Flash opens his eyes and he wakes up in a grassy field asking, where am I? He tries reaching out for the comms, but he can't seem to get a signal. And then he looks around the area to survey, and when he looks back, his eyes go wide. His mother, Nora, is telling him that he doesn't have to run anymore. Welcome home, Barry. The Flash runs up, hugging her, asking, where are we? Where's Paradox? There are so many people who could get hurt, But Nora tells him, it's okay. Your days of fighting are over. We're together now. I will get to see the man that you've become. But first, there's something I have to show you, Barry. She pulls the Flash along, and in front of him is a giant city at the bottom of a hill with a giant statue of him. Nora asks if he remembers how people built a museum for him. Well, after all the things he's done for the multiverse, it was clear that he deserved more. Welcome to Flash City, a place where those he has saved gather to pay respects to the hero of their time. How he would never admit that he was great. How he trained and inspired generations of heroes. The Flash picks up Nora, and then he runs down stating that he was hit by lightning in his lab, and Nora tells him that he doesn't have to explain. They know the story already. They all do. He begins touching the surroundings, stating that this is all so wonderful. And Nora tells him that it's time for him to stop running. He's earned it. What does he think? Flash smiles, stating that it's great and all, but it's not real. And neither are you. She stops. What are you talking about? And the Flash tells her, this whole world is a giant construct of some kind. I'm not sure if it's in my head or some very complicated illusion. But the reason I know this is because every world in the multiverse has its own vibrational frequency, except this one. This has none. I've been dead before. I've been to the other side of the Speed Force, but this ain't it. Nora tries to say something, and then she glares, telling him, fine. You should have been honored by what Paradox built for you. Your actions hurt people, but they still gave you a paradise. All the people begin to surround the Flash, and he quickly dodges them, keeping them at bay, stating, I could have stayed in this heaven, but Paradox is still out there. And for Paradox to mess with me enough to build this, to use the memory of my mother, he's gonna pay. The Flash begins to gather his energy, and Nora asks what is he doing. The Flash tells her that this illusion doesn't have a vibration, so he's gonna give it one. He releases his energy and he tears through the machine that his body is suspended in, falling to the ground. He gets up, looking around at the barren wastelands, asking, where is this place? Where is Paradox? He quickly runs around the area, finding bodies. And he says that he seems that he wasn't the first person that Paradox trapped here. He then sees a building, so he runs forward, lightning striking, pushing him to his knees in pain. He can feel his energy being sucked out of him, and he thinks it back to what he remembers of Paradox. He was wearing armor, not to enhance his powers. Maybe it was because his exposure to this hell. If he lets this go on any longer, he's going to end up like the others. He quickly gets up and starts to collect the pieces of the machines scattered about, taking each of them and fashioning himself a suit of armor able to withstand the overwhelming pressure of these wastes. He needs to get back to Central City, but how? He runs around collecting more parts, and then he stops to access one of the still functional terminals nearby. He accesses the files on Eobard Thawne and all the different times that he died. Finding Eobard Thawne, based on what Iris told him, isn't going to be easy. It's not a matter of where he is, it's a matter of when. After setting up the last few pieces, Flash looks down at the treadmill that he built and he puts one foot on it. He begins to put the rest of himself on it and slowly begins to run, telling himself that time travel is dangerous, but he needs to find Eobard. Pulling him from any random point in time is risky. He can't create another Paradox, or worse, another Flashpoint. He's always known one moment where Eobard is always. He knows where he can find him. The night that Eobard Thawne murdered his mother. Back in the present day, Paradox tells Godspeed that the time for his redemption has come. It's time for you to run! Chained up, Godspeed pauses for a moment, but Paradox hits him with a blast of energy, telling him now. Godspeed shouts out in pain and he gets back up and begins to run on the treadmill. And as the world around them changes, it goes back to a few weeks before when Flash fought the augmented Captain Cold. Paradox looks around stating, "This isn't as far back as I had hoped." Flash and Cold stop and Flash sees Godspeed and he asks, "What's going on?" Cold turns his attention on Paradox, telling him, "I don't care who you are. Central City belongs to me!" Paradox holds up his hand and begins to disintegrate Cold, telling him, "We have no issues, but you will not stand in my way." Flash begins to run for Cold, but he's stopped as Paradox begins to disintegrate him and absorb his energy. Godspeed yells out, "No! Not again! Why are you doing this?" And Paradox basks in his newly acquired power, stating, "With each death, a new Paradox is created, thus giving me more power. Now go back further in time! Run, Godspeed! Run!" Meanwhile, in the middle of the actual time stream, the Flash is focusing on a set point in time, and he quickly stops the treadmill, stopping the world around him. He came back here once before to stop Eobard, and that created the Flashpoint. It caused so many problems. It's not being able to save her. There's nothing he can do except wait. So he stands outside of a house, and he waits for the inevitable moment. Nora Allen cries for help, and then nothing. He clenches his fist, restraining himself from running in, and suddenly Eobard runs out, slamming him into a tree, telling him, My! This is a plot twist! But you're too late! Your mother is already dead, Flash!" Flash fights Eobard back, telling him, "I'm not here to save her. I'm here because of Paradox." He begins to repeatedly punch Eobard in the head, telling him, "You're gonna tell me everything about Paradox, including how we stop him." And Eobard catches a punch, asking him, "Wait, Paradox escaped?" A bolt of lightning strikes, separating the two of them, and Eobard says, "That's a temporal shift. That's because you've been traveling through time like a rookie again." The two go back to fighting, and Eobard pins Flash down, telling him, "There's only one way to stop Paradox." And Flash pushes him back, telling him, "I'm not doing it." Eobard yells, "You're gonna have to face it, sooner or later. You know what needs to be done, Barry. We need to team up, side by side, to save the multiverse, as it always should have been. So what do you say, Flash? Truce?"
The Flash is currently holding Eobard Thawne, as Eobard Thawne explains what happened in the 25th century, how he was the one able to defeat Paradox. There was a battle that spanned the multiverse. All who tried to take on Paradox fell in his path, and it seemed as if the fate of millions were doomed. The future needed a hero, one unafraid to put his life on the line to save others, and in the end, that hero was Reverse Flash. He defeated the deadliest rogue in all of the multiverse. He was the future's savior. For once in his life, people saw him for what he truly was, the Flash's worthy successor. It only took a few moments to repair the damage done to his Flash Museum, and with it a prison that could hold even Paradox from ever escaping. The time stream was safe until Barry Allen ruined it all. Paradox being free is the worst thing that could have ever happened. Reality can't take much more of Paradox's destruction on the time stream. And the Flash asks him, "But you can stop him, right?" And Eobard says, "That's a Reverse Flash fact, good buddy." The two stop running through the time stream and they stop in the 25th century Flash Museum, with Eobard stating that he had to pick something up first. Once they get inside, Eobard pulls a tarp off of a display case containing his own lightning rod. Eobard picks it up, twirling it around, stating that this thing can harness the Speed Force and focus it into a destructive force. This is how we stop Paradox. This is how we save the time stream. The last time I used it to ground him and sap that Paradox energy until he was weak enough to be captured. Eobard then turns to the Flash asking, "Are you ready to do what needs to be done, Barry?" Meanwhile, in the other timelines, Paradox continues going further and further in time, killing the Flash over and over again. But during one of those times, he stops for a moment and says that he can sense something. He can feel the Flash, and he's not alone. Curious. Back with the Flash, he and Eobard stop outside of an apartment building with a man playing ball with his kids. Eobard asks Flash if he sees the family over there. That man is Paradox before he became Paradox, before he was tied to the Flash legacy. Flash stops asking, "Why are we here?" And Eobard laughs. "You're a bright boy. You should already know the answer to that. We're going to kill him." Flash grabs Eobard, but Eobard pulls back, yelling, "If you want to save reality, then you gotta do what needs to be done. This will remove Paradox from his role before he can even get started, before he can just escape again. It'll be our little secret, something we can share, just the two of us, Flash." Eobard pokes Flash with the lightning rod, telling him, "You know it's the right thing to do. It's the only thing." Flash tells him, "No, we'll find another way, Eobard." And in a fit of rage, Eobard shouts, "Fine, I'll do it myself." Flash punches Eobard, shouting that this was a mistake. And the man Chris yells, asking what do they want from him? Why are they here? At that moment, Paradox appears and begins to kill him, telling him, "They wanted you to die." After Chris's body disintegrates, Paradox tells him, "I thought killing the Flash would create the power that I needed, but you just led me to the biggest paradox of all, myself." Eobard charges in with his rod, shouting, "It doesn't matter! I took you down once and I'll do it again!" Paradox catches Eobard by the throat, taking the rod, telling him, "Please, don't embarrass yourself." Paradox tosses him away, snapping the lightning rod in half, yelling, "I have all the power that I could ever want." Flash runs over to help Eobard up, asking, "Paradox, what has he done?" Paradox begins to absorb the crisis energy, stating, "I have witnessed that no matter how many of the Flash's greatest moments I have undone, the multiverse still thinks of you as a hero. And right now, the only way to stop that is to kill everyone who ever loved the Flash." A burst of energy erupts from Paradox as he begins to tear reality apart. And Flash asks, "What are you doing?" Eobard tells him, "What do you think? Paradox just unleashed all of the Paradox energy that he built up. He's erasing the time stream, Barry." Paradox then towers over the two of them, telling him, "Time belongs to me now." Flash and Eobard inch back, and Eobard says, "Paradox has become way too powerful. We've literally run out of time, Barry. If we don't kill him right now, he'll end everything." With all reality being destroyed, Eobard says that Paradox has the power of a god right now. All hope is lost. They need to go. Flash yells, "I'm not going anywhere without Godspeed." And Godspeed tells him, "I didn't want to help Paradox kill all those versions of you. I'm so sorry." But before they can come up with a plan, Reverse Flash, Flash, and Godspeed all dissolve and then reappear in another realm. Eobard looks around, asking where is this, and Godspeed tells him, "This is Paradox's other realm, just outside of known reality. A forgotten place." Flash grabs Eobard, asking, "What did you do?" And Eobard shouts, "You are really going to blame me for this? We were supposed to kill Paradox when he was still human." Godspeed then gets up, separating the two of them, stating, "You can kill each other another day. Look in the sky, guys." Up above, all of the different timelines that Paradox has affected appear, and Eobard says, "It's a time storm. This
all makes sense now. Look, I've mastered the art of manipulating time. It takes skill and experience, which Paradox has none. We can still stop him, because we haven't faded into nothing. That means we have a shot.
Flash asks, what do we do? How do we save everyone? And Eobard tells him,
You know what we have to do, you just refuse to admit it!
just then Paradox appears telling them all,
It's too late. I have won. The legend of the Flash is erased from your world, and now I will move on to the multiverse. Once I do that, the secrets of the multiverse will belong to me.
Flash shouts asking, you did all of this so you could learn about the multiverse? And Paradox tells him,
No, it was about you. I used to be trapped in this hell. I lost my family because of the Flash. The Flash never cared about anyone. All he ever did was care about himself.
Eobard scoffs,
You don't know the Flash very well then. I've tried everything to break Barry, yet no matter what, the Flash is always there running to save others. It's annoying, really.
Godspeed then chimes in, yeah, no matter my sins, no matter how horrible my crimes, Barry has always been there to help me. He'd give his own life to help people. And Paradox laughs.
This is who the Flash has come to his rescue? His enemies? It doesn't matter anymore. The Flash Age ends now.
Paradox slams onto the ground, knocking everyone back, and Eobard says,
Hey, if we're gonna save the day, we gotta kill Paradox.
and Godspeed tells him, I hate to admit it, but I agree with Reverse Flash on this one, Barry. The Flash gets up, running back over. No, there has to be another way. If I could fix this, as in really fix this, then we need to do it my way. Can I trust you all to do the right thing? Without a word, Eobard runs off, and Godspeed says, man, I really hope that was a yes. While Flash and Godspeed focus on keeping Paradox busy, Eobard runs back in time to where it all began, where Paradox watched the Flash fight Turtle. Eobard looks at Paradox in his human form, telling him,
I could kill him right here, right now. I could end this. I could save his life and the lives of others. The choice is easy. What would the Flash do?
Back in Paradox's realm, his power begins to disperse, and he begins to ask,
What? What is happening?
And meanwhile, in the past, Eobard touches Paradox, telling him that he's welcome.
You have the gift of life with your family. Make sure that you use it well.
Paradox's power grows unstable, and he lunges at the Flash, shouting,
I will not be erased. The Flash Age must end. I will prove that the Flash is a monster.
But before Paradox could commit his attack, his body breaks apart and disappears. Godspeed asks, what do they do now? And at that moment, Paradox's realm begins to rip apart, with Barry yelling that they need to run. With the pull of the collapsing realm, Barry says that they need to find a way to escape, but without the cosmic treadmill. And at that moment, Eobard appears, telling him,
I thought the Flash is supposed to be hopeful. If the three of us run together, the negative speed force combined with the positive should be enough to free us.
The three start to run as hard as they can, running past all of the timelines that Paradox destroyed, slowly seeing them being put back together.
And with a crack-a-boom,
the three of them appear outside of the present-day Flash Museum. Godspeed looks around, stating that this is right after they fought. Time hasn't rewritten itself. Holy crap, we did it, guys. Eobard walks off, telling them,
that was a good team-up. I'll see you guys later.
Godspeed grabs Eobard, telling him, hey, not so fast. And Eobard asks,
after all of that, didn't I get a little trust?
Flash runs to see Iris, and Eobard looks back, stating,
too bad neither of us are going to get a statue.
And Godspeed tells him, speak for yourself. I'm gonna get one day. But you're from the future. You know everything about the Flash history. Do you know who killed my brother? Eobard turns back, grabbing Godspeed by the neck.
Oh, that? That was me. I did it.
Before Godspeed has a chance to react, Eobard pulls and there's a loud snap. He then lets go, stating,
no one will remember Godspeed. I have seen the future.
Flash runs back, asking, what have you done? We trusted you. And Eobard laughs.
Paradox was after the wrong monster, huh?
And Flash shouts,
I am gonna kill you.
But Eobard pummels the Flash, telling him,
you already did, remember? Instead, I'm going to do what I always should have done. Something horrible happens, you gather up the Flash family, and then the Flash family runs into a triumphant line chasing me. But now I'm ahead. It's time to get some things in the works. I'm gonna get my own family. The Reverse Flash family!
Barry can hear it whenever he closes his eyes. The loud snap. It was like he was out of options, and the only thing that he could do to finally stop Eobard was to end him. That was the point of no return between him and Eobard, their destiny forever in a loop of death and rebirth. Eobard's mission was to make the Flash's life a living hell, and now he is back and he is free, and it's all Barry's fault. Eobard could be anywhere, any when, but while the Flash frantically searches the globe over and over again, he remembers that he was supposed to be spending the evening with Iris, Kid Flash, and Avery. As Flash runs into Iris's house, he says that he's sorry, and he finds the kids already asleep. He lets out a sigh as he takes off his mask, and Iris tells him not to worry. They knew that he wanted to be here. He sits down in the kitchen, telling them that he looked everywhere, but after Eobard killed Godspeed, he said that he planned for this, that there was one small detail that was still missing. Iris tells him that he doesn't know that. The only thing that he needs right now is to eat, even if it's cold. So the Flash uses his powers to heat up the plate of spaghetti, and he begins to speed eat, realizing how hungry he really is. It's at that moment that Kid Flash and Avery stumble in, and the positivity from the kids telling the Flash that he can do this gives him hope, even if it's just for the night. So the next day, the Flash heads into work, where Director Singh hands him a stack of files stating that they have a mountain of evidence that needs Barry Allen's eye. But before he even can go into his office, there's a kid yelling out that his dad didn't do it. Barry asks who that is, and Singh tells him that it's the kid from the Heather Macy case. The kid's mother was killed by the father, and the trial's verdict came back today. It's a death sentence. So the Flash asks what happened, and they tell him that the guy confessed, case closed. So he begins to ask, well, what evidence do we have that states that the guy did it? And they tell him that they don't need evidence because they have a confession. So the Flash goes to his lab and does the Barry Allen thing, processing the evidence. And he realizes that it's all inconclusive, and he wonders how he didn't look at this himself. How did he not go into this? How did a case involving a father killing his mother slip by him? And he realizes it's because it's the night that Wally returned from the Speed Force. So he runs out of the office and down to the scene of the crime, looking for something that could have been overlooked because something didn't seem right. He uses the scanner that Batman gave him to track Speed Force signatures, and the easy thing about Eobard Thawne is that the negative Speed Force gives off a unique signature. Which, of course, Flash's hunch was right. Eobard Thawne was there. He was playing this game for a long time. Flash runs back to his house to get his costume when Singh calls him asking where he went. He explains that he was looking into the Heather Macy case, but Singh tells him that it's over. And that's when he stops, yelling out, "Oh my god, the turtle is outside!" The call ends with the Flash wondering how that is even possible, but then over the police channels, another attack at 5th and Washington comes through. Flash realizes very quickly that is his apartment, and it's currently being attacked by the Trickster. The third call comes in asking for assistance at Star Labs. They're under attack by Captain Cold and Golden Glider. The Flash pauses, realizing that 2 attacks could have been a coincidence, but 3? A 4th one comes in, this time at the Flash Museum, and it's Gorilla Grodd. So Flash runs back to Iris's house, grabbing her and the kids, and takes them outside of the city, stating that Central City is under attack. Trickster, Grodd, Turtle, Cold, and Glider are attacking places related to him. It has to be Reverse Flash. Iris asks if this is what Thawne wanted. Thawne is attacking his life at every front, so you'd second guess yourself. You need to run! Damn it, Barry! Run! Kid Flash, Flash, and Avery all run back to all of the places affected by the attacks, trying to help wherever they can. The Flash brings food to those that were attacked at the Flash Museum, but he knows that it's an empty gesture. Pizza is nice, but it doesn't take away the trauma that those people felt while they were under attack. They don't say it, but in their eyes, they all ask the same question. Where were you, Flash? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Cold is telling the rest of the villains that he is getting a bad feeling about this. First, we're all plucked out of time. Second, we're all hiding under the streets of Central City after an attack of that size. We should be getting the hell out of Dodge. Grodd tells him, I will not run. It is my birthright to destroy the Flash and steal his speed. If this is how it happens, so be it, even if it means consorting with such weak humans. Turtle looks back, telling them, Monkey could not handle speed. Grodd leans in and snarls, and Cold fires a freeze blast, separating them, telling them, you guys need to chill out. Everyone begins to argue, but Trickster yells over everyone, am I the only one that feels lied to here? Reverse Flash has been keeping us in the dark about everything. He pulled us out of time to attack Central City, and then what? Chill? Hang out? No! We should be out there having fun! So why are we waiting on orders from a wannabe Flash? We don't even know his plan. Just then, Reverse Flash runs in, grabbing Trickster, telling him, you need to wait. Patience is a virtue. Cold looks at him, telling him, Oh, we'll wait. Whatever. But what if the Flash finds us? Eobard tells him, the Flash will find you. It's not a question of if, it's when. But don't forget, we have a secret weapon. Later, Flash looks for clues at his old childhood home, thinking that maybe there's something there. Maybe Eobard knew he'd come here. And as he notices a Flash comic on the ground, he hears a voice stating, "Oh wow, look how young he is, sis!" Flash turns back to see the Tornado Twins there, with the sister Thawne stating, "Hi, Daddy-O." Flash asks, "Who are?" Oh no. A second later, Flash is blasted out of the house and he catches himself yelling, "Wait, you gotta hear me out! I saw what happened to you in the future. I know that you're my kids, and I'm so sorry." Thawne says that it looks like Daddy remembers them, and Thawne says, "Yeah, but he doesn't really remember us. He told Mother that the 1 month he spent in the 30th century with her was full of hope and happiness. But then our deadbeat dad returned from the dead, and did he ever come back to check on us? No! Uncle Eobard came and saved us. He showed us what a real Flash should be like." Flash tries to stop them. "I don't know what Thawne told you, but we don't have to fight. I can help you." And Thawne tells him, "We already got all the help we needed, Dad." Just then a giant fist punches the Flash, and as he gets back up, he's surrounded by the Legion of Zoom. Thawne tells Flash that it's about time that they had a father-daughter chat, and then hits him with a tornado blast. As he stumbles, the trickster punches him back, telling him, "Oh, I can relate to daddy issues." And Thawne then hits Flash into Turtle, and as Turtle attempts to drain his speed force, Thawne separates them, stating, "Oh, no, 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 no. We need him alive, Turtle." Just then, Eobard walks up telling everyone that a lifetime ago he tried to be the Flash. He wore his face. I ran in his shoes. But Barry's presence was still felt, even though he was dead. It was impossible to replace the legend of a dead man. No matter what I did, it was never really me. And it's time to change that. Eobard begins to vibrate as fast as he can, and the Flash sees it coming. "Don't! You can't!" Eobard tells him, "If I tune at the right frequency, I can do some fantastic things. Now hold still. This is going to hurt a lot." He begins to vibrate into the Flash, but he doesn't pass through. Flash begins to scream while everyone watches horrified, and Thawne asks, "Is everything okay?" Flash stands up, but Eobard speaks through his body. "Oh, everything is fine, 'cause I'm the Flash." Cold tells him, "That wasn't the deal. We were supposed to remove Flash from getting in our way." And Grodd yells, "And I was supposed to receive the knowledge of the future." Eobard tells them, "Oh, you're gonna get all of that and more. But first, I have a family to take care of." Inside Flash's mental subconsciousness, he's floating around asking, "Where is this? This isn't the Speed Force. My speed is gone. I can't run." And just then a blue streak hits him, and a red streak follows suit. The Flash rubs his face, looking up to see twisted versions of Jesse Quick and Max Mercury yelling, "You have a lot to answer for, Barry! Run!" Elsewhere, Eobard is running through as Barry, doing things that, well, Barry would normally do. Save a kitten from a tree, save a baby from a burning building, stop dozens of bullets before they hit anyone. This is what he wanted. This is what he needed. So he can do the things that the old Barry wouldn't do. Later, over in New Mexico, he runs up to the Young Justice team telling Impulse, "It's time we had a little chat." Eobard pulls him away, with Impulse yelling, "Oh my god, Grandpa Flash! Barry, Flash!" Eobard leans in telling him, "Come on, we have something that we need to do. Think you can keep up, kid?" The two begin to run, with Impulse telling him, "You're gonna eat my dust, Grandpa!" Back inside of Flash's subconscious, Flash sees Jesse and Max stating, "I feel like I know you. You were speedsters, but..." Jesse yells as they've been trapped here for years, but he must hold on. Don't let himself get lost again. You paid for the Flashpoint enough. Both Jesse and Max reach out when suddenly everything stops. And Jesse says that's the spirit. "It's good to see you again. Your guilt made you see us as nightmares instead of the truth." Flash yells out, "I remember now. You're Max Mercury, the Zen Master of Speed Force, and you're Jesse Quick. You saw the science of the Speed Force like your father. Is Johnny Quick okay?" She sighs, stating that her father died before the Flashpoint, but she can feel him around. And more importantly, "How did you find us here, Barry?" Flash says, "Well, I didn't. Eobard Thawne stole my body with vibrations." And Max scoffs, stating that Thawne always wanted to be him. Guess he found a way to do it literally.
But right now, he has to escape this. He has to use the speed force within his mind. He has to use the speed thinking to reach out beyond the limits of his mind. Can he do that? Flash begins to concentrate, and as he does, he sees glimpses of the real world, and he sees himself running with Bart. Max says that Bart is with him. They need to get back now. Bart doesn't know that that's Eobard. Together we can help you regain your body, Barry. But you're going to need to learn about speed as fast as possible. Meanwhile, over in Central City, Trickster, Cold, and Glider burst out of a bank with bags full of money, and Trickster asks, "Isn't this more fun than sitting around? We could just run a few more scams and..." But at that moment, there's a small burst of energy with Eobard and Impulse appearing. Eobard asks, "You got this?" And Impulse says, "Do flashes run?" Glider quickly grabs Cold, asking, "Isn't he?" And Cold yells, "Let's just get out of here. Why would Thawne be any better?" As they leave, Eobard stops and Flash shouts through him, telling Bart to run. Impulse runs over, grabbing the officers, bringing them away, calling out that he's on it. Eobard rubs his head, stating that it seems like Barry is. But Trickster grabs one of his bombs, yelling, "That looks like the real Flash is trying to." Eobard grabs the bomb, asking, "What? He's doing what?" He takes the bomb, throwing it back in the Trickster's face, and Impulse watches, asking, "Why?" Eobard grabs Trickster by his jacket, stating, "James Jesse thought he was so smart, fooling everyone. But we all know who the real fool is, right? Take him to Iron Heights." Impulse says that they should probably get him to a hospital. And Eobard says, "You're gonna feel bad for a rogue? That doesn't seem very heroic. It doesn't sound like justice. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you aren't Flash family material, Impulse. What would happen if you became the Flash again? We both know what happened last time. We don't want a repeat of that, do we? Or maybe you just want to go back to your friends, disappear for another few years, leave the Flash business to me." As Eobard leaves, Impulse tries to find something to say, but he remains silent. Over in Nebraska, Kid Flash and Avery stand watch outside of the West family cabin when they feel the ground shake. Eobard speeds in Barry's bodies, telling them that he's very proud of them. "Great work, everyone." Iris steps out, asking how did he find them, and Eobard tells her, "You're my lightning rod." Iris asks him if it's safe for him to be here, and Eobard takes off the mask, telling them that he took care of Thawne. Avery asks, "What about the Legion of Zoom?" And Eobard says, "What's with all the questions? How about the three of us go take care of Thawne's team and show them who's boss?" Just then there's a loud crack as Impulse jets in, kicking Eobard in the face. "You're mean, and Barry Allen isn't mean." After hitting him a few more times, Impulse blasts him away, yelling, "You're not my grandpa!" Kid Flash yells out, "Wait, who the hell are you?" And Impulse asks him, "Who the sprock are you?" While the two begin to bicker over who the real Kid Flash should be, Eobard gets back up, stating, "I should have killed the damn brat." And Iris tells Kid Flash not to worry. Impulse is family. And Impulse runs up, hugging her, stating, "I missed you, Grandma." Kid Flash shouts, asking, "What did he say?" And Avery folds her arms, stating, "Oh my god, I really hate time travel stuff. Never going to do it." Impulse then asks, "Where is Wally? Maybe he can help us." Iris asks, "Wait, you don't know what happened to Wally?" Eobard charges in, yelling, "Wally's not going to be joining you today. Maybe that's what Barry really needed, to run alone." Iris holds out her arms to protect the kid, stating that this is not Barry. He tried once before with Wally, on her wedding day. And Eobard laughs, "Are you giving me a history lesson? I already know all about your futures and how it's going to end. So how about we just speed it up a little bit?" At that moment, a voice calls out, "Son, I mean this with all due respect. Get the hell away from those kids." And at that moment, Jay Garrick speeds in, standing between Eobard and the others. With Jay arriving, he quickly jumps into action to fight, and Eobard yells out, "What a surprise! Jay Garrick to save the day? But I've seen your future, and you're just a footnote in history." Avery watches, asking who is the guy in the helmet, and Impulse shouts that that's the first Flash. "And we gotta help him!" Jay blocks one of Eobard's attacks, telling Impulse, "No, you need to get as far away as possible, son." Eobard manages to get a kick in, asking, does he know why Barry kept him around for so long? "Because he was polite! He never cared about your advice. Was hard water anyway." Eobard gets ready to finish the fight, but before he can get his punch in, his body begins to violently vibrate as Barry is trying to regain control of his body. Eobard focuses and runs off, stating that Barry is acting quicker than expected. "Time to accelerate my plans." As he escapes, Kid Flash asks if they should follow him, but Jay tells him once everyone is safe, he'll take care of it. For now, they just need to use the Speed Force connection to track where Eobard is going. Iris then says actually, they might not have to look very hard. She just got an email tip at the newspaper. Elsewhere, Captain Cold and the rest of Eobard's Legion of Zoom stand waiting. Cold says that this is where they're supposed to be. I hate the Flash too, but this? Desecrating some lady's grave? As everyone looks at Nora Allen's grave, Trickster asks, who is this person? Anyone else getting a feeling that Thawne's lost his marbles? Dawn then asks how they can be questioning Eobard's plans when he's been right about everything so far. And at that moment, Eobard slides in telling the Tornado Twins, thank you, but I need Nora Allen's body. Nora Allen is an important marker in this timeline, and because of that, she has temporal energy. If I can extract that energy, I can ground this body and Barry Allen will be gone forever. But inside of the Flash's mind, he says that he can feel himself getting control again. He's regaining his body. Max Mercury tells him to just let it all soak in and let the emotions guide him. Remove the hurdles that are laid out. Flash feels his powers coming back, stating that he's getting some traction. So he can. But before he can finish, a voice calls out, tick-tock, tick-tock, you're running out of time! At that moment, a green costume speedster rockets in sliding, shouting, Eobard promised to get me out of this hellhole! After he won, he'd let me take over Brother Bart's body, and then I could be Eobard's Kid Flash! As the child continues throwing punches and missing, Flash asks, who? Max tells him that that is Thaddeus Thawne, a twisted clone of Bart Allen from the future. Flash keeps dodging, telling him, all I see is a kid in pain. Just like Eobard, if fighting a kid is what's between me and freedom, then we're gonna be here for a while. Back out in the real world, Eobard yells to everyone to hurry up. Dig up Nora! Grodd gets ready, but Glider tells him don't, and Cold says, she's right, this isn't us. Eobard shouts that once they're all done here, then they'll have everything that they ever wanted. They will rule the past, present, and at that moment, a purple blur shoots out, cracking him in the face. A silver helmet then bounces off the heads of everyone. As Eobard is straightening himself up, he says, I knew they'd follow the Speed Force and find me. And Kid Flash tells him, actually, we got a tip where you were heading. Eobard pauses for a moment asking, who would? And then Trickster laughs, haha, gotcha! In frustration, Eobard sends Trickster back to his timeline for betraying him, shouting, you are a waste! Tornado Twins, make your papa proud. The twins start to summon a tornado, but Dawn says that it's time to introduce themselves to the family. In the middle of the attack, Impulse holds his ground, telling them, you know, we never get a chance to meet, but I can tell that this isn't the version of you. Dawn yells, how could you possibly know what we've gone through? Our father left us. Impulse pushes through, telling him, I know what it's like to live without a dad. I was lucky to find a family to fill that role, but I've never given up hope that they'd be here with me someday. So please. Impulse reaches out, touching Dawn's hand, and he stops, asking, son? The twins begin to fade back to their time, and Dawn realizes what happened, what is going on, and who Impulse is. Thawne did something to us. He used some kind of power on the negative Speed Force to make us like this. Thank you for saving us. Son, I'm proud of you. Impulse waves to them, stating, there's so much I want to tell you, but I'll catch up with you soon, Dad. Eobard yells to everyone that they don't need Barry's brats. They've got the greatest Flash villains to ever live. Kill them! But back inside of Flash's mind, Thaddeus Thawne continues his attacks, with Flash telling him that he knows what it's like to be angry. But don't be like him. Don't follow in my footsteps. You can make your own path, Thaddeus. Thaddeus scoffs, whatever! Good luck fighting Thawne and his army. If they all weren't on the wrong vibrational frequency, I'd join them! See ya! Jesse asks, wait, wrong vibrational frequency? They must be getting close for Eobard to send him. Let's see how he likes it when they push harder. Flash pushes again, trying to steal back his body, and Eobard falls to his knees, yelling, I am Barry Allen! I am the fastest man alive! No, 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 no! And while Eobard is struggling, Grodd says that this is their chance. They kill Eobard and take care of both Flashes. As Grodd runs forward, Jay stops him, telling him, there isn't a chance that that's gonna happen. Eobard screams again as lightning strikes with a crack-a-doom! Eobard gets up in his original body, stating, well, I hope you're happy. You've ruined my fun. Oh no,
Only Barry Allen can be the Flash.
Flash tells him, "That's what you never understood. I'm not the Flash alone. We're the Flash." With the addition of Max Mercury and Jesse Quick at his side, Kid Flash yells, "Looks like the odds are on our side." Eobard runs off asking,
"Do you really think I didn't think of this? That I didn't stop at gathering just a small handful of the Flash's greatest enemies? I was building an army! And if I can't be the Flash, there will be no Flash or Flash family."
As most of the villains are plucked out of time, Eobard laughs, telling them,
"This is my Legion of Doom, and we will kill each and every one of you and every person in Central City. That's a Reverse Flash fact."
Soon the fists begin to fly in an all-out brawl with everyone, and the Flash quickly calls out to Kid Flash that they need to get Iris out of here. With Kid Flash doing that, Eobard asks,
"Did you just send your love away again? This is going to leave your family outnumbered."
Flash throws a villain into Eobard, telling him, "I noticed you don't have any speedsters in this group. What are you afraid of?" But soon Max says he has an idea. They just need to stop and meditate. Impulse asks him, "Really? Now, Max?" And Max tells him not to worry, just cover him. With more of the Flash family occupied, Eobard's Legion begins to take over the fight. And as it starts to come down around Max, Impulse yells that they are out of time. But after a few more minutes pass, and Max opens up his eyes and a voice says, "There's one thing that all the Flashes have in common. It's that we're always a little late to the party." As Wally's kids, Jai and Ray, lead the charge, Flashes from all across time rush in. Ray yelling to Max that they got the call. Kid Flash runs by with the civilian asking, "We got backup now? Good, we got to evacuate the city." With the group splitting up, Avery takes the remaining fighters, telling them that they're going into the fight. As the tides begin to turn in the favor of the massive Flash family, Eobard focuses his attention on Flash, and Flash asks, "Why are you doing all of this? Why stop me from solving a murder?" After getting hit, Eobard stumbles back, telling him, "I have seen your future. I dedicated my life to the Flash Museum in the 25th century. In the future, I worshipped you. Long after the feel of rejection, I was your biggest fan, Barry Allen. And when I found out that I'd have to die over and over again at the hands of the Flash, I set out to make you hurt. That is why I changed Hunter Zolomon's fate to become Zoom by giving the clown the gun. That is why I killed Godspeed and planted the black hole evidence so that he'd go to the CSI and eventually become who he was. Did you really think that this was just about killing your mother? Wrong! That's why everyone heard my whispers. With Jay, with you, everyone could hear the whispers of doubt, including Wally. I did it all. I'm the one who set your life on this path, Barry Allen." Flash begins to shake, asking, "What did you do?" And Eobard punches Flash in the chest, yelling, "This was planned from the very beginning. It was all gonna come down to this moment. On this day, the Flash loses." At that moment, a lightning bolt strikes with a thundering crack-a-boom, knocking the two of them back, and a voice calls out to the Flash, stating, "Find me, Barry. Find me." Flash asks if that's Wally, and Eobard gets back up, stating, "What? Not again! No, this isn't right! This isn't what happens! This is not the future! Things must have changed." Eobard runs, and the Flash quickly chases after him, but still the battle with the villains continue. Once everyone is out of harm's way, Impulse says that he might have a plan. He has done a lot of time traveling, and it's pretty wacky, but these bad guys are all on different vibrational frequencies. Jai asks if they just run around the bad guys really fast and correct their frequencies, and Ray says that should send them back, right, Impulse? So all of the speedsters begin to run and vibrate through the crowds, with Kid Flash yelling, "This hurts! I don't know if I can!" And Jay yells, "You just need to keep running, son. We can do it." A few moments later, a blinding light begins to shine, and an earth-shattering crack-a-boom rings out, and as the light fades, Kid Flash looks around at the empty streets asking, did it work? The plan did work, but Impulse has one final question. With all the villains gone, with all the Flash family gone, where is Barry? Elsewhere, the Flash is right behind Eobard, shouting, "I am going to kill you, Thawne!" Eobard calls out that this is it. We are at the finish line. It's do or die, Flash!
Soon, I'll be back in the 25th century, where I can learn new ways to torture you and the family. Or we can skip all of it and just keep running forever. We will keep doing this endless loop of death and rebirth. Flash grabs onto Eobard and Eobard yells, "Do it! Let's relive history together. One little twist, just like with Godspeed. Kill me."
But the Flash lets go and the two slide to a stop. I'm done with this. It's the same thing, over and over, Eobard. It's time I try something different. Something new. He pulls down his mask. He looks at Eobard. He looks him dead in the eyes. The anger within Eobard welling up, prepared for his final moment. But Barry changes it. "I forgive you, Eobard." Eobard stops moving, asking,
"You... what?"
Flash goes on, telling him, "We are in a loop. It's time for us to move forward. Your hate for me keeps us tethered together, but no more rejection. No more of this defining who you are." Eobard charges, screaming,
"Our hate is forever!"
But the Flash vibrates, and as Eobard passes through, he stops, asking,
What was that energy?"
The Flash tells him that he pulled the Speed Force into himself, just like he did when he created the Flashpoint. An out-of-body experience gave him an idea. He can never save his mother, but he can save Eobard Thawne. Eobard asks,
"Wait, did you just ground me?"
Flash tells him, "Yes. I vibrated to allow some of my Speed Force to stay with you. You need a lightning rod. It's me." Eobard looks at himself.
"I was a paradox. It helped me avoid all of the changes in time. This will reset me. Wait, no. Don't do this to me, Barry. The last time this happened, I forgot everything. Please, no!"
And as the light takes him over, Eobard finds himself in the 25th century as the curator of the Flash Museum. He finds himself at the beginning of it all, at the beginning of his timeline, with no knowledge of anything. He tells a group of kids that he will be their guide today, and he begins to tell them all about the adventures of Jay Garrick. But one of the children stop, asking, "Who's that?" Eobard tells the child that is a great question. This is a statue of the Reverse Flash. Sadly, there's not a lot of information from the 21st century in regards of who he is. But they do know that he played a significant role in the Flash's life, and some would say that he is the Flash's greatest villain. It's hard to imagine living a life full of hate, especially for the Flash family. It's just not a way to live. Who wants to see the Godspeed section? As Flash watches Eobard leave, he runs back through the different points in time, correcting all of the things that Eobard has done with the Legion of Zoom. Even the grave of August Hart seemed to have disappeared. But there's still one mystery left to solve. Who was Heather Macy, and why did Eobard Thawne target her? Flash watches as Heather's family plays in the yard, and Heather asks if there's anything that she can help him with. He tells her no, he was just admiring her home. It reminds him of when he was a kid. His name is Barry Allen. Heather introduces herself and asks if they know each other. The Flash tells her no, he doesn't think so, and he'll be leaving. "Make sure to tell Mr. Macy that I said that you have a lovely home." Heather said, "Actually, Macy is her last name. She never changed it. Her husband is Thawne." The Flash realizes what this means, that the one mystery that Thawne never wanted him to solve is the mystery about his life. He quietly laughs to himself. Right, of course. "Well, you have a great day, Miss Macy." Before everyone heads back to their timelines, the Flash family has a barbecue to celebrate their victory, but as he gets a call, Flash heads inside to make himself something to eat just before he leaves, and a voice asks him, why does he do it? No judgment or anything. But why go out there and risk his life to help strangers? Is it because of what happened? The Flash finishes his sandwich, telling the person, "No, I never put the costume on because of any suffering or tragedy. It's simple. I'm the Flash because of what she taught me, because it's the right thing to do." As the Flash continues, he says his goodbyes to his mother's image, and he runs out the door. Living up to a legend can feel impossible some days, but because of his friends and his family, he will continue to be the hero that everyone hopes for. He will make mistakes along the way, he will trip and he will fall, sometimes in the great race of life. But he knows that will never stop him from always moving forward. He will never stop trying to be the Flash. And there you go. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It moves into the new Flash stuff involving Wally West, which we're currently covering right here on the channel. So make sure you click that link, and I'll see you next time right here.